out, SpongeBob! He's over here!
With 25 years under the belt that holds up those iconic rectangular trousers, SpongeBob and friends have been on a lot of adventures through the years. But the SpongeBob franchise has changed a lot over said years. With 14 seasons, 3 theatrical movies, a lot of video games, and a bunch of other stuff, we decided it was time to point out the best and worst of the Bob. We've taken 25 of SpongeBob's most iconic media endeavors and ranked them from worst to best.
Are they laughing at us?
No, Patrick. They're laughing next to us.
In any case, we begin with the art that, unlike Squidward's masterpiece Bold and Brash, belongs in the trash. This is the F tier. Now, we obviously can't include every SpongeBob game out there, but we've taken into account the most noteworthy console releases, and that included SpongeBob Hero Pants. The only nice thing I can say about this game is that it did make the last place pick very easy. It's no secret that SpongeBob merchandise will sell like crazy, no matter what it is, so effort doesn't always have to be a factor. So when Sponge Out of Water released in theaters, who was better to adapt it to video game format than Activision? I don't know, like literally any other studio? The game is nothing but full-priced shovelware mixing ear-assaulting sound design with PS2 quality graphics, but does the gameplay make up for it? Yeah, you really don't need us to answer that. We're still going to, though. The gameplay is, imagine the most basic, bare-bones 3D platformer you can. Then lower your expectations severely. Do not expect even an ounce of variety or SpongeBob-ness, and you've got SpongeBob Hero Pants. The only cool thing about the game is the fact that you can play as 6 characters, which would be neat if the gameplay consisted of more than walking, jumping, and mashing the attack button. Oh, I forgot, sometimes you press buttons, too. That's that's really it. But while it's not as low effort as the previous entry, we have one more piece of SpongeBob media that belongs in the F tier just on principle. Camp Coral. For those who don't know why Camp Coral is so controversial, it was announced just a few months after the tragic passing of Steven Hillenburg in 2018. Shortly after its announcement, Paul Tibbitt took to Twitter to call out the executives who greenlit the show for their corporate greed, and while it was later revealed that Steven knew about the show, the announcement of a SpongeBob Babyfication spin-off being mere months after his passing still raises more than a few eyebrows, especially considering how many other spin-offs they rapid-fired at us. But we could get mad about the show as a concept for hours.
Way ahead of you, buddy!
What about the show itself? Simply put, it's impressively boring. If you were ever watching SpongeBob and thought that it was just too funny and well written, you're in luck. This show's entire identity is a watered-down version of a show that already takes place underwater. All of the jokes are genuinely, ahaha, it's the character doing what they do, XD! It maybe could have been carried by the cutesy voice acting and animation from the commercials, flashbacks from the third movie, but this show has all the artistic quality of Fanboy and Chum Chum, which would be fine if they hadn't baited us with the admittedly gorgeous animation of Sponge on the Run. There's hardly anything to say about the show. If it were really bad, it would at least be an interesting talking point, but it just isn't. It's the most inoffensive, flavorless spin-off SpongeBob could possibly make, and ironically, that makes it the most insulting. But now we move on from the bad stuff to the stuff that's still bad, but at least we can defend it a little bit. This is the D tier. If there's one thing pretty much every SpongeBob fan seems to agree on, it's that seasons 6 to 8 were the absolute lowest point of the main series. To say this show started to go downhill after the first movie is a take colder than SpongeBob's house when he got the suds. But while the difference in writing was pretty clear right away, most people agree that season 6 is the point where things started to actively get worse. With Hillenburg off the team for a while, the writers lost the magic of what made SpongeBob such a great show. Rather than being a show anyone could enjoy, everything about the series was simplified to basically cater solely to the more kiddie aspects of the show, the biggest crime being how dirty the characters were done. Now, you could try to defend these seasons by saying, blank was always this way, and yeah, sure, but the character traits like SpongeBob's childlike innocence, Patrick's gullibility, and Krabs' greed never, or at least rarely, took away from them being fun and likable characters. This era, though, SpongeBob turns into a crybaby and serial stalker, Patrick loses the few brain cells he had to the point where his actions almost feel malicious, and Mr. Krabs just, the man turns into a sociopath.
Ha! Krabs too? Oh, this is rich!
I get selling your boyo's soul for 62 cents only to feel remorse 30 seconds later, but then there's psychologically torturing your business rival and laughing when he tries to kill himself. Somehow sending SpongeBob to hell seems pleasant and tame in comparison. Up next we have the current newest entry on the list, Saving Bikini Bottom, the Sandy Cheeks movie. I really wanted this one to be good. If there was one character in the world of SpongeBob who could have had a great spin-off film, it was Sandy. She's a scientist squirrel from Texas, a master of karate, and an all-around badass.
Yep, I still got skills.
Unfortunately, though, the movie just doesn't come anywhere near that potential. Sandy's film debut moves at lightning speed, and it feels like nothing is happening, and like there's too much happening at the same time.
Uh-oh, that's the fuzz. Hold on, everybody!
Like, Sandy is a scientist, but she also has superpowers, and her family has a circus, and she works for a Texan science group and is a spy. Seriously, can we talk about that? You expect me to believe that Sandy has been unknowingly spying on her friends for the past 25 years, gathering data for her boss and coworkers, and they never once came up in the show? Oh wait, no, they did. The episode Chimps Ahoy, she works for a bunch of chimps. These aren't chimps, though. They didn't even get the chimps to play these characters. I don't care if she's a talking squirrel. This is where I stop suspending my disbelief. But ironically, this movie's greatest hindrance is, unfortunately, SpongeBob. Sandy decides to take him along on the journey, and he really just kind of exists to make some silly comments and then laugh about said silly comments. I love SpongeBob, but come on, man, you've had 25 years of TV and 3 theatrical movies. Just let Sandy take the bull by the horns this time. Still, the movie has its good qualities too. The colors are cute, the live action segments in the third act are so stupid they somehow circle back around to being genuinely funny, and there are actually a lot of funny visual gags. The animation is decent too, but those character models are a mixed bag. Keep that Mrs. Puff away from me. Overall, while the Sandy movie isn't necessarily awful, it's definitely clear that it's more of a cash grab than anything else. I could totally see younger kids loving it, but for those of us who grew up with the show, there's not much here. Still, there's at least something. I laughed a few times, and there were some nice references to previous Sandy-centric episodes, but whether you love it or hate it, one thing is for sure. They just confirmed Squidward is bisexual and he swoons over Sandy's cousin. Make of that what you will, I guess. I don't know. Next we have the third movie, Sponge on the Run. Really, it more or less just feels like it's trying to hit all the story beats of a SpongeBob movie. The first act is just 20 minutes of the characters proving that they are, in fact, the characters. SpongeBob is happy, Patrick is dumb, Sandy is smart, Mr. Krabs is greedy, etc. The rest of the movie is basically trying to be the buddy comedy road trip that the first movie is, but it relies less on silly things like jokes and character development.
Wait, we're talking like smart people. This must be a dream.
And more on, like post-season 5 episodes of the show, a lot of screaming! But credit where it is due. While the whole courtroom scene is a thinly veiled advertisement, and definitely the most insulting part of the movie as a result, it's still as heartfelt as the movie gets, which is kinda sad, but at least it's got some merits, and it's always nice to see Mr. Krabs and Squidward sticking up for SpongeBob. The animation is also fantastic. Seriously, Camp Coral would have made it to this tier if it looked anywhere near this good. The movie isn't objectively bad, but it's utterly disappointing compared to SpongeBob's other adventures. Heck, this one didn't even get a cheaply made licensed game. I mean, yeah, it probably would have sucked, but it also would have probably been funny. But if cheaply made games be something you wish, Plankton's Robotic Revenge is here to close out the D tier. I remember vividly the day I saw this game first. That box art, that name, no doubt about it. This was a successor to Battle for Bikini Bottom that Kid Me needed in his life. I couldn't wait to crack this baby open, and to the game's credit, it is playable. They got all the voice actors and the game functionality works, but the game really isn't anything special, all things considered. I do want to give a shout out to whomever decided to give SpongeBob characters a Ratchet and Clank type of weapons arsenal to shoot robots with. It's a fun concept, and with enough friends to play with, you might get a kick out of it. Unfortunately, the lack of any interesting or unique level designs makes it a pretty boring game for anyone above the age of 9. It's basically Hero Pants' slightly more competent older brother, which gets it a somewhat passable spot on the list. With that out of the way, we now venture into the C tier. Here's where we start to see some light in the proverbial tunnel of SpongeBob's history. First in this category is an entry I just couldn't help but mention. Before all those fancy Candy Crushes and Angry Birds and whatnot, there were Flash games. If you grew up watching SpongeBob in the 2000s to 2010s, you probably played more than a few of those Flash games of varying quality. These really are a product of their time. The compressed voice clips, the constantly reused assets, the weird inconsistencies, and oh, the memories. With such games as Karate Contest, which features the exciting mechanic of those crudely drawn SpongeBob and Sandy models beating the piss out of each other, to Reef Rumble, a Street Fighter clone where all you need to do, and all you can do if you want to win, is fire your character's own personalized Hadouken. You'd rarely get bored with the selection here. They may be a thing of the past, but there's something about them that's just endlessly charming. If that's not nostalgic enough for you, maybe SpongeBob's first game will be. Enter Legend of the Lost Spatula, the absolutely legendary title for the Game Boy Color. Okay, so it's not exactly state of the art, sure, but for kicking off SpongeBob's video game career, we feel it deserves a mention regardless. I mean, just look at these beautiful character sprites. They all look just about this beautiful, and the best one has to be Plankton, and that's not even to mention his soulful dialogue. Isn't Krabby Patty all any of us want, Plankton? Wise words from a wise single-celled organism. I guess we're sticking mostly to video games for this tier, because next up is Atlantis SquarePantis. Despite also being being a TV special and one of the more divisive ones, that Atlantis SquarePantis also got a couple of video game adaptations.
Whoa.
Honestly, there's a surprising amount of creativity here. It's basically a mix of addictive minigames, character-based puzzles, rock band-styled rhythm games, and even multiple first-person shooter segments, and I'm still missing a few. Then there's the DS version, which is a surprisingly decent 3D platformer with some fun mechanics. Of course, this one, like many SpongeBob games, is admittedly really bizarre in hindsight. Example? Well, excluding the actually horrifying cel-shaded cutscenes, there's Mr. Krabs' voice performance. In a lot of SpongeBob games, they failed to get Clancy Brown to reprise his role, which is coincidentally due to money most of the time. But in this game, they didn't even bother to cast a replacement who could do a semi-decent impression. Instead, he just communicates with grunts and groans like he's a wild animal. This has stuck with me since childhood as one of the most baffling decisions in game development history. I need to know that I'm not the only one who feels this way. And at the tail end of the C tier, we have seasons 9 and 10. Like seasons 6 through 8, these suffer from many of the same issues. There are also definitely a few stinkers, like the SpongeBob You're Fired special, and oh god, Squid Baby was in this one. That's, yeah, I'd love to remember that one exists.
Not another word about this.
But in all seriousness, we place this era a tier higher because this was the point where there was a light at the end of the tunnel. Steven Hillenburg was able to return to the series for a while and spent a few more years nurturing his most beloved work. That's gotta be a nice way to live out your remaining days. These seasons definitely weren't anywhere near the classics quality, but they were showing some signs of improvement, which earns them a decent spot on our list. Seriously, Goodbye Krabby Patty is one of the best specials in the whole series, and I'll die on that hill. Speaking of hills, it looks like we're over the hump because it's time to enter the B tier. First up, we have the adaptation of SpongeBob's 10th anniversary special, Truth or Square. Like Atlantis SquarePantis before it, Truth or Square is one of the more divisive special episodes of the series. But also like Atlantis SquarePantis, Truth or Square has a pretty solid video game adaptation, which isn't too surprising given how it was developed by Heavy Iron Studios. They were behind the SpongeBob Movie game and Battle for Bikini Bottom, and if you know anything about SpongeBob games, you know that's a good sign. While it's not as good as its predecessors, Truth or Square is a solid game in its own right. Sure, it reuses the exact same soundtracks of the previous two games, and it's much more linear, but it more than makes up for that with one solid factor: heart. Every level is loosely based on a classic episode of the series, and it acts like a sort of dreamlike remembrance of it, with different characters, set pieces, and conflicts to shake things up while catering to lifelong fans. It's hard to not appreciate the amount of love and attention that went into this game. You can't walk 10 steps without seeing a reference to a classic episode. It's really cool. Next, we have one of the first major game releases after the movie, Creature from the Krusty Krab. From a game with dreamlike aspects to a game that actually takes place in the dreams of 3 characters, Creature from the Krusty Krab has it all. If you thought Atlantis SquarePantis went crazy in terms of variety, you've hardly seen anything. This game has everything from horrifyingly detailed drag races to playable comic books to giant Plankton monster movies. The imagination here is off the charts, and it's backed up by a unique blend of visual styles and a surprisingly good soundtrack. Seriously, what is it with these SpongeBob games having such good music? We'd honestly love to put this game even higher, but, well, its weakest aspect is ironically the game itself. It plays fine, but some levels just feel like they're dragging on and on. It's a jack of all trades but a master of none, so while it's a fun enough game, it's far from one of SpongeBob's best gaming endeavors. Now, without further ado, we've finally reached seasons 11 to present. In other words, the current era of SpongeBob. Let's get one thing out of the way. Current SpongeBob, love it or hate it, is fundamentally a completely different show from its first few seasons, but in its own right, it's still pretty decent. For one, the animation, while overstimulating at times, is very expressive, colorful, and, say it with me, fun! Like most of the post-movie series, it's much more geared towards just kids rather than all ages, but it makes up for this by being a more creative, fun show than it had been in years.
Patrick, I think that's enough knowledge for one day. Looks like you're full.
No longer are 90% of the episodes about either Plankton stealing the formula or SpongeBob stealing Squidward's will to live. There are a lot of creative stories here. There's Karen's Virus, which features an unlikely team-up between SpongeBob and Plankton to destroy a virus that's infected Karen, complete with multiple styles of animation. And we can't forget Cuddle E Hugs, where SpongeBob has a horror movie-esque bond with an invisible talking hamster who ends up trying to eat him. You can say a lot about the newer seasons, but you definitely can't call them dull. And if nothing else, they have a love for the classic seasons, especially when it came to that big 20th birthday special. Next up, we have another video game, SpongeBob SquigglePants. During that brief period of time when the U-Draw gaming tablet was a thing, SpongeBob decided to take a crack at the new gadget and made a pretty decent WarioWare clone from it, consisting mostly of micro games and the occasional mini games, and even broken up by some cutscenes featuring Patchy. SquigglePants is surprisingly one of SpongeBob's most well-made games. If all that isn't enough to convince you, you're sure to enjoy how much heart was poured into the different art styles used. Everything from third-grade notebook doodles to superhero comic books is here on full display, making it one of SpongeBob's SpongeBob's most charming video game expeditions. But if you think this video has been too focused on SpongeBob, well, first of all, why'd you click on it? Second of all, alright, let me just get behind this PNG of a riot shield before I announce that the Patrick Star Show has made it to the upper end of the B tier. I'm honestly as surprised as you guys are. Sure, the Patrick Show is often lumped in with Camp Coral as an utterly disrespectful abuse of the late Hillenburg's art, but there is one important distinction. The Patrick Show is actually somewhat decent. No, like, seriously, remember when Uncle Grandpa came out on Cartoon Network and everybody hated it, only to come back later talking about how fun that random style of humor was? That's the vibe I get from the Patrick Show. Yeah, it's obnoxious. It carries the same energy as the current era of the show, where it's mainly just a loud equals funny approach to comedy, but it's so darn devoted to its stupidity that somehow it circles back around to being endearing.
Oh, that show's a hoot. The big guy is so dumb.
Don't get me wrong, this isn't some hidden masterpiece of a show that you've been sleeping on, but it's one that you could tolerate while your little brother or sister watches it. I watched a couple different episodes for the sake of this video, and I was surprised by a few things, two in particular. One, the show has great art and animation, with different art styles, backgrounds, and color palettes depending on what's shown. The Patrick Show Sells Out comes to mind, using slightly duller colors to portray the Bikini Bottom of the original series, and even Mr. Krabs and Plankton, who have a really fun Tom and Jerry style banter in the episode.
Now, when I say chum, you say bucket.
And we can't forget the episode Bubble Bass Reviews, where it's literally just 11 minutes of Bubble Bass reviewing the Patrick Show Nostalgia Critic style. More than anything, the show is genuinely fun. It's not a masterpiece, and it's still way more kid-oriented than the classic seasons, but it's a surprisingly charming and funny series. And closing off this section, we have one last video game, a truly one-of-a-kind game, SpongeBob SquarePants Revenge of the Flying Dutchman. Right off the bat, this game earns a lot of points for being the first 3D platformer SpongeBob game. It was the first time fans were allowed to explore Bikini Bottom in full, and for the time, it was pretty accurate. To the amateur eye, this might look unfaithful to the show, but the development of the game took place around Season 1 and a little bit of 2, which means that the locations are based on those earlier seasons, which, okay, some of them are still not very faithful, like, I don't know why they thought downtown Bikini Bottom would just be a series of dark alleyways, or that Goo Lagoon was covered in Cheeto dust, but then you've got gems like Jellyfish Fields, which is full of all the flowers, hoppin' clams, and waterfalls you'd see in the Fun Song. Look, I'm going fully on nostalgia here, but there's something so endlessly charming about this game being the mess that it is. Like how some areas are perfectly recreated from the show and others look nothing like them. Or how they got literally every voice actor for every character, except for the French narrator who, mind you, is voiced by Tom Kenny, meaning he just didn't do the voice this time. I don't know. It's the kind of game that'll bring back fond memories at best and be a so bad it's good game at worst. I mean, just look at these beautiful character models. Oh yeah, you guys like that jellyfishing costume, right? That song's pretty catchy, isn't it? Enjoy the next 5 hours, you're not escaping any sooner. But once you do, tag along with us to the A tier. This is where SpongeBob media goes from good to great. We begin our second highest tier with the second and second best theatrical SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water. Now, admittedly, this one is guilty of a little false advertisement. If you watch those trailers looking forward to a whole 90 minutes of SpongeBob and pals exploring dry land, you'll be a bit disappointed. But if you keep an open mind, this is a surprisingly great SpongeBob movie, even if it's only the second best. Instead of the SpongeBob and Patrick dynamic of the original movie, this one focuses on a much more unpredictable one, SpongeBob and Plankton. When Bikini Bottom descends into chaos after a pirate steals the secret formula using a magic book, SpongeBob and Plankton are the only ones with enough sanity to save the day, which means some good old-fashioned TM work.
What's TM work?
Their dynamic is genuinely funny, and the movie itself has a lot of good jokes. Plus, all the major characters are given room to shine, even if the focus is on the main frenemies. Overall, Sponge Out of Water is one of the last truly great pieces of SpongeBob media, as well as one of the last ones Hillenburg would work on before he passed. You done good, Hillenburg. From the grand return to the initial departure, next we have seasons 4 and 5 of the main series. Admittedly, right off the bat, it's pretty obvious that the writers and the direction of the show as a whole have changed here. Compared to the pre-movie seasons, season 4 is a lot more slow-paced with its humor, more focused on entertaining the kids of the audience than being enjoyable for all ages.
Young man, what has caused you to act like this? I must know!
That's not necessarily a bad thing, though. I mean, SpongeBob is a kids show after all, and thankfully the first couple of seasons after the movie actually did retain most of the charm of the first 3. Seriously, you'd be surprised how many episodes considered classics came from these seasons. Where's Gary? Season 4. Fear of a Krabby Patty? Season 4. Roller Cowards? Season 5. And a lot more. This is also that nice period of the series where the animation became more smooth, but it wasn't yet too overstimulating. The show must go on with lights, camera, pants. When you hear the term party game, you probably think of one of two things. Mario Party, or its many, Demon Slayer made a Mario Party clone? But SpongeBob's take on the Mario Party adjacent formula makes a simple yet brilliant decision. The game has over 30 mini-games, which admittedly isn't a lot to distract from the friendship-breaking board games. That's why it's a good thing that Lights Camera Pants doesn't have any of those board game aspects. You just play goofy mini-games with snazzy music and iconic characters and locations from the show. It's simple, it's effective, and most importantly, it's just plain fun. But the performance-themed stuff isn't done quite yet. On today's episode of Wow, this has no right to go as hard as it does, we have the SpongeBob SquarePants Musical. I don't know who decided there was even potential for a SpongeBob Broadway musical, but I want to sincerely thank them. The set design, the character costumes, the choreography, look, I don't know a lot of musical lingo. What I do know though is that they absolutely nailed bringing SpongeBob and his world to the stage. With some ridiculously good songs that don't always have anything to do with the plot, it captures the vibe of the show really well. Surprisingly, the music isn't the only highlight. It has some genuinely good jokes. My personal favorite being Plankton referring to SpongeBob as rhombus slacks. If you haven't watched the musical yet, you definitely should. It gave us Gary on his skateboard, which is already a strong start, but if there's any moment that absolutely hooked us on it, it'd have to be Patchy's sudden cameo and musical number halfway through. If you're still not convinced, you're just plain P-O-O-ARG. We've officially entered the elite top 5, and it's kicking off with the SpongeBob Movie video game. SpongeBob does plenty of near impossible stuff in the show, but perhaps his most unbelievable achievement to date is having not just a successful movie adaptation, but a video game adapting said adaptation, and said game being good. 20 years later, the SpongeBob movie game is still the second most beloved SpongeBob game of all time, perfectly retelling the story of the movie with all the platforming and combat prowess of Battle for Bikini Bottom, but in a more linear, less forgiving environment. Whether you're sliding down giant volcanic rock slides, fighting whatever horrifying monsters you run into, or trying desperately to get enough Goofy Goober tokens for Mindy to give you the upgrade you need, this game is great both as an adaptation of the movie it's based on and as a game in its own right. It's not exactly a masterpiece, of course, there are definitely some design flaws here and there, but those are more than made up for by its faithfulness to the source material. You'll get different outfits and expressions in different levels, new moves to enhance combat, and if you get bored of the main levels, there are always those weirdly psychedelic bonus levels. Yeah, I liked the SpongeBob levels, I said it. But while I'm not sure if this is controversial, the newest SpongeBob game, The Cosmic Shake, is one I consider even better. The first console game, excluding any remakes, since Hero Pants, The Cosmic Shake had a tough act to follow. By which I mean said act was so bad they had a lot of fans to regain the trust of. And while Cosmic Shake isn't exactly the hottest talking point in the gaming community, it's still a shockingly well-made game, and all that boils down to how much genuine effort went into making it. First off, this game was clearly made by fans of the show. Easter eggs, classic episode references, cameos from every main and supporting character except Mermaid Man Barkle Boy, rest in peace honestly, and literally all of them being reprised by their respective voice roles from the show. On top of all of that, the game has a creative story that sends SpongeBob and Patrick through numerous dimensions to explore different versions of iconic Bikini Bottom locations, like a Wild West jellyfish fields or even a dystopian jelly-covered glove world. It's got some decent jokes, pretty good replay value, fun gameplay mechanics. They gave SpongeBob a homing dash? Like, that alone tempts me to place this game in S tier, but as far as SpongeBob games go, we all know there can only be one true champion. With that, we've reached the pinnacle of absorbent yellow porous greatness. This is the S tier, and I'm sure you hardly need to be told that the bronze medal of greatness goes to Battle for Bikini Bottom, a game that single-handedly challenges the claim that licensed games based on pre-existing properties suck. Battle for Bikini Bottom takes the approach of having actual fans of the series make the game, and the result is a game that acts as a true love letter to the classic SpongeBob seasons, with jokes that seem like they came straight out of classic episodes to environments that really make you feel like you're playing through episodes of the show. Even having 3 fully fleshed out playable characters, the game never gets boring. Okay, it kind of does in the kelp forest, but nothing is perfect. In addition to being a good product for SpongeBob fans, the game is also good as, well, a game. It features a nice mix of platforming, collecting, and light combat, truly the pinnacle of any great 3D platformer. One moment you're busting up robots at the Goo Lagoon Pier, the next you're trying to beat Mrs. Puff's record on Sand Mountain. It's truly a phenomenal game, especially considering that it came out at the height of SpongeBob's popularity, meaning that, frankly, it didn't need to be all that great to sell well. But it is, and I love it. And the Silver Medalist of Greatness supports that idea too. The SpongeBob SquarePants movie. Often when a TV show gets a movie, it goes the route of just making a regular episode of the show, but longer. The SpongeBob movie is nothing like that. Sure, it has all the sense of humor, expressive art, and animation of the show, but it takes it all to a much bigger and grander scale, having SpongeBob and Patrick go on a journey through the deepest, darkest recesses of the ocean, places we've never seen in the show, but that feel totally in place.
We're safe and sound at the bottom of this trench.
That's not to mention the movie featuring the absolute best of Plankton, from his ridiculously pissed off expressions to a surprisingly well thought out plan. This is not just Plankton, this is Peakton. The emotional crux of SpongeBob and Krabs' relationship is a perfect note to end on too, with the latter finally learning to respect his boyo for who he is, rather than waiting on him to grow up. Tack on SpongeBob and Patrick's always sweet best friend dynamic and you have an unforgettable movie that fans will remember fondly as the true finale of a pretty much perfect cartoon.
Wait, Pat! This bigger boot saved our lives.
Yay! But on that note, the gold medal of greatness goes to seasons 1 through 3 of SpongeBob. I'm not even gonna try and make a special transition into that one, it's just that obvious. I can't imagine that literally anyone went into this video expecting something else to take the top spot. And if you did, well, you might want to sharpen your wombology knowledge. Jokes aside, basically every iconic meme, joke, quote, etc. from the series came from the first few seasons.
SpongeBob, in art class. Wait! This is cooking! Come back!
The first season gives us a cozy but still goofy vibe to the series. It takes the time to introduce the world of Bikini Bottom while not shying away from the unpredictable humor. Seasons 2 and 3 ramped up the comedy aspects of the show, and it's where the characters really came into their own. And 25 years later, it's still one of the most beloved cartoons ever created. Every episode has at least one joke or line or some other third thing that'll stick with you for years to come. So it really wasn't ever a contest which era of SpongeBob would be taking home the gold. Or yellow.
Bikini Bottom is filled with heroes, villains, and everyone in between. So today, we're ranking every SpongeBob SquarePants character from good to evil. As usual, we'll be starting with the most noble character and working our way down to the most evil. These characters are the good. And there are plenty of friendly faces in Bikini Bottom, but we're giving our gold medal of good to Grandma SquarePants.
The best grandma in the world, Grandma.
When it comes to morals, she's as sweet as a batch of her freshly baked cookies.
You make the best cookies in the deep blue sea. Oh, yeah.
She thrives on showing love to her grandson, SpongeBob, and when Patrick comes to visit, she babies him just the same way. So the line of kindness isn't just drawn at family. While she does respect SpongeBob's wishes to be treated as an adult, she's also willing to dote on him again when he decides he doesn't actually want to grow up. Add on the fact that there's absolutely nothing bad we can say about her, and you have the perfect pick for the gold medal of good. The silver medal of good is thankfully far from a certain four-letter word starting with E. It's good old Mermaid Man, of course. As one half of Bikini Bottom's most beloved crime-fighting duo, Mermaid Man is a kind and vigilant hero. Sure, he is a little bit senile in his old age, to say the least.
And the worst part is, I can't remember why I started crying.
But at the encouragement of SpongeBob and Patrick, he and Barnacle Boy came out of retirement to continue protecting Bikini Bottom from evil. There's nothing outright bad to say about Mermaid Man, but he does occasionally share Barnacle Boy's annoyance with SpongeBob and Patrick, being willing to ditch him in Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy too. But we can't dock him any points, as he's still an incredibly kind and heroic figure for the town. And we can understand how SpongeBob and Patrick can get on someone's nerves. But let's head over to the big screen to talk about Mindy, who takes the bronze medal of good. A supporting character whose only prominent appearance is in the original SpongeBob SquarePants movie. Fans will remember her as King Neptune's kind-hearted daughter. While she does have a deceptive side, shown by her tricking SpongeBob and Patrick into thinking she had mermaid magic that would turn them into men.
You just gotta believe!
It's only brought out when necessary for the good of the people. From generously defying her father's order to throw the royal crown polisher into the dungeon for 40 years, to interceding on SpongeBob's behalf so he could save Mr. Krabs. Mindy uses her intelligence and resources to grow into a kind soul who's definitely shaping up to be a heroic and proper ruler of the sea. Despite having less screen time than most of the entries on our list, she made enough of an impact to get an honorable placement. But let's talk about the first of many recurring background fish, Scooter. He's that light purple fish who's experienced high tide, laughed at the ripping of pants, and can find the coin slot on any seahorse. Scooter is a chill guy who's always friendly with his fellow Bikini Bottom dudes and dudettes.
That was awesome!
May he experience high tide to the maximum for all of his days. He's genuinely one of those characters who just exists to lift the spirits of everyone around him. Kinda like Bruce from Family Guy.
Another milkshake, please.
It may be surprising that we're heading to the chum bucket so early, but the next spot has to go to Spot. When even a tyrannical, albeit tiny, evil genius can't resist how adorable you are, you just know you're the closest thing to a pure soul this town has ever seen. Spot doesn't appear all too often, but his debut in the Season 9 episode Plankton's Pet made him a welcome addition to the supporting cast. He's an adorable character who's ever loyal to Plankton. While this does mean he's helping him steal the formula by default, he's really just a good boy in general. He saves SpongeBob and Plankton from a gang of angry pets attacking them, for instance, showing that his kindness isn't limited to his owner. And as a side note, he's even in the newest SpongeBob video game, The Cosmic Shake, as a collectible bonus item. But he's more than a collectible item to us. He's a collectible friend. Though when it comes to Bikini Bottom pets, you just can't beat Gary the Snail. Who doesn't love old Gare Bear?
Greetings and salutations, grouchy man.
Gary's just a house snail trying to live his best life. He enjoys the finer things in undersea life, from reading books to tying shoes to helping out around the town. In Fungus Among Us, Gary is actually the key to curing the fungus attacking Bikini Bottom, and that's far from the only time he's a major help. Gary loves SpongeBob dearly and is always there to support him when needed. This includes rescuing him from Puffy Fluffy and a pal for Gary, even after SpongeBob was the absolute worst to him in that episode.
Gary! Gary! Unlock this door immediately! Gary!
As for why we don't rank him higher, well, Gary can get into a bit of mischief. He might let you blow yourself up before he's willing to take a bath, and in The Bully, he pulls out a camera when SpongeBob is about to get beaten up by Flats. But everyone does have a dark side, and we can love Gary and his all the same. We will give Gary the gluttony medal though. In whatever happened to SpongeBob, he ate a year's worth of food in just one day. But let's pay a visit to Old Man Jenkins. He may have one of the most inconsistent designs in the entire series, but one thing consistent about Old Man Jenkins is his generous, kind nature. When Mr. Krabs was a young boy whose folks couldn't afford clothes for him, Jenkins gave them help by letting them stitch some rags together to use as clothes. He can admittedly be a bit unstable at times, but he's also always out to protect Bikini Bottom citizens from the dangers of city folk and their flying machines.
I told you nothing good would come from city folk and their flying machines.
But let's give a quick mention to SpongeBob's parents, Harold and Margaret SquarePants. While they're far from major characters, we've seen enough of this pair to conclude that they're all-around good people. They're always supportive of SpongeBob, from gladly taking him in when his house is eaten by nematodes, to celebrating him finally getting his driver's license.
Oh no, this doesn't look like a family restaurant.
Oh, well, what do you think, baby? Would you like to eat here?
They also care deeply for each other, though. For one example, the episode New Digs sees Mr. Krabs accidentally walk in on Margaret in the shower, leading to a beatdown from Harold. And speaking of beatdowns, it's time to talk about Mermaid Man's young ward, Barnacle Boy. Barnacle Boy is a lot more abrasive than his more senile partner in Crime Stopping. He's often the voice of reason when Mermaid Man is a little too generous towards their spongy superfan. And on one occasion, he even becomes an outright villain due to Mermaid Man refusing to let him order an adult-sized Krabby Patty.
A villain who is evil.
Still, by the end of the day, Barnacle Boy does care for his fans and the Deep Blue Sea in general, doing just as much as Mermaid Man to protect it from the horrors of villains like the Atomic Flounder, Man Ray, and the dreaded Dirty Bubble.
The boy needs his vitamins.
Here you go, son.
If Mermaid Man is the heart and soul of the duo, Barnacle Boy is likely the brains. And that's every bit as important, even if he is a little more brash than his partner. Alright y'all, it's time to talk about Sandy Cheeks. The strongest critter in Bikini Bottom, this Texan squirrel is a kind-hearted citizen who acts as SpongeBob and Patrick's mediator, and a sort of surrogate big sister figure. Sandy will do absolutely anything to protect her friends, and won't hesitate to beat the tar out of anyone who hurts or even endangers them. Like the Texas-style whooping she gave Mr. Krabs in Shopping List. That said, Sandy's passion doubles as her greatest strength and weakness. She can be overly competitive sometimes, leading to the injury and exhaustion of everyone else around her, usually SpongeBob. She also won't hesitate to attack if you don't say nothing bad about Texas.
What am I now?
Stupid?
No, I'm Texas.
What's the difference?
But despite her weaknesses, Sandy is overall one of the most reliably friendly faces in Bikini Bottom, as well as a pretty consistent force of good. And from one rough and tough beachgoer to the next, we have Larry the Lobster, the Giga Chad of the Pacific Ocean. Larry is a nice subversion of the usual show off the main character is jealous of trope. Rather than being obnoxious, Larry is generally a very kind and caring person. He takes his role as lifeguard seriously, using his strength to protect the beachgoers at all costs.
Well, will you look at that?
And properly train SpongeBob and Patrick to swim when he finds out they weren't able to. In later seasons, he's the owner of Larry's Gym, where he helps Bikini Bottom get in shape, even letting them use it for free on the first day. The reason he loses a few points is that his show-off attitude can sometimes venture into jerk territory.
I was just picking up some dietary supplements here at the supermarket. I've been working on my chest and buns.
And he can even be pretty mean sometimes, from calling SpongeBob and Patrick pathetic in A Life in a Day.
Well, you gotta take risks. Live on the edge.
To telling his own parents they're too old and unsightly to be on the beach. Not quite enough to call his entire character into question, but certainly enough to knock an otherwise pleasant guy down a couple spots. But our next entry is every bit as cool as Larry. And if he's not, let us be struck by a flying ice cream truck. And live! SpongeBob SquarePants is soaking up the glory in our next spot. Now, what can we say about SpongeBob that hasn't been said many, many times already? He's the eternal optimist of Bikini Bottom, courageously nice to everyone around him regardless of whether or not he benefits or gets any kindness in return. He regularly helps everyone around him, sometimes even to his own detriment. This does often result in him being taken advantage of, even being used for land development on one occasion.
You used me for land development. That wasn't nice.
Haven't you figured it out, SpongeBob?
But his generosity and extremely forgiving nature are still worth praising. But why does he fall so low in the good section? Well, while SpongeBob is like 95% well-intentioned, there is still that 5% of the time where his ego can get in the way.
What weenies.
Would you care for another Diet Cola with a lemon twist, weenie?
In the episode Breath of Fresh Squidward, he starts to be mean to Squidward out of jealousy once he becomes the favorite down at the Krusty Krab rather than SpongeBob himself. SpongeBob's gullible nature also leads to a lot of trouble for those around him, even though he is being well-intentioned. And while he doesn't reach Peter Griffin levels of reckless ignorance, SpongeBob has his unfavorable moments that keep him from ranking any higher.
And stop. No recap and we'll buff out those scratches.
There's also the occasional stalking tendencies he shows, like when he was able to recreate Squidward's house down to the last detail in Squid's Visit. But at the end of the day, he's still a great friend to have. It's no wonder why he has so many fans like Patchy the Pirate, for one of many examples. Fans are divided on whether Patchy enhances or ruins the specials he's in. But whether you love Patchy or you're wrong, there's little doubt that this admittedly man-childish pirate is a cool guy. He's the leader of the SpongeBob SquarePants fan club, making sure the show goes on no matter what. And that's not to mention the absolutely sick parties he throws, or the cookie dough he makes for his child audience. He loses some points for his short temper, wrecking his entire house when SpongeBob's last episode was just a bunch of cheap walk cycles. We don't blame him too much, but still, it might be good to keep an eye on him.
Patty! Patty!
Just know that even if he's a bit of a man-child at times, Patchy is a nice guy. Oh, and on the topic of above-the-water humans, we've got to mention David Hasselhoff real quick. Larry isn't the only lifeguard you can count on, after all. In the SpongeBob movie, Hasselhoff showed up to act as a taxi to Bikini Bottom for SpongeBob and Patrick, making sure they'd get the crown, save the town, and Mr. Krabs in time.
Next stop, Bikini Bottom!
So, you did good, Hasselhoff. But let's round out the good section with a quick mention of Harold. one of the most frequent and recognizable fish in the series. Harold is a blue shark-like fish who's known for often losing his temper. But while he is a bit abrasive, he's also shown to have a decent moral code, like when he protected SpongeBob from the old man he thought was gonna kick his butt.
So, you like kicking butts, do ya? Well, we'll show you, old man! There he is!
Misguided? Sure. Short-tempered? Absolutely. But a bad guy? Not even close. And with that said, we start treading some rough waters. This is the gray area. Let's kick things off here with a one-time character, Stanley SquarePants. Here's the question. Is being the absolute unluckiest creature in the deep blue sea a sin, or is it just plain misfortune? The answer? We don't know. Stanley's a nice enough guy, sure, but his tendency to break literally everything he touches makes him a source of trouble for everyone around him. In any other series, it would be an anime villain origin story in the making. But in SpongeBob, it's just this one guy who showed up once, screwed up some things, and nobody knows where he is today. Hopefully he found his place though, and hopefully he paid for the chum bucket's repairs.
Sorry, boss.
Perch Perkins here, reporting to you live from the next spot. Perch Perkins is pretty much the most just there character in the series. He's an impartial news reporter who reports news. Whether it's acknowledging the dangers of mad snail disease or finding out what exactly inspired the Krusty Krab 2's inception.
What inspired you to build a second Krusty Krab right next door to the original?
Money!
Perch is there for you when you need news, but not much else. Now we get to our next main character, SpongeBob's five-pointed pink pal, Patrick Star. And honestly, it breaks our hearts to have to put the big guy so low. Patrick can be an amazing friend, acting as SpongeBob's most loyal and reliable companion, aside from maybe Sandy or Gary. He also helps SpongeBob in many of his good deeds and seems to also take pleasure in them. That said, Patrick can also be very reckless, selfish, and sometimes an outright jerk.
Sure about this?
You know, maybe it's the walls.
You could honestly make a case for him being the most inconsistent character in the entire show, morally speaking. In one episode, he'll be the most sweet and reasonable guy in town, and in another, he's forcing Squidward to ink so he can make other citizens drink it, which sounds disgusting. So yeah, all things considered, this is a generous placement. Though in Patrick's defense, he is a really friendly guy. For every time he causes trouble in an episode, there's another where he's more than willing to clean up his messes, or even someone else's. And many of his worst deeds are more from stupidity rather than malice.
Is this the Krusty Krab?
No, this is Patrick.
Which easily earns him the Darwin Medal and a bit more merciful of a placement on our list.
Gee, Patrick, I didn't know you spoke bird.
No, that's Italian, SpongeBob.
Next, let's talk about Pearl Krabs, Mr. Krabs' whale daughter. Don't question it. Just know that Pearl is your stereotypical teenage girl. She's selfish, she wants nothing more than to be popular, likes to go to the mall, and loves money. That's fair, sure, but it's not earning her a Nobel Peace Prize either.
Oh no! My backpack! This is the worst thing that could ever happen!
That said, we're still gonna give her a modest placement for the fact that she doesn't particularly do anything that bad in the series. In fact, she can be compassionate, comforting SpongeBob when he thinks he's ruined her prom and dancing with him anyway. She's superficial and kind of annoying at worst, and genuinely nice at times. Next up, we're not pulling your leg! Fred is finally here. His character is basically that gag. But that's not all there is to him. He'll burst into song if he eats a Krabby Patty good enough to justify it, or to declare his love for a nurse. Which, yeah, that's why he's in the gray. Rather than asking this woman out like a normal human being, Fred repeatedly and intentionally breaks his own leg, just so he can be hospitalized and see her again. Like, come on guy, other people need medical attention. And how do you even afford that? He definitely earns the Lust Medal though, just for going that far to maybe ask out a girl. Also worth mentioning is resident chocoholic Tom. You probably know him best as the crazy chocolate guy from Chocolate with Nuts.
Chocolate!
And if not for that, maybe the guy who literally grappled SpongeBob by the dimples out of fear for how he'd ruin his drink. He also rallied the citizens of Bikini Bottom against Bubble Buddy. Tom can be a nice guy on the whole, but if you tick him off, things are gonna get pretty unpleasant. And speaking of unpleasant, it's finally time to take a trip to the center of Conch Street to talk about Squidward Q tentacles.
Squidward! Hip hip! Boo! Hip hip! Boo! Hip hip!
In a nutshell, Squidward is the anti-SpongeBob. Where SpongeBob is eternally optimistic, Squidward is eternally pessimistic. Where SpongeBob is childlike and jovial, Squidward is mature and resigned. This can make Squidward appear to be a mean guy, especially to a child's eye, but as time goes on, it's easier to see that Squidward is less of a jerk and more of an exhausted, unfulfilled adult.
Because I'm all out of money!
That said, he is still also kind of a jerk. He plays cruel pranks on SpongeBob and Patrick quite often, taking advantage of their naivete to get his way, or just for his own enjoyment.
I've come for your pickle.
But for every time Squidward is noticeably mean, there's another time where he shows his true caring nature. In Fools in April, he plays a horribly mean prank on SpongeBob, but later apologizes to him and admits that he likes having him around. He's willing to stick up for SpongeBob when push comes to shove, and even makes up for his mean-spiritedness on Christmas by becoming Santa for SpongeBob and the whole of Bikini Bottom. But while Squidward is far from a bad guy, he isn't a saint either, so a spot near the middle of the list is perfect for him. Side note, we have to give him the Pride Medal, because his superiority complex and obsession with making art and his image more than earn it.
Everybody's an idiot except for me.
Well, it's true.
From one exhausted adult figurehead to another, next up is Mrs. Puff. Puff has a lot of good qualities. She's incredibly patient, given how caring she is with SpongeBob despite how much trouble he causes her on a regular basis.
Oh, SpongeBob! Why?
Mrs. Puff, I think I cheated.
Against her better judgment, she lets SpongeBob wear the hall monitor uniform so he won't be sad. But as the series goes on, Mrs. Puff's unstable mental state becomes more clear. We find out that she has a past of boatjacking, has relocated and changed her name at least once, and most egregiously, in the episode Demolition Doofus, she formulates a plan to literally kill SpongeBob.
Forever!
It's hard not to sympathize with Mrs. Puff, but her checkered past and criminal record in the present makes her an easy choice for the gray area. Next is local panty raid victim Mama Krabs. Mama Krabs is far from the worst parental figure you could ask for, but she isn't anywhere near perfect either. She forces SpongeBob, Patrick, and Mr. Krabs to paint her house as punishment for cursing.
And if you're going to talk like sailors, then you're going to work like sailors.
Which seems kind of extreme for 3 grown men. And also has no issue with Plankton's robot terrorizing Bikini Bottom once he makes her a nice statue. And keeping up the trend of relatives, next is Sam Star, Patrick's older sister. She only appears in the episode Big Sister Sam, and given her absence in Patrick's family-oriented spin-off show, it's worth wondering if this is another case of Patrick forgetting someone isn't actually related to him. In any case, Sam is basically all of Patrick's worst traits rolled up into one. She has an extremely short temper, and will destroy entire houses if you tick her off even a little bit.
Sister Sam, put on mean face.
The only thing keeping her from the bottom section is that she does sincerely care about Patrick and protecting him, so hopefully the two keep in touch. After all, someone's gotta protect Patrick from the horrors of Glovey Glove. If you've ever wondered why Patrick is so terrified of this big, perpetually smiling glove, don't worry, the new video game Cosmic Shake answers it quite nicely, or at least offers one possibility. While Glovey Glove loves his theme park and wants his guests to have a great time, he's also not above kidnapping Patrick to force him into best friendship forever.
I am so lonely.
This guy's a mystery, and the biggest question of all, is that a costume, or is he just like that? In any case, next up we're heading to King Neptune's castle. He has one of the worst rap sheets so far, from frequent abuse of power to literally locking his teenage son up on a desert island because he didn't want to be a god. Neppy is far from a model citizen. much less a model deity. He's also one of the main antagonists of the first SpongeBob movie, freezing Mr. Krabs after Plankton frames him for stealing his royal crown. As for what keeps him from falling any lower, well, Neptune does actually show remorse for the worst of his misdeeds. And by the end of the movie, he actually does reform his ways and apologizes to Krabs for falsely freezing him. Here's hoping the sea will have a much more kind and compassionate ruler from this day onward. And call it blasphemy if you want to, but we're going to close out the gray area with Mr. Krabs. And I know, pretty much everyone on the internet seems to agree by this point that Mr. Krabs is one of the most evil citizens in Bikini Bottom. And some even debate whether or not he's more evil than Plankton. But call us devil's advocates if you will. Mr. Krabs has done a lot more good than he's given credit for. Let's start with the bad.
Free drinks. Free light bulbs.
He's incredibly greedy, self-centered, and reckless.
Mr. Krabs, what are you doing out here?
Oh, you know, unwinding, enjoying the free parking.
He puts very little effort into birthdays and other treats for his daughter, Pearl, despite being more than well off. He charges his employees for breathing and even sold SpongeBob's soul for 62 cents. So we obviously have to give him the greed medal. But for all those bad deeds, there are some good ones that get less credit. For example, in Hooky, he warns the whole of Bikini Bottom about the hooks, and in Mr. Krabs Takes a Vacation, he saves the whole tourist group from a pair of burglars. When his greed goes too far, he's actually pretty remorseful most of the time. In the aforementioned soul-selling debacle, he instantly regrets his actions and begs to have SpongeBob back.
What have I done? Oh!
Krabs is a tightwad and has done some truly horrific things in his life, but he still has a conscience and sincerely cares for SpongeBob, Pearl, and to a much lesser extent, even Squidward. If you still don't want to accept his placement in the gray area, just go listen to This Grill Is Not a Home real quick. And once you're done crying, come back. Because we're now in our last category. These characters are the bad and the evil. Starting out this section with probably the most surprising entry, Bubble Buddy. It might be a bit of a shock to see him this low, but hear us out. At the end of his titular debut episode, Bubble Buddy reveals that he is, in fact, sentient.
I'll see you later, SpongeBob. Things are getting a little weird around here.
That means that he used counterfeit money to get a ton of free food from a restaurant, left beachgoers waiting in line for the restroom for 2 hours, deliberately ruined what was effectively an autographical handshake from Pearl's favorite surfer, and let Scooter literally die while he was being buried alive.
Can't you stand there, dude? The tide's coming in! Oh!
On top of that, he put SpongeBob on the spot to babysit his son later on, and also used his unaccompanied minor son as an envelope, basically endangering his life. Granted, it turns out he could be revived, being that he's made of soap. But still, this guy's more of a menace than he's given credit for. Next up is Patchy's partner in crime, Potty the Parrot. Sure, Patchy is a bit of a man-child, but if nothing else, he doesn't treat Potty in the absolute horrid ways Potty treats him. Even without counting Potty's constant verbal abuse towards Patchy, Potty assaults him on multiple occasions, from giving him a flute made of dynamite to shooting him out of a cannon multiple times. Yeah, they usually make up by the end, but by and large, Potty is just kind of a jerk. But not quite as much of a jerk as Squilliam Fancyson. Out of all the villains in this category, Squilliam is probably the least, quote, villainous. At least in the traditional sense. He's not a criminal, nor is he trying to take over the world or anything like that. But he does have one particularly egregious sin under his belt. He is a massive jerk, as mean as Squidward can be.
On your lunch break, Squiddy?
At least he doesn't devote his whole life to rubbing his success in Squidward's face. I'm not sure what went on between these two back in band class, but nothing justifies just how cruel Squilliam can be. Now, from a big ego to just a big guy. Next up is Bubble Bass. Bubble Bass is best known for his debut role in Season 1's Pickles, as an obnoxious customer who tricks SpongeBob into thinking he forgot the pickles on his burger to scam the restaurant out of free food.
You lose.
He's returned in recent seasons, but not for any redemption.
Oh, rapturous day! Today my collection will be completed!
He's basically just comic book guy from The Simpsons now. He's mean, snarky, and constantly manipulates others into doing everything for him. Not a pleasant guy on any level, but also, why and how did he hide that woman's car keys under his tongue? Well, that question can wait for now. Next up is Grandma Plankton. Plankton's Grammy-ma is the only relative of the diabolical little guy who makes a lot of appearances throughout the series. Although she does seem to get along well with Plankton most of the time.
You are darling.
Oh, Plankton, you always were my favorite granddaughter.
She does share his ambitions to steal the secret formula and rule the world, or at least the Krusty Krab. But she's nowhere near as dirty as our next entry, the Dirty Bubble. One of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy's arch nemeses. The Dirty Bubble is a simple bubble. He sees stuff that's clean, and he wants to make it dirty. As black and white as this sounds, he may be more broken than you would expect. He has tried to literally clean up his act by cleaning up his own body, which revealed that he may suffer from an addiction to dirt, which is the source of his evil nature.
For weeks, SpongeBob worked with DB to stay clean and good.
Hopefully one day he can figure out how to stay clean, but for now, he's just gotta stay in the lower end of our list. But let's talk about the geriatric duo's other archenemy, Man Ray.
Evil!
This would-be world dictator might seem like a sure shot for the lower half of this category, but let's take a look back at his debut episode in Season 2, when SpongeBob and Patrick helped train him to be less evil. He pretty much loses the urge to do bad thanks to the tickle belt therapy he goes through.
I guess I'll just open a checking account.
And he's also quite friendly at times, but unfortunately, we still can't completely excuse him for enslaving the entirety of Bikini Bottom on at least one occasion, especially considering he still commits crimes from time to time, despite his earlier reform. Next up is everyone's favorite undersea computer, Karen Plankton. Karen is an interesting case. It's been stated that Plankton built her, but also that she has a mother-in-law. What's more, in the episode Goo Goo Gas, she was revealed to have been a calculator in childhood. But confusing origins aside, she's mostly just bad by association with Plankton. She doesn't mind supporting Plankton's schemes to steal the formula, and yet at the same time, she constantly berates him.
I was just trying to make myself pretty for you, but do you even care? All you ever do is make stupid schemes about stupid sandwiches.
Granted, Plankton mistreats Karen a lot, but there have been times, like in the episode Fun, where Karen actively puts Plankton on the right path to make his plans work out.
This is the perfect opportunity for revenge.
She may not be pure evil, but Karen's definitely earned a spot in the bad territory. But now it's time to take a trip to Atlantic City to talk about King Poseidon. He's the main villain of the third SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run, and he kidnaps Gary to use his snail slime as a skincare routine. He does this with countless snails, and once he's done with their slime, he pretty much enslaves them. He also tries to kill SpongeBob and company, and even though they make amends at the movie's end, I'm not sure that motive and resolution add up. Like, I don't know, man, maybe you just don't have friends because you're a murderous, egotistical animal abuser. Just a thought. Some people just need to have their butts kicked now and then. A sentiment that Flats the Flounder would certainly agree with. While he's not even close to a major character in the series, Flats is memorable for his role in The Bully. One of the funniest classic episodes of the show.
Please turn and show the class what you drew, honey.
He likes kicking butts and taking names, and he's all out of names. His bullying doesn't just go for SpongeBob, though. He's implied to abuse his own father as well. It seems like the nicer someone is to Flats, the more he wants to kick their butts. Maybe someone ought to kick this guy's butt into a therapist's office. But now we arrive at Davy Jones' locker to talk about the spooky ghost pirate who haunts the seven seas, the Flying Dutchman. From stealing souls to enslaving Bikini Bottomites to even terrorizing random citizens for fun, Dutchie is no joke.
No! That's impossible!
He could definitely be a lot worse given his power level, but the Dutchman still gets way too much pleasure out of terrorism to place him anywhere but the bad and evil section.
The Flying Dutchman!
Still, he can be reasonable at times. like when he turned SpongeBob and Patrick from ghosts back to their normal selves in exchange for helping him prep for his date. That's just enough to put him above our next pirate captain, Burger Beard. To Bikini Bottom, this guy's an absolute menace. He manages to steal the formula for Krabby Patties and starts selling them on land, throwing the undersea world into chaos and making himself some sweet, sweet cash. Although you could potentially argue he didn't know his actions would affect other living creatures, he doesn't hesitate to fight them in order to keep his stolen treasure. And he's also really cruel to his seagulls. Not to mention, holy fish paste, those prices are ridiculous. How do you sleep at night, Burger Beard? Making his mark next is Doodlebob. The moral questionability of SpongeBob creating this demon aside, Doodlebob is no joke. He's willing to go to any lengths to usurp SpongeBob's life, even if that means literally erasing him from existence. He's extremely abusive to the other citizens of Bikini Bottom, even if they've done absolutely nothing to him. Pretty much the closest anyone on this list comes to a true chaotic evil character, Doodlebob is an absolute menace in every sense of the word. Landing just outside of our bottom three is the series' main villain, Sheldon J. Plankton. Despite being only the fourth most evil character in our eyes, Plankton has the largest and probably the most horrific list of crimes of any character on the entire list. Theft isn't where it stops. He's also guilty of verbally abusing his wife, psychologically manipulating people, enslaving the entire population of Bikini Bottom, etc., etc.
I finally stolen a Krabby Patty!
That's nice.
His drive for world domination is highly calculated too. In the episode King Plankton, he even practices for that fateful day he'll rule over the world by ruling over a bunch of sea monkeys in SpongeBob's aquarium.
I rule you, I rule you, I rule you, I rule you.
And the key to ruling the world is the Krabby Patty secret formula, which he'll stop at nothing to achieve. That drive to snatch Mr. Krabs' success for himself earns him the Envy Medal. What saves him from falling any lower is the fact that he is the last character on our list to have some redeeming quality. Plankton may be a tyrannical overlord in the making, but he does care about his wife and his pet amoeba, Spot, though much more for the latter. He's also able to work with SpongeBob on occasion when one of them needs his help, and even shows some concern for him every now and then. It's possible that despite his evil remaining as strong as ever, Plankton has become more of a friendly face over the years. He is still evil for sure, but at least he's able to have some friends nowadays. The winner of the Bronze Medal of Evil is also perhaps the most hated character in SpongeBob history, Puffy Fluffy. This menace appears in the episode A Pal for Gary, which is already a crime on its own. But to make things even worse, he spends the whole episode threatening Gary's life. Poor Gary is fighting for his life against this creature, all while SpongeBob remains terribly oblivious.
I am gonna sleep so well knowing that Gary's got a good buddy to take care of him.
While Puffy Fluffy's species is said to primarily exhibit their ferocious tendencies around other pets, he also doesn't hesitate to try and eat SpongeBob. And to make it worse, SpongeBob was trying to help Puffy himself. I don't know why he was, but he was. Honestly, good riddance to this scumbag. But we have to say, Dennis is much more of a monster than Puffy Fluffy, which is why he gets the Silver Medal of Evil. This vicious, cold-blooded predator is hired by Plankton in the SpongeBob movie to assassinate SpongeBob and Plankton, but his behavior throughout the movie makes it pretty obvious that Dennis is in it for the sheer joy of hurting others. Even being crushed by Bigger Boot isn't enough to deter Dennis, as he returns later on to try and kill SpongeBob and Patrick atop David Hasselhoff's back. Not even $5 goober was enough to pay this menace off. The fact that he killed multiple people unrelated to his mission and clearly took great joy in the prospect of killing SpongeBob and Patrick, not to mention his total lack of hesitation to work for Plankton, is enough to confirm that Dennis is the most heartless, cruel fish in the sea. With one exception. He didn't take the gold medal, but before we move on to Bikini Bottom's most evil character, we're definitely giving the Wrath medal to Dennis. You can debate whether the most evil character in Bikini Bottom is Plankton, or Doodlebob, or Dennis, or maybe even Mr. Krabs, but we here at Wicked Binge believe deep down everyone can agree the gold medal of evil has to go to the pizza customer. He's a monster. He's ruthless. He's cold and uncaring, showing no sympathy towards the weak and weary. He'll draw you in at first, sure, thanking you for that pizza you went through literal natural disasters to deliver. But at the end of it all, he'll use 3 words to crush your soul.
Where's my drink?
A drink that he did not order, mind you. This man went out of his way to scream at SpongeBob over forgetting a drink he literally didn't order, and threw the pizza directly into his face. His total lack of remorse for making a happy, well-meaning, friendly delivery person break down in tears was enough to move Squidward. And this is season 1 Squidward, mind you, so he was still a total jerk. So we say, the gold medal of evil is on the house.
Whether you grew up with the classics or you're growing up with Camp Coral, if it's the latter, sorry to hear that, everybody loves this little square dude and the many residents of Bikini Bottom. And today we're ranking every SpongeBob SquarePants character from worst to best in our official tier list. We'll begin with the worst characters from this undersea ensemble, and while there aren't too many, the F tier has some unsavory characters. Our last place pick might be a bit controversial, but just kidding, it's Puffy Fluffy. I doubt this guy has any supporters. It's no secret that the 7th season's A Pal for Gary is rightly considered by most fans to be one of, if not the worst SpongeBob episode. We could rant about how downright out of character SpongeBob's ignorance and inconsideration towards Gary is here, but this is about Puffy Fluffy.
Beware, boy. This is no ordinary pet.
A character whose only character trait is terrorizing Gary for an entire episode. We're not sure who thought Gary being chased by a monster with murderous intent was funny, but they were definitely mistaken.
You put Fluffy down right now. Bad boy Gary. Bad boy.
Puffy Fluffy's bottom spot placement reflects that he's basically the epitome of the worst mid-season SpongeBob has to offer. But the earlier seasons weren't devoid of their own unlikable characters, like the pizza customer. We gave this guy the gold medal of evil on our recent redux of the SpongeBob cast's moral standings, a decision we stand by even now. But whether you agree or not, one of the few things unifying every SpongeBob fan is that this guy is the absolute worst.
Where's my drink?
Now, in his limited defense, it's possible that he did order a drink, and that Mr. Krabs just forgot to communicate that to SpongeBob and Squidward.
How am I supposed to eat this pizza without my drink?
But in any case, shouting at an enthusiastic delivery boy until he cries is just downright unnecessary. If you want a Diet Dr. Kelp, maybe, I don't know, go get one at the grocery store or our convenience store, literally anywhere that sells them, and even if the order was right, you just know this guy wouldn't have tipped. For our third and final character in the F tier, we have Kevin C. Cucumber. Okay, he gets points for clever wordplay in his name and being in a pretty good episode. As unlikable as he is, he does have a few funny insults under his belt.
Loser.
Hey, I've heard this call before.
But any credit he'd get for that is taken away by the fact that he's a total fraud who bawls like a baby in the face of actual danger.
Help me, Mommy! Help me!
That crown might not have been a hat, but you still don't deserve it, Kevin. What you do deserve is a prison sentence, considering you left multiple members of your fan club in a deep abyss to presumably starve.
Kevin's back! Kevin! We love you, Kevin!
Let's move on to the more likable, or at least less unlikable characters. This is the D tier. We're sticking to one-off characters for now, starting with Patrick's big sister, Sam Star. Ignoring that this is one of the many times later seasons, not to mention spin-offs, ignored established lore in the series, which, to be fair, said lore was a throwaway line of dialogue, Sam isn't a particularly endearing character.
Big nose, no like sand. Big nose move.
Her whole shtick is smashing people's houses if they even remotely upset her, which, spoiler alert, isn't hard to do. That said, she did help protect Patrick when they got lost as children, and she does genuinely love her brother. It's not enough for us to place her any higher, but it's enough for us to keep her out of the F tier. Suffering a similar fate is the newest SpongeBob movie villain, King Poseidon. The monarch of Atlantic City, King Poseidon is... well, you know how King Neptune was vain and obnoxious, but also a genuine threat who intimidated people? Yeah, King Poseidon has those first two traits down, but they sort of lost their way after that. He lacks any of the screen presence Neptune had in the original movie, and added to the fact that he's an animal abuser who uses snails for skincare and then enslaves them, it's hard to like the guy. It's nice that he learns to accept himself at the end of the movie and that he presumably became a better person afterwards, but look man, we can only give you so much credit for a turnaround that has no effect on the movie as a whole. Sorry dude. SpongeBob might be nice enough to forgive a notorious kidnapper, but the Bikini Bottom police would be a lot more hesitant.
What have you got in there? Quasi-gummy chewy candy fish. Is this how you have fun? By eating your own kind? Scum like you make me sick.
These guys are at least pretty funny, from beating a mailbox for being crooked to arresting SpongeBob for the crime of not inviting them to his house party.
We're gonna straighten you out!
This'll fix you!
But that doesn't change the fact that they're almost never an actual help to the community. Prove it? Okay, how about Plankton? Seriously, I'm pretty sure Mrs. Puff has had more prison time than Plankton. The guy might be tiny, but you'd think that surely the police would have found some way to keep him in jail after he literally enslaved the entire town.
You'll never hold me! These primitive shackles are no match for my genius! That was easy.
When they aren't trying to help, they're actively making the situation worse.
What happened to prisoner 665321?
So, as entertaining as the police can be in Bikini Bottom, we definitely wouldn't call them for an actual emergency.
Litter bugs. This is why I joined the Force.
Next is a character who's ranked low for a pretty unconventional reason. The Lord Royal Highness from Atlantis SquarePantis. A character voiced by the late great David Bowie in an admittedly divisive TV musical special. The stars are aligning, baby! Sure, his design is one of the most hideous things I've ever seen on a show that isn't Big Mouth, but I'm sure his musical talent will make up for it. Oh, what's that? He doesn't sing. So let me get this straight. The guy voiced by famous musician David Bowie was cast in a musical episode of one of the most iconic cartoons ever created, and he not only doesn't sing, but is the literal only major character in the episode who doesn't sing. We'll talk about a missed opportunity, really putting the L in LRH. May he rest in peace and get that musical number in heaven, perhaps. To round out our D tier, we have one more movie villain, Burger Beard. Now, Burger Beard does get points for being in a good movie. No disrespect to anyone who likes Sponge on the Run, but unlike that one, Sponge Out of Water, in my opinion, did a better job of feeling like SpongeBob while also doing something unique. Having a live-action pirate be the main antagonist was a fun choice, even if he wasn't very intimidating and his goal really only began and ended at sell burger.
Aha! My very own food truck!
A restaurant on wheels.
Like, come on, he couldn't have known that would tear apart the fabric of Bikini Bottom society, surely. Still, if he had more screen time, he could have been way more memorable, so we'll give the guy some credit. But now let's move on to the more beloved secondary characters. This is the C tier. While we love it when you guys type comments for us, if you're Stanley S. SquarePants, we'll kindly ask you not to, for the sole reason that we don't want your computer to turn into a nuclear bomb. This poor guy has the absolute worst luck in existence. Everything he touches spontaneously combusts, tears, runs away in fear, or is otherwise destroyed.
Sorry, boss.
He's like Shigaraki from My Hero Academia, but instead of maliciously destroying whatever he touches, he's just an unwilling force of mass chaos and bad luck. We can't hate the guy since he has only the best of intentions, but how much good can you really do with the character whose whole shtick is sucking at literally everything? So relatable. Now, no offense, Stanley, but maybe you just need a helping hand like Hans. We'd suggest Glovey Glove, but I don't really trust Glovey Glove. Hans is great though. He'll scrub you clean if you've got the suds, get you a spare pair of pants so you won't perform your intro.
In the nude.
But perhaps his most important good deed is helping bring SpongeBob and friends back when they fall out of bounds in some of the SpongeBob PS2 games.
What's happening?
In this scene, you'll be cleaning bathroom fixtures.
Which is good, but dude, please just take me to the next level. I'm so tired of this kelp vine slide. Every great sponge has to come from somewhere. Up next are SpongeBob's parents. While they aren't the most fleshed out characters, we have to give them some credit for being so genuinely nice and pleasant. They're not overbearing on SpongeBob, but they're still always there for him, whether he needs a place to stay or a family to celebrate getting his boating license with.
A brand new boatmobile!
More importantly than anything though, they always make sure to show pride in SpongeBob's accomplishments. It's no wonder the guy is so content working at his job as an underpaid fry cook. Now you might have thought those two were cookies rather than old loofah sponges, in which case you should visit Grandma SquarePants. Admit it, your innermost desire for delicious fresh-baked cookies is taking you over.
Oh, yeah.
It's okay, it's natural. If you haven't called your grandma recently, maybe it's time to schedule a cookie baking session. And if you don't have a good relationship with your grandma, you know what? Bake yourself some cookies. You deserve them. We all know this absolute angel would agree. We're gonna stick with the old folks for a little bit because next is Old Man Jenkins, the man who's had at least 3 different character designs over the years. Old Man Jenkins does it all. Whether it's firing himself from a cannon to protect the city folk from their no-good flying machines, or providing the impoverished Krabs family with rags to make clothing, allowing for a literal rags to riches story.
I knew no good would come from city folk and their flying machines. That's it.
Jenkins is a nice, well-intentioned guy who's always willing to help. On top of that, he even uses his jalape's horn to censor out swears sometimes. And the name of the game for now is background characters. We're gonna include some of the most iconic ones, like the Goo Lagoon lifeguard. Sometimes to be a great character, you don't need any flashy gimmicks or anything. All you need is to be a decent guy doing his job well.
Hey, look! A cardboard box washed up on the beach. Holy fish paste! It's a guy!
This lifeguard has been protecting Goo Lagoon since the earliest seasons of the show, and the mere thought of someone drowning sends him into absolute panic. He's a dedicated guy who's always down to save others when they're in trouble. Even SpongeBob's notorious ripped pants prank wasn't enough to deter this everyday hero. Speaking of dedication, we've got to give a quick shout out to Incidental 70. Really, what can we say about him? He's one of those background characters who did literally next to nothing aside from saying,
"Hey, SpongeBob's back!"
Yet we all universally missed him enough for the fact of his return to making cameos in the series to take over the internet for a few weeks. Imagine being so loved that people are rallying for you to return 2 decades later and you don't even have more than a single speaking role. That's dedication. On the next episode of Wait, That Guy Has a Name? We have Frank, the buff goldfish. Why is he this high up, you ask? Just look at him.
Here he is.
That ain't SpongeBob. SpongeBob is square.
He's so goofy, even by SpongeBob character design standards. It really feels like one of the artists behind the show doodled this guy on their lunch break and he became an office favorite. I could totally be wrong, but if I had an office, he'd be one of its favorites for sure. What an absolute icon. Darwin has been hitting the gym, clearly. And rounding out the C tier, we have Bubble Buddy. The guy is iconic, and he does get some points for offering you all sorts of advice in Battle for Bikini Bottom. That said, he's also weirdly inconsiderate. From dumping his son on SpongeBob for an impromptu babysitting session to holding up a whole line of people in the bathroom for 2 hours.
Don't just stand there, dude! The tide's coming in! Oh!
Bubble Buddy is a menace, but he's a memorable one at least. Didn't he also leave that guy to die in high tide? Now it's time to start getting to the more iconic characters in SpongeBob's history. We still have plenty to get through, so let's start the B tier. Perch Perkins is reporting live from the first position in the D tier.
We interrupt this program for an important announcement. Bikini Bottom is literally in a state of total chaos tonight.
Oh, literally!
If I had a nickel for every time D. Bradley Baker voiced an orange cartoon fish, I'd have 2 nickels. But if I had a nickel for everyone that used to be purple, I'd only have 1. Oh well, colors aside, Perch Perkins is a pretty reliable newscaster who's willing to get his fins dirty to make sure you are getting the information you need.
The second unaffected person is in this dumpster. Care to comment, sir, on the chaos?
Perch Perkins, how did you know I was in here?
Whether it's showing off the grand opening of the Krusty Krab 2 or warning citizens of the ongoing Krabby Patty shortage.
This will end poorly.
But as great as Perch is, we can't call him better than the OG SpongeBob newscaster, a realistic fish head. One of the earliest brands of SpongeBob's classic surreal humor was this absolute gem of a fish.
Hey kids, are you ready to hear the winner of this week's contest?
I'm ready! I'm ready!
He always knew just when to report on whatever's relevant to the episode and how to time it for maximum dramatic effect. Heck, he's even nice enough to give some commentary during the boss battles in Battle for Bikini Bottom. That's not to mention that he's technically one of the very first characters to appear in the series. He shows up in the theme song, meaning he's been canon for longer than Sandy or Plankton.
And how can you not make money with such a brilliant idea?
If it weren't for Realistic Fish Head, we wouldn't know what to do if nautical nonsense was something we wished. So for answering that age-old question, we thank him. And since we're on the topic of brown secondary fish characters, let's talk about Fred, aka the My Leg guy. He obviously gets points for embodying one of SpongeBob's most beloved running gags, even if it was admittedly funnier before the series acknowledged it directly.
My leg!
But Fred gets more points for being more than just a gag character.
Oh, dang nematodes!
He's a romantic with enough dedication to mutilate himself over and over to see the nurse he's fallen in love with. And he's also a musician. When SpongeBob introduces the Krusty Krab to Jelly Patties and Jellyfish Hunter, Fred treats the restaurant to a whole musical number about how darn delicious they turned out to be. I'm still not planning to put jellyfish jelly on my next cheeseburger, but if Fred gives me a musical performance, I might just change my tune there yet.
Oh yeah.
You know what sounds even better than Jelly Patties, though? Tom is up next. We couldn't leave out the iconic chocolate guy, right?
Chocolate? Chocolate! Chocolate!
While that's his most memorable outburst, he has a lot of other good ones. He's the one who finally rallies the town against Bubble Buddy before he burns their crops, poisons their water supply, and delivers a plague unto their houses. Showing that he's always looking out for the little guy. But when he's not being harassed nor offered his favorite treat, Tom is a surprisingly chill guy. When he realizes that SpongeBob didn't do anything to his drink except putting only 1 ice cube in it, he quickly laughs it off, despite moments earlier looking ready to tear the little guy in half. Wouldn't have been his first time. 21 characters is long enough! That's it! Harold is long overdue for mention on our list. He might not be as iconic as Fred nor Tom, but this blue barracuda is every bit as iconic. While, like Tom, he's known for losing his temper fairly often, I don't think that's doing him justice.
Make a wish, dear.
All my wishes have already come true.
Think about it. He was willing to wait for 2 hours in the line at the Porto Head for SpongeBob's friend. That's some surprising patience right there. And while he does get feisty sometimes, it's practically always justified.
Hi there, young people. A nice day today.
So, you like kicking butts, do ya? Well, we'll show you, old man! There he is!
Sometimes you just need to call out crappy behavior when you see it, so we can appreciate a character who does that while still being a relatively nice guy on the whole. After all, we can't forget who taught that untrustworthy old man a lesson for trying to kick SpongeBob's butt. While he isn't the cleanest Bubble character on our list, the Dirty Bubble still deserves a decent spot on our list. As one of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy's arch nemeses, the Dirty Bubble is, well, he's a dirty bubble. It's pretty hilarious that one of the main supervillains in this universe doesn't even have limbs, or really a body. He's literally just a bubble with evil eyes and a mouth.
Did someone say evil?
Extra points are in order for him actually trying to clean up his act, literally. If only he could overcome his chronic addiction to filth, maybe he could be a force of good rather than evil. But for right now, he still fits in that evil category.
Scared, boys? Well, don't be.
While he might not be a super villain, Squilliam Fancy Son is still one of the series' most iconic bad guys. Like most episodes after season 5, Squilliam exists for one reason only: to make you feel bad for Squidward. He might not appear often, heck, he only appeared in 2 episodes before the movie and only a few after that, but Squilliam made for a fantastic rival, and one who made you feel for Squidward even on his worst days.
Oh, let me help you out. There.
Sure, Squidward is prideful and arrogant, but he's shown to have a good-natured side as well. Squilliam, on the other hand, is just a smug jerk who prides himself on tearing Squidward down.
It truly is, Nicky.
The hot bod and Hugh Hefner robe only make him look like more of a jerk. But love him or hate him, one thing is for sure: without Squilliam, we wouldn't have Band Geeks, and that truly would be a terrible fate. He also gains points for that admittedly sweet unibrow. But we're not done with the supervillains yet. The Dirty Bubble is great, but Man Ray is a tough one to beat. Appearing first in Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 3, Man Ray is a manipulative manta ray man who's only held back by a tickle belt controlled by SpongeBob and Patrick. Seeing SpongeBob and Pat torment this guy as a means of rehabilitation was always pretty funny, even if we felt a little sorry for him. By the end of the episode, he even appears to have reformed somewhat. He has checks with little poodles on them. While he does fall back into villainy later on, he makes up for it by having some pretty stellar performances. Remember the episode Back to the Past where he managed to become the dictator of Bikini Bottom and it takes time travel to stop him? And when he isn't doing villainous stuff, he can be surprisingly chill.
Hey, you're not eating fast enough.
When he runs into SpongeBob and Patrick in their extremely convincing Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy disguises in shuffleboarding, his old friend refers to them as Man Ray's friends, and he doesn't correct this.
Any friend of Ray's is a friend of mine.
Which suggests that the rivalry might just be in good fun more than anything else. We've officially reached the top 25, and it's time to move on to the first SpongeBob movie to talk about Mindy. It's kind of wild to see Scarlett Johansson, of all people, voicing a SpongeBob character, even if it was just for this movie. But while Mindy isn't the most memorable character personality-wise, her sticking up for all of her subjects still makes her one of the series' most admirable. Without her, SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs probably would have been fried on the spot, and we can't ignore the excellent job of stalling she did.
So, you think I'm stalling?
Nah, actually, I don't think she's stalling. Never mind that. But we won't stall on the way to our next character, Dennis.
I've already hired someone to take care of those 2. He's a vicious, cold-blooded predator!
It's a name that sends shivers down the spines of even the manliest of men. For a SpongeBob movie to have a full-on bounty hunter character was pretty impressive, and honestly, pretty hilarious too. Seriously, it's next-level comedy to have a character hyped up as this vicious, cold-blooded predator, only to get literally stepped on and knocked off by a bridge instead of actually being defeated by the main characters. But as any SpongeBob fan would already know, Dennis couldn't have kicked SpongeBob's butt anyway. Not if Flats the Flounder is any indication. Right away, he gets points for being from one of the best SpongeBob episodes. Seriously, the bully will never not be funny. The sheer amount of aggression Flats has towards someone who's literally only said 3 words to him is incredible.
I'm SpongeBob.
Speed, blah, blah,
Hi, SpongeBob. I'm gonna kick your butt.
Every time it seems like there's an easy solution, from telling Mrs. Puff to asking Flats' dad for advice, Flats has a leg up somehow.
Dad, what are you doing?
Nothing, son.
What did I tell you about talking to strangers?
He gets points for sheer determination to kick SpongeBob's butt, even trying for several days to no avail. Like her 16th birthday, this next spot is all about Pearl. Mr. Krabs' inexplicable whale daughter is your typical spoiled teenage girl, well, to an extent at least. Pearl might be a bit bratty and self-absorbed, sure, but she's more than just a boy-crazy teenager. She can actually be surprisingly considerate. In one of her earliest episodes, The Chaperone, she has to settle for going to prom with SpongeBob after her date flakes on her, and despite her disappointment, she comforts him when he's overwhelmed by his guilt over ruining her prom.
Aha! Keep away from my precious little flower! You almost stepped on it.
Pearl isn't perfect, but she can be surprisingly nice, and her love for her daddy is sweet. She even makes him breakfast out of pure bran, hand-sculpted into the shape of more flavorful foods.
Open up! It's time for the pill!
Sure, she's a little spoiled, but at least she cares about people, and that earns her a lot of credit. Landing just outside of the A tier, we have King Neptune. Neppy, if you're watching this, please don't freeze us. We'd love to put you higher. Honestly, you played a pretty great antagonist in the SpongeBob movie and occasionally in the series, even though your design inexplicably changed. Really, there's nothing in particular holding the king back from a higher spot, except, well, when it was revealed how bald, thinning his head was, my eyes burned so badly that I had to attend physical therapy for weeks. I didn't even know they had physical therapy for eyes, but I've got to take points off for that regardless. But without further ado, we've reached the top 20, and therefore the most memorable and beloved characters in SpongeBob history. So let's kick this top 20 off with the A tier. This is the point where the characters actually got pretty difficult to rank, so we'll kick it off with the least seen character remaining, David Hasselhoff. What a weird moment in cinema history, seeing a Baywatch actor show up as a sort of deus ex machina to take SpongeBob and Patrick back to Bikini Bottom in time. He willingly acts as both a ferry and a battlefield and uses his mighty pecs to fire SpongeBob and Patrick in just enough time to save the town and Mr. Krabs. Note they already finished the Get the Crown step at this point. Up next is Bubble Bass, the bane of fast food workers everywhere. From mistreating the cashiers to ordering the most complicated sandwich you've ever heard of, Bubble Bass is obnoxious in every sense of the word. Originally, he just appeared a few times in season 1, most notably in Pickles to torment SpongeBob for basically no reason.
You lose.
And then sitting on Plankton in Fun, spoiler alert, it was not, in fact, fun for Plankton.
Unbelievable!
While he was gone for a long time, he eventually returned in later seasons, and look, there's a lot of bad stuff you could say about new SpongeBob, but giving Bubble Bass the role of the town neckbeard was absolute brilliance. He's manipulative, lazy, obnoxious, and just all around a sleazy guy, and you can't help but love him because the series is so delightfully aware of that. I mean, come on, they even straight up turned him into a parody of the Nostalgia Critic in an episode of The Patrick Show. I've never watched it, but I have respect for it just on that basis, even if not much. Next, we have one half of the most iconic SpongeBob couple around, Karen Plankton. She started as a regular computer monitor in Plankton's lab, serving to help keep him on track to steal the Krabby Patty's secret formula and occasionally roast him when his plans are especially bad.
I don't want to talk about it.
Talking will make you feel better.
Leave me alone.
In later seasons, however, she's come into her own as a character. Even apart from Plankton, Karen can be pretty endearing and often keeps him in check with everything from death rays to straight up boxing matches with her replacement.
No one runs down my man.
Planky.
But arguably our favorite Karen episode was Single Cell Anniversary, where Karen manages to steal the formula with literally zero effort, then holding it hostage as an anniversary gift for Plankton until he gets her something proper.
Oh, my Karen. Oh, my computer wife, Karen.
That shows that she's not only much more capable than Plankton, but that she genuinely loves her husband. You gotta respect that devotion. But there's one member of the Plankton household who's even better, and that's his adorable pet amoeba, Spot. Who said modern SpongeBob can't have a W here and there? Spot is he's just precious, really. He debuted in the season 9 episode Plankton's Pet, in which he surprisingly wasn't taken away from Plankton in the end. In fact, he rescues SpongeBob and Plankton from some hostile pets, and later returns as a recurring character. It's sweet to have a character that Plankton has a fully healthy, loving bond with, and honestly, it's just really nice to see Plankton be able to enjoy happiness sometimes, at least.
Oh, I can't stay mad at these cute little fishes.
Also, side note, did anyone else love the gimmick of Spot hiding in every stage of the Cosmic Shake game? That's seriously one of the cutest collectibles I've ever seen. You might think we're done with those background fish by now, but there's one more who reigns supreme over all the others. Scooter. Mostly appearing in earlier seasons, Scooter is an absolute delight. Known for his iconic laugh, almost always chilling at Goo Lagoon and going along with pretty much anything that life throws at him.
Hey, look! Mr. Krabs put in a kiddie ride!
Why don't you try it out?
I can't find the coin slot! Here it is!
Scooter steals the show whenever he appears. Let it be known that even literally dying wasn't enough to steal Scooter's joy.
Kids, he made me experience high tide! Oh!
He's the kind of guy who just embodies positivity. He'll tell you to your face if you told a good joke or if you made an awesome surfboard. The man wears his heart on his sleeve and is definitely one of the most lovable side characters in the series. But let us draw your attention to our next character, Doodlebob. The final character on our list who only appears in a few episodes, Doodlebob is one of the most iconic characters in SpongeBob history, despite only appearing in the classic episode Frankendoodle, and later on in Doodle Dimension. This crudely drawn creature was a savage from the moment he gained sentience.
He makes me sick just looking at him. Those big bulgy eyes, that square body, those 2 buck teeth, and that stupid tie.
The literal first thing he did was greet Squidward by tossing him around like a rag doll, and he threatened to effectively destroy SpongeBob with the Magic Pencil's eraser. On top of being one of the best antagonists in the whole series, Doodlebob's inexplicable manner of speaking and moving is always going to be one of the funniest things in the whole series. Doodlebob walked so Glep could run. But honestly, Doodlebob ran pretty well himself. Patchy's best friend and occasional worst enemy, Potty the Parrot, is next. Sure, he might absolutely bully Patchy for most of his screen time, but without him, Patchy's segments wouldn't be nearly as entertaining. From tricking Patchy into firing himself from a cannon to trying desperately to kiss him under the mistletoe for some reason, Potty is as relentless as he is endearing. If you think he's too high up, let me remind you that in the original 3 seasons, Potty was voiced by none other than the late, great Stephen Hillenburg. We're starting to get into the most memorable side characters now, so let's live like Larry the Lobster.
Anybody up for some volleyball?
Larry, in short, is a breath of fresh air. Usually in cartoons, especially kids' cartoons, the vain jock characters are played as bullies at worst and narcissists at best. Larry is admittedly pretty full of himself, but he still defies the stereotype by being a genuinely nice guy. Even though SpongeBob is jealous of Larry's status as a lifeguard and just generally a Giga Chad, Larry is always happy to include SpongeBob, from trusting him at his word that he's a lifeguard to giving him free swimming lessons. He's also surprisingly down to earth. When SpongeBob's Ripped Pants song moves him, Larry asks him to sign his pants. It's clear that Larry is a ladies' man, so for him to be secure enough in his masculinity to ask another dude to sign his swimming trunks is seriously cool. And closing out the A tier, we have one of the series' most underappreciated characters, Mrs. Puff. Seriously, Puff Mama does not get the credit she deserves. She's the incredibly tired driving instructor of SpongeBob, and as a result is constantly filled with anxiety and existential dread over what his next driving lesson will have in store for her and her criminal record.
Alive! I'm alive! Oh, thank Neptune, I'm still...
You always get the sense that Mrs. Puff is just barely keeping her sanity intact, and that makes her both sympathetic and surprisingly hilarious.
Sorry I'm late. I got caught in traffic on the way in here when that whole "I'm gonna be doing this for the rest of my life" thing reared its ugly head, and
Similarly to Squidward, Mrs. Puff is a character you don't appreciate fully until you've grown up a bit. You can laugh at SpongeBob and Patrick's antics anytime, but it takes a few panic attacks, criminal contemplations, and existential crises of your own to understand where Mrs. Puff is coming from, and once you do, you have one of the most surprisingly funny characters in the series. But our top tier has been reserved for the series' most iconic, unforgettable characters. This is the S tier. Kicking this top tier off is the naughty ghost who haunts the 7 seas, the Flying Dutchman.
Ooh, scary.
No! That's impossible!
There are some secondary characters who, when seen, confirm that you're watching a really good episode. The Flying Dutchman is one of those characters, with a cool design and color palette, one of the most iconic vocal performances in the show, and some of the best episodes.
You like ponies, I like ponies!
Is that a wedding ring?
Oh, this show's nothing.
The Flying Dutchman is just plain cool. Granted, it's hard to make a ghost pirate anything but cool, whether he's playing an imposing antagonist or a surprising anti-hero, pretty much any appearance from Old Dutchie is guaranteed to be a success. Even the occasional PS2 game of questionable quality. Next we have a dual entry. Yeah, I know, we've really tried not to do those today, but with Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, can you blame us? These two are a package deal, protecting the seas from all kinds of threats, even if they're retired.
Semi-retired.
While they're pretty much always together, their different personalities always made it so the dynamic never got boring. Mermaid Man wouldn't be complete without Barnacle Boy's grouchiness, and he wouldn't be complete without the old coot's senile yet compassionate nature.
Banco!
It's bingo!
Get your hand off me, woman!
Like Dutchie, anytime this dynamic duo gets the spotlight, it's just about guaranteed to be a good episode. That even goes for the later seasons too. They even got a pretty good origin story episode.
It was at that moment we decided to team up.
Honestly, the fact that they've never gotten to be in a SpongeBob movie is a darn shame, especially since both of their voice actors have passed on. May they rest in peace. Here's hoping they can have all the adult-sized Krabby Patties they want in heaven. As great as Potty, the parrot, is, Patchy the pirate is the star of the show.
Hot! Potty! Don't you know this is Patchy private time? Oh, hello.
There's a reason he's president of the SpongeBob fan club, after all. Just look at this room of his. I can't be the only one who wanted a ton of the stuff he has as a kid, right? The sheer unapologetic passion Patchy has for his favorite cartoon character is as funny as it is occasionally unsettling. Seeing this fully grown man hunting for treasure at a playground, getting lost in the desert, hallucinating about SpongeBob, or even writing SpongeBob Christmas fanfiction is incredible. And if you don't have enough Patchy in your life, you're in luck. There's always the official Patchy's Dance Tips VHS series for only $29.95. Just remember that it is unlawful to blah blah blah. There are 7 entries left now, and I think all you SpongeBob fans know what that means. We've reached the main 7 of the series. Ordering these guys was really difficult, but at number 7, we have Sandy Cheeks. While she may be a land critter, Sandy quickly stole the hearts of both SpongeBob and his fans. She's a lovable do-gooder who's a master of karate, science, rodeos, and anything else related to space or Texas you can think of. As chaotic as most of Bikini Bottom's residents are, Sandy evens out her chaos with a surprisingly intact moral compass. She's one of SpongeBob's most consistently reliable friends and a voice of reason whenever she shows up.
Ooh, you know what that cloud looks like?
What?
A flower.
They all look like flowers, SpongeBob. All the time.
They sure do.
And while it's easy to overlook the character designs of such iconic characters, Sandy's is one of those designs we just have to point out. Like, come on, she's a squirrel in an astronaut suit. You don't just look at that and not consider it peak character design. Sandy is equal parts cool and funny, and as much as we'd love to place her higher, there are still 6 Bikini Bottomites we hold in even higher regard. Slithering just outside the top 5 is everyone's favorite domesticated mollusk, Gary the Snail. Gary would honestly be a great character even if he was just a recurring gag character. Though he'll just communicate with meows and occasionally other sounds, yet still be completely understood by SpongeBob is pretty memorable.
Ah, that's more like it. Hello there, Papa Bob.
But what makes Gary so cool is the fact that he always goes above and beyond expectations. SpongeBob goes a whole episode trying to learn how to tie his shoes properly. Turns out Gary has shoes and knows how to tie them.
How did you learn to do that?
SpongeBob wants to give Gary a bath. Translation, SpongeBob signs his death warrant. Gary is as deadly as he is adorable, from inexplicably teleporting to being able to bark instead of meowing for opposite day. He's a mystery we'll never truly unravel, and honestly, that's just fine by me.
Where's your holiday spirit?
Gary is an adorable snail who comes in clutch when you need him, and let's not forget, Gary come home. There's good reason for the fact that many people consider it on par with the classic episodes, after all. Eat your blackened, unibrowed heart out, Squilliam. You can't hold a candle to our main man, Squidward tentacles. Honestly, even putting Squiddy this low feels criminal. It's been said plenty of times before, but as those of us who grew up with the classic SpongeBob seasons have grown older, we've started to understand Squidward more and more. His pessimism, his obsession with self-care, his easily annoyed nature. Whether you relate to it or not, Squidward is a character who becomes more sympathetic the older you get.
Everybody's an idiot except for me.
Well, it's true.
But Squidward is more than just a negative Nancy. While he can be mean and snarky, especially in the earliest and latest seasons of the show, he's got a good heart deep down. We all know about his classic pizza delivery moment where he slaps that nasty customer with a presumably ice-cold pizza to the face, but there was also the time he gave away literally everything in his house to cheer SpongeBob up when he thought Santa wasn't coming to Bikini Bottom's first Christmas. But perhaps Squidward's most intriguing trait comes out in the episode Squidville, when he finally moves away from SpongeBob and Patrick to Tentacle Acres.
Oh, look! Everybody's on their bike today.
Only to realize his life is just plain and boring without them. Mr. Grouchy Man here is a stick in the sand, but we still love him. There are just 4 more characters we love even more. Barely beating Squidward is his skinflint boss, Mr. Krabs. While he's one of the least moral characters in the cast, Mr. Krabs more than makes up for it with one attribute, humor.
Got a crisp dollar bill for the next fella to take a bath in this house.
It's been said plenty by now that Mr. Krabs' morals have deteriorated over the course of the series, but I don't know. Maybe it's that iconic vocal performance by Clancy Brown, or maybe it's the humor and just how far Krabs will go to make a quick buck, like trying to assassinate Squidward and Out of the Picture. But whether it's new or old SpongeBob, we just can't bring ourselves to hate Mr. Krabs. Most of the time, that is. What really elevates him this high is the surprising amount of heart he hides beneath his ruthless greed.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Krabs is a total cheapskate, but he also deeply cares for his family. He pretends that the Krusty Krab is a pirate ship so his grandpappy won't be ashamed, steals food from the whole town to keep Pearl fed during a growth spurt, and has shown time and time again that he cares for SpongeBob like a son, even if he's often doing some pretty heinous stuff to him. It's very true that Krabs can go overboard, but whether he's a surprisingly sweet father figure or a totally depraved sadist, things are never gonna be dull when Eugene Krabs is on screen. Our bronze medal of greatness goes to the one with the pants that are square and the sponge that is Bob. SpongeBob will not let us down. Really, basically anyone in the past 7 spots could have reasonably taken home the gold, SpongeBob included. He's got a perfect mix of childlike optimism and ambitious passion. He finds joy in everything from flipping burgers to feeding his snail to beating his record time at the supermarket. In a world that's become more cynical than ever before, characters like SpongeBob are invaluable.
Old people are the greatest. They're full of wisdom and experience.
It's just refreshing to see a character who's so refreshingly nice and joyful. We're not gonna pretend like we don't understand why some people find SpongeBob grating. Yeah, he laughs a lot, and he cries a lot, especially in the later seasons.
It just isn't fair!
But it's hard to deny just how likable and authentic he is. SpongeBob wears his heart on his sleeve, whether he's laughing for hours over a joke about nickels or having an absolute mental breakdown at the thought of being fired, and that's something to be admired about him. It's also a nice touch that SpongeBob isn't perfect, given that he has a bit of an ego at times.
You gotta be kidding me.
It helps him to feel more realistic and relatable to anyone who's trying to find joy in the little things. SpongeBob is a caring kid who deserves the world, and even if his optimism is reckless, we can't help but root for him regardless. But the silver medalist of greatness is SpongeBob's arch frenemy, Sheldon J. Plankton. One of the most iconic voices, designs, and demeanors in Nicktoons history, Plankton is a character who's aged like a fine wine. Like Squidward, he's become more understandable with age, but unlike Squidward, he remains squarely in the villainous category. His determination to steal the Krabby Patty formula is funny already, but then you realize he has legitimate plans for world domination based around this seemingly petty goal, and suddenly it goes from silly to absolutely absurd. He might be evil, but Plankton is one of those villains you can't help but root for, whether it's out of pity or out of the undeniable curiosity of what the secret formula actually is. Come on, Krabs, let him peek, at least.
Never! I'd rather that worm come in here right now and eat you all alive!
As for why Plankton is so high up, well, with most SpongeBob characters, they sort of lost their way in the later seasons, a fact that we've done our best to not take into account too much for this list, but even if we did consider that, Plankton's position wouldn't be hurt much. Even in later seasons, Plankton is every bit as maniacally entertaining as he's always been.
You're one of those evil guys! You're all banned!
Just give me my order, or you'll know the meaning of fear!
Sure, he's a little less evil, but that makes for some fun episodes in itself, like the time he recruited SpongeBob to save Karen from a computer virus and actually showed genuine concern for both of them. Plankton is awesome, and we'd gladly crown him Nickelodeon's second greatest diabolical little green dude behind him. But our gold medal of greatness goes to none other than the man you'd—
That's not called Tubby.
The one, the only—
Patrick Star.
Patrick is just— Patrick is delightful.
You have to take the tray to the customer.
Okay.
He's one of those characters who takes basically every scene he's in and improves it. Usually Patrick is acting as SpongeBob's best buddy, giving him good advice like,
when in doubt, pinky out,
and even helping him break Mrs. Puff out of jail. But at other times, he can be SpongeBob's worst enemy, and while this is never malicious, seasons 6 and 7 didn't happen. It's always funny to see just how out of control Patrick's schemes can get. Remember Big Pink Loser, where Patrick started copying SpongeBob's behavior to win an award, and casually revealed that he has the power to read minds?
At least I'm safe inside my mind.
At least I'm safe inside my mind.
Many cartoons have had characters whose whole shtick is being wild cards who can count their brain cells on one hand, but Patrick is probably the most iconic example of that archetype.
That's just what I'd expect you to say. Dumb people are always blissfully unaware of how dumb they really are.
You can never tell whether Patrick is going to be SpongeBob's best friend or his worst nightmare in any given episode, but you know he'll make you laugh, and you know he'll always be doing his best to be the bestest best buddy you could ask for. For every time he's smugly stealing all of Gary's attention from SpongeBob, there's another where he's literally beating himself to a pulp so we can get into the salty spittoon. Patrick is a lovable, happy, unpredictable goofball who embodies what makes SpongeBob such a fun, comfy show to watch, and my personal favorite character in it. He's content with who he is and just wants to enjoy life with his best buddies, and that's why we're telling him to firmly grasp the gold medal of greatness. There you go, Pat. You finally got another award.
SpongeBob SquarePants is one of the most popular cartoons ever made. It has been going strong for over 20 years and has cultivated a massive community of fans, myself included. And with a strong following like that, it has also generated a wide variety of fan theories. Like, a lot of fan theories. Today, we'll be breaking down these theories and ranking them by plausibility, from the BS and full of holes to the possible to the probably and absolute truth bombs. I'm Kifinosi with Wicked Binge, and this is SpongeBob SquarePants Fan Theories. BS to truth bombs. First up, let's get the theories out of the way that have been debunked. These theories either have so many holes that they can't possibly be true because they lack evidence, or have been confirmed false by creators. These theories are BS. The World War II theory. Right off the bat, we're starting with a bizarre one. This theory suggests that the entire show is a metaphor for World War II. Squidward is Hitler, a hate-filled artist who wants to get rid of his neighbors. SpongeBob represents the Jewish people, and Patrick represents the innocent German citizens caught up in the war. Meanwhile, Sandy represents America, and Mr. Krabs represents the rest of Europe, looking down on Hitler's actions. This theory does sound interesting on the surface, but it doesn't really hold up once you take a deeper look at it. For starters, even though Sandy is from America, she's never at odds with Squidward. But more damningly, there are many examples in the show, like the April Fool's episode, Squidville, or even the third movie, where Squidward shows that he actually cares for the titular sponge, even considering him to be a friend. It's enough to shoot down the theory. And it isn't even a complete theory, just a needlessly dark metaphor if we're being honest. Every character is addicted to a different drug. Part of the appeal that SpongeBob SquarePants has as a show is that each character has their own distinct personality. Fans, however, have noticed some patterns with each character. SpongeBob is always hyperactive, Squidward is always sad or angry, Patrick is always aloof, and so on. With every character having generally one distinct characteristic defining them, characterizing fans have tried to explain their eccentricities. One popular theory suggests that every character is addicted to a different drug. According to the theory, SpongeBob's hyperactiveness and vivid imagination are attributed to a shroom addiction, Mrs. Puff's paranoia about SpongeBob, as well as Mr. Krabs' irritable obsessive nature when it comes to money, and his formula are attributed to cocaine addictions. Squidward's depressive tendencies and lack of energy are attributed to heroin abuse. Lastly, Patrick's aloof attitude is attributed to marijuana usage. Our problem with this particular theory is that it treats the characters as one-dimensional, acting as if the one characteristic they link to each drug is all that these characters have. But there are instances where the characters break out of their usual norm, with Squidward being happy, like in Band Geeks, Squidville, Snowball Effect. Mr. Krabs is also seen being generous, like in Christmas Who, and SpongeBob being tired or passive, like in Pre-Hibernation Week and SpongeBob You're Fired. Meanwhile, Mrs. Puff seems to be relaxed whenever she has a chance to be away from SpongeBob and his dangerous driving. The Bikini Atoll theory. The show's most popular fan theory attempts to explain why the Bikini Bottomites are so uniquely different from regular fish. This theory connects to the real-life Bikini Atoll tests. Bikini Atoll is an island where the US government ran some nuclear bomb testings during the Cold War. This theory suggests that Bikini Bottom takes its name after Bikini Atoll and is located under the test site. Therefore, it suggests that the characters are mutated fish created by the radiation caused by those tests. This theory seems very plausible, and it is widely treated as a gospel fact by the SpongeBob fandom. However, once you look a little deeper, it quickly becomes apparent that it simply cannot be true. In the episodes SB129 and Ugh, we see prehistoric versions of Bikini Bottom existed, and even though the fish in those versions are less evolved than their modern counterparts, they are definitely more evolved than regular fish. Furthermore, in the episode Pest of the West, we see that evolved fish, like those in the show, existed in the 1800s, way before the tests ever happened. Some fans have tried to reason that the evolutionary timeline in Bikini Bottom doesn't have to be the same as the one in the real world. They claim the theory can still work even with these episodes shown. This can't cut it either though, because SpongeBob gets his driver's license in the episode No Free Rides, and we see that his date of birth is 1986. This means that the SpongeBob timeline is the same as our own, and therefore the Bikini Atoll theory is false. Moving on from the BS, we will have some theories that still have a lot of problems. Not enough to say that they are completely debunked, but still these theories are full of holes. The two Neptunes. One of the biggest questions that has been causing SpongeBob fans head scratches for years is Why is the Neptune from the SpongeBob SquarePants movie different from the show's Neptune? YouTuber Alex Bale has attempted to answer this question with a rather unique theory. He suggests that the movie never actually happens in the canon. This theory is based on the episode Lost and Found, in which we see some items from the movie, like Neptune's crown, sitting in the Krusty Krab's Lost and Found area. He proposes that the SpongeBob movie is an actual movie made in the SpongeBob universe, and the movie Neptune is just an actor. So is the first SpongeBob movie simply a movie within the show's universe? Unfortunately, as tempting as it is to accept this as the solution to this confusion, we have to say no. For starters, the SpongeBob movie is the best possible finale the show could have, and to suggest that all the development the characters go through was never real, it just makes the whole show worse in hindsight. But more importantly, there's a real-life explanation for the difference in Neptunes. You see, when the movie was made, there was a copyright firewall between Nickelodeon and Paramount. As a result, the movie couldn't use elements from the show and vice versa. This is why the movie had to make a different version of Neptune, and why the show couldn't use Mindy when Neptune and his family appeared in a later season. The death theory. While we are on the subject of the SpongeBob movie, we need to discuss one more theory that originates from it. It is no secret that after Mr. Hillenburg left the show, the writing quality worsened, causing the character of SpongeBob to become a lot dumber and more childish. This theory suggests that the original SpongeBob actually did die during the famous Shell City death scene. Because sea sponges like SpongeBob reproduce asexually, the SpongeBob that was created when he got watered again was his offspring. This could explain why he's less intelligent and more babyish in the following seasons. This theory might sound pretty logical on the surface, though it has a lot of problems. For starters, the movie is canonically set as the series finale. Therefore, all the episodes released after it chronologically take place before it. Not to mention that this theory fails to account for the rest of the movie after this scene, where SpongeBob does act like his usual self. Krabby Patties are made out of crab meat. Every fan of SpongeBob has caught themselves occasionally wondering what the secret of the Krabby Patty formula is that Plankton is trying so hard to acquire. One of the most popular fan theories suggests that Mr. Krabs' deeply protected secret involves cannibalism. We never do see any crabs outside of him and his family in Bikini Bottom, after all. This theory also points out that the Krusty Krab is modeled like a crab trap as evidence. But the most important clue that made this theory stand the test of time is in the episode Midlife Crustacean. There, Mr. Krabs tastes a Krabby Patty and says, "So that's what I taste like."
So that's what I taste like.
There are undoubtedly a lot of clues that make it seem like Eugene really does use other crabs to make his famous burgers. However, like with the previous theories, they don't really hold up once you examine them more carefully. While it's true that we don't see many crabs in the show, the same could be said about the species of most of the main characters. This is likely done to keep them unique in the mind of the audience, not as an intentional clue for the formula. Moreover, the Krusty Krab is modeled as a lobster trap, not a crab trap like the theory suggests. And finally, in the episode Midlife Crustacean, Mr. Krabs' reaction is a result of a female fish comparing him to an old, dry Krabby Patty. He isn't literally talking about the taste. But don't be disappointed just yet, because we have a much better theory about the formula coming up down the line. SpongeBob and Squidward's houses came from a tiki bar. Of all the buildings in Bikini Bottom, Squidward's and SpongeBob's houses are easily the weirdest ones. We definitely wouldn't expect to find a pineapple and a tiki head at the bottom of the sea. Redditor Brains a Gramophone attempted to explain their existence with a very creative theory. According to the Redditor, you can commonly find these items in tiki-themed cocktail bars that are often parts of cruise ships. They suggest that one such ship sunk into Bikini Bottom, which might lead to the houses ending up there for SpongeBob and Squidward to inhabit. This is a very well thought out and interesting theory. Unfortunately, the show itself contradicts it. In the episode Truth or Square, we see the true explanation for how the pineapple ended up under the sea. And it was an artist dropping the pineapple from his boat, causing it to sink to the bottom of the ocean. One could still argue that this theory can work for Squidward's house alone, but then they would also need to explain the other tiki heads / Easter Island heads in Squidville. How many cruise ships could have sunk at the same part of the sea? SpongeBob and Patrick rewrite time. Throughout the show, we get a lot of conflicting information about the Krabby Patty formula.
The two most important instances are in the Season 4 episode Enemy-in-Law, where Mr. Krabs says it's an old family recipe, and in Friend or Foe, where he says that he discovered it by accident. Redditor SLG Hammer suggests that the reason for this inconsistency lies in the episode Dunces and Dragons. In that episode, SpongeBob and Patrick find themselves in a medieval version of Bikini Bottom, ruled by an Emperor Krabs, which is constantly in danger because of a giant jellyfish dragon terrorizing it. At the end of the episode, SpongeBob saves the day by teaching Mr. Krabs' medieval counterpart how to make Krabby Patties to feed the beast. This theory suggests that originally the story of Friend or Foe was the true one. However, SpongeBob and Patrick changed the timeline after this episode, changing the formula into a family recipe passed down for generations. Now, the problem with this theory is that there's no proof that the events of Dunces and Dragons actually happened outside of a one-off gag. The existence of a medieval version of Sandy proves that it's very likely to just be a dream, since Sandy's ancestors shouldn't logically be in the ocean. Additionally, Old Man Jenkins' death, the catalyst for the formula's creation in Friend or Foe, is contradicted in a later episode where he's shown to be very much alive. This suggests that both stories are just covers that Mr. Krabs made up to hide the true secret behind his precious formula. With all that being said, we're now into the middle category, where we may stumble onto some truths. Maybe. These theories are possible. Skin theory. You've probably heard of this one already since it gained huge amounts of popularity in the last couple of years, but the skin theory is the collection of numerous repeated instances within the show's first 4 seasons where the characters are seen ripping off their skin or putting on costumes of other fish. Doug Woollever, the creator of this theory, suggests that this repetitious gag is actually a deliberate choice made by Steven Hillenburg as a metatextual layer of the show. It implies that the characters aren't really fish, but rather humans pretending to be underwater sea dwellers. This idea is undoubtedly intriguing, but the clues are vague and broad. Doug Woollever also never clarified if this is an actual theory or a satire of fan conspiracies. We don't feel it should be anywhere above the middle of our list. Mr. Krabs has an obsessive love disorder. We all know that Mr. Krabs loves his money. But just how deep does that love go? YouTuber The Theorizer suggests that it goes far deeper than typical greediness. His theory is based on Eugene's childhood filled with poverty, bullying, and social isolation. The theory states that after Eugene lost Plankton, his only true friend, he developed an obsessive infatuation for money, personifying it to make up for the emptiness of his life. In short, he is literally in love with the concept of money and the physical product. The show deliberately has a lot of instances that support this theory, like the mention of him spiraling into a depression before he opened the Krusty Krab, which could have magnified his obsession. There was also that time where he sold his soul to make money talk and be able to form a relationship with it. He even tries to marry his money, literally. Even when he starts dating Mrs. Puff, he acts obsessively, as if his infatuation for her is battling with his desire for money. The only real issue with this theory is that he has been dating Mrs. Puff for years, which we wouldn't see working out if he had such a severe obsession. But this could be interpreted as him just managing to slowly overcome it due to her influence. SpongeBob is an immortal god. SpongeBob has sustained a lot of injuries during the duration of the show, yet he always seems to come out of harmful situations relatively unscathed, even ones that cut him to literal pieces. We see this in the episode No Free Rides. He's also shown to not feel pain and be able to do incredible things like breathing life into inanimate objects like Bubble Buddy, or his whole guitar number in the movie. This has caused a lot of fans to speculate that when Neptune made him a god in Neptune's Spatula, he never took his divine power back. And as a result, SpongeBob is still an immortal god. The only real monkey wrench in this theory is that in the ending of the episode The Great Patty Caper, we see that SpongeBob has become an old man. If you do consider that scene canon, then the theory isn't really feasible. But that's still up to interpretation. Squidward is SpongeBob's guardian. For all the annoyance SpongeBob has caused Squidward, he rarely seems to actively try to get him out of his life. And they both live in abnormally large houses for the wage Mr. Krabs pays them. Some fans have combined these two facts into a very cool theory. These theorists believe that SpongeBob's parents are actually very wealthy and knew Squidward before SpongeBob moved into Bikini Bottom. This is based on the fact that Squidward seems to have a connection to high society, if we take his common past with Squilliam into account. So Knowing that their son really wanted to live on his own, but worrying that he wouldn't manage due to his naive nature, they bought SpongeBob a house next to Squidward. They hired Squidward to be his guardian and watch over him from a small distance. On the flip side, we had the instances where Squidward did try to leave Bikini Bottom, like in Opposite Day and Squidville, but we could just interpret them as moments when Squidward just got fed up with SpongeBob and wanted to quit his job of guarding him. We are definitely not saying that it's true, but this idea is too heartwarming to overlook. These next conspiracies make a lot of sense. In fact, we think they're more likely to be true than not. These theories are probable. Squilliam is a fraud. Alex Bale's first SpongeBob theory wasn't as good as his other ones, but it still has a lot of merits. His proposition about Squilliam is that he isn't really all that successful nor great. He's just using his wealth to pay people and create circumstances to make himself appear successful and great, just to make Squidward jealous. Alex also suggests that the motive might be that they had been dating in college. Squidward broke his heart, making Squilliam dedicate his life to taking revenge. There are definitely some solid arguments there, like Squilliam obviously setting up the events of Band Geeks, hoping that Squidward wouldn't manage to create his own band and get embarrassed in public. There's also the entire episode where Squidward teaches at a music school as Squilliam, feeling like an elaborate setup. At the same time though, some of his evidence was based on background fish being used in different roles, something very common in SpongeBob that has no ulterior purpose. Additionally, while Squidward and Squilliam being ex-lovers is a very reasonable and fascinating idea, there isn't enough hard evidence presented to consider it factual. Overall, a solid theory, but not one we can call outright proven. The global warming theory. This theory is basically a metaphor, like the drug theory. However, unlike that one, this fits the show much better. Theorists suggest that SpongeBob is modeled after a kitchen sponge rather than a typical sea sponge because the whole show is a rather sophisticated allegory for the problem of global warming. SpongeBob, being a kitchen sponge, represents pollution. He works for Mr. Krabs, who represents large corporations responsible for the pollution of the environment, and they don't care how much they waste as long as they profit. Patrick represents the apathy the majority of Western civilization has toward the problem. Squidward represents liberalism. He is into art and culture, but his interests are constantly ignored by those around him. Squidward is forced to work for the corporations he hates. SpongeBob's driving tests are even theorized to represent environmental standards that we keep failing to reach. Given Mr. Hillenburg's scientific background, it isn't hard for us to believe that he intentionally put this message in his show. Secret Box and the Donut of Shame are connected. In the episode Secret Box, we learn that Patrick has an embarrassing snapshot of SpongeBob from the Christmas party in his possession. Some fans theorize that this photo may have come from the episode Donut of Shame, where SpongeBob and Patrick are seen being wasted after a big party. The only issue with this theory is that the party mentioned in Secret Box is said to occur during Christmas. On the other hand, the timing in Donut of Shame is unspecified, so of course that doesn't mean it didn't take place near Christmas. Karate Choppers is a metaphor for sex. Karate Choppers is an iconic and very funny episode about SpongeBob and Sandy's obsession with karate. But some fans went a little deeper, believing the whole episode to be a metaphor for a sex-obsessed couple. After all, in this episode we first see that SpongeBob expected Sandy to already be in his home waiting for him to come back and engage in some karate action. And when they do start fighting, SpongeBob says, "Safety first," winking at the audience.
Just a second. Safety first!
We also see that his karate obsession even causes SpongeBob to underperform at work, to the point where he literally imagines Sandy being there and winking at him. But the most important evidence comes from the end of the episode where they go in the park trying to distract themselves from their karate obsession. They end up succumbing to it, having karate all over the park. The session ends in a way that is really reminiscent of Pillow Talk, with SpongeBob even wondering if Mr. Krabs ever does karate. It's a question that would make way more sense in the context of this metaphor. Seeing that old SpongeBob very often made explicit allusions to jokes like that, we think it's very likely this theory actually has truth to it. Patrick and Sandy hate each other. For all the time they spend together, Sandy and Patrick don't seem to be very fond of each other. They often get at odds with each other about SpongeBob, like in the episode Suds. Patrick often finds chances to bully Sandy, like in the episodes Texas, Band Geeks, and Squirrel Jokes.
For that reason, Sandy often seems visibly annoyed by Patrick's behavior. Redditor Van Harde Opencart suggests that this mutual disdain connects to another theory that we'll get to. According to this theory, Patrick is smarter than he lets on, so Sandy hates Patrick because she sees through this act, and Patrick hates Sandy because she's getting SpongeBob out of his negative influence. They just tolerate each other for their mutual friend's sake. Whether that theory is true or not depends on whether one believes that Patrick is a jerk, but it's definitely one to contemplate on. Neptune and Poseidon. One of the most head-scratching aspects of SpongeBob is the simultaneous existence of both Neptune and Poseidon, ever since the movie Sponge on the Run came out. Most fans assume that this movie and the Camp Coral spinoff that connects to it take place in an alternate universe from the main show. This could explain the inconsistency if it wasn't for the fact that Poseidon is directly mentioned in the episode Spongehenge. It means that at some point he did exist in the main timeline as well. Fortunately, Alex Bale came up with an explanation. He noticed that aside from Neptune, a Roman god, all the other mythological elements from the show come from Greek mythology, including his own wife, Amphitrite. He also noticed that Neptune is the only god shown to have actual magic powers, while Amphitrite and Poseidon use tridents and other technology as the sources of their power. With these observations, Alex deduced that Poseidon was the true god of Atlantis and Neptune took his place. As for how and why that happened, answers were found in a short detailing Neptune's origin. He was left by his mother as a baby and then got his powers from aliens. The origin sounds weird, but it lines up with the episode Atlantis SquarePantis, where we see a different city of Atlantis. The place is inhabited by aliens with the same technology as the Atlanteans, Atlantis being a city that suddenly disappeared one day. With all these clues, Alex Bale deduced that the Atlantean aliens once shared their technology with the Greek gods, giving them their god status, and they named their city Atlantis to honor them. But Poseidon betrayed them and tried to use their weapons against them to take over their city and turn it into a casino like he did in the alternate timeline. But this time, the aliens used their technology to give powers to an orphan Neptune. They got him to overthrow Poseidon and save their city. They then hid it so that Poseidon wouldn't find it again. This would explain everything about the gods as well as the weird Atlantean aliens. It also does sound like a story taken straight out of Greek mythology, outside of the alien part. Given the complications with the third movie's creation and the debate of whether or not it had Mr. Hillenburg's blessing, we can't definitely say it is a truth bomb. Finally, we've reached the truth. Confirmed truth. People have blown the whistle on these theories with such compelling evidence that they must be true, or a creator confirmed them. These theories are the truth bombs, and there are a lot of truth bombs in the realm of SpongeBob fan theories. The 7 Deadly Sins. This theory is one of the few that the creators have actually confirmed. Each of the show's 7 major characters is written to represent one of the 7 deadly sins. SpongeBob, who's always spreading love and happiness, represents lust. Gary, whose main concern is eating, is gluttony. Mr. Krabs obviously represents greed. Patrick, who is always lazy, represents sloth. Plankton, who's always jealous of Mr. Krabs' success, represents envy. Squidward, who's always grumpy or enraged with his neighbors, represents wrath. And finally, Sandy, who wears her scientific and athletic accomplishments on her sleeve, represents pride. Honestly, this model was a very clever way to create fun and unique characters. The sky flowers are boat propellers. Have you ever wondered what's the deal with the flowers on the sky of Bikini Bottom? Well, if you did, Redditor Mimi the Brave has found an answer, and it's a really great one. He noticed that the flowers have a very similar shape to boat propellers, only some are slightly more distorted. This led him to theorize that the flowers are the reflections of boat propellers coming from boats on the surface above Bikini Bottom. And if you aren't convinced from that idea on its own, there is a significant piece of evidence he presented that you can't refute. In the episode SB129, Squidward time travels to prehistoric Bikini Bottom. There we see that the sky had no flowers. The only logical explanation for that is that boats didn't yet exist at the time, and therefore their reflections didn't either. The ultimate prankster. In the episode Pranks-A-Lot, SpongeBob and Patrick become invisible and use that opportunity to act as ghosts and prank the entire town. That is, until Mr. Krabs manages to get the better of them and out-prank them. Redditor Milky White 22 suggests, though, that this was part of a larger prank, and that Frank, the prank store owner, truly was the ultimate prankster. For starters, Frank sells the invisible spray to SpongeBob for only $1, a price that seems incredibly strange for an item he claims to be exceptionally rare. He also claims that it stains clothes, which sounds impossible for a spray that is shown to make them invisible and fully water-soluble. The final contradiction of the episode is that Mr. Krabs somehow has invited the entire Bikini Bottom. He's created a stage specifically to humiliate SpongeBob and Patrick, even though he shouldn't know that they're the ghosts. Not to mention, they glued the door of the Krusty Krab and replaced the windows with rubber, making it impossible to enter or exit it. All these clues suggest that there is a larger plan at play. Frank was the one pranking SpongeBob and Patrick the entire time. When we saw them in his store, he gave them the invisible spray, acting like it was a $1 item. He knew that eventually they wouldn't be able to resist making themselves invisible. He also told them the lie about staining their clothes he knew they would believe to create the circumstances to eventually humiliate them. Then he waited for the perfect opportunity, and when he read the newspaper article with Mr. Krabs challenging the ghosts, he knew he had found it. He contacted Mr. Krabs and told him everything about the spray and how to wash it off. He also told him what SpongeBob and Patrick had been doing. He also advised him to act like they managed to scare him and invite everyone to the Krusty Krab, organizing a secret show. Krabs followed his instructions and SpongeBob and Patrick were pranked. Frank managed to prank not only the two friends, but also the entirety of Bikini Bottom using them as proxies. He didn't even have to move a finger. Remember, you don't have to get it. The prank is for the enjoyment of the prankster. How the Goo Lagoon works. The Goo Lagoon has always puzzled fans. How can there be a lake underwater? This one was actually recently explained on the official SpongeBob channel in their Bikini Bottom Mysteries series. The Goo Lagoon is actually the result of a real-life phenomenon, where a big concentration of salinity can create separate bodies of water with higher densities within the ocean. So Goo Lagoon is just denser than the water it's in. Patrick has multiple personality disorder. As we've mentioned before, there are many theories about Patrick's often changing intelligence, the most famous of which suggests that Patrick is a sadistic sociopath who pretends to be an idiot to manipulate those around him. We chose to feature a more interesting theory, made again by the theorizer. What he proposed is that Patrick has multiple personality disorder. The biggest clue for this theory is in the episode Patrick's Smart Pants, where his brain is portrayed as a collection of dusty cogs. This indicates that he was once smart. After some sort of traumatic event, he pulled the plug on his own intelligence, becoming the dumb goofball we all know. The theorizer takes this a step further though. He suggests that this event mentally damaged Patrick, causing him to develop multiple personality disorder. Patrick constantly creates new personalities with IQs varying from about 0 to Einstein levels. This is why his behavior changes so rapidly between episodes, or even sometimes in the duration of the same episode. This idea may sound outlandish, but there's a surprisingly high amount of evidence behind it. There are a lot of episodes like I Had an Accident and Tentacle Vision where Patrick directly acknowledges that his stupidity varies. It depends on external factors. It's not always the same. There's also The Card, in which he implies he has some level of control over that changing intelligence. These could all be interpreted as Patrick's alternate personalities manifesting. And it goes even deeper. There were episodes like Squidtastic Voyage or Copy Bob Ditto Pants where Patrick has sudden bursts of intelligence. At one point, he understands scientific principles or quotes Shakespeare, only to regress back to a state of complete cluelessness or craziness as suddenly as he became smart. These are all textbook manifestations of multiple personality disorder, but probably the most important piece of evidence in this whole theory is the mirrors. Throughout the show, there are several scenes where Patrick looks into a mirror. Suddenly his reflection gets a personality and acts like a separate entity. He's even implied to have a long-standing relationship with these reflections. In fact, these instances are even so frequent that there is a page about them in the SpongeBob Wiki, considering the reflection to be an alternate universe. But in the context of this theory, the reflections in the mirror are simply Patrick's other dormant personalities that occasionally come to the surface. So there you have it. Patrick is neither dumb nor an evil genius. He just can't stay with one solid identity. The television theory. We saved the best for last. It's time to discuss Alex Bale's most groundbreaking theories, starting with the television theory.
This theory is rather simple compared to his other ones. Everything we see the characters go through is part of an in-universe nature documentary / reality TV show. Scuba divers actually shoot the everyday lives of the Bikini Bottom citizens and broadcast it for humans' entertainment. And the French narrator, who is an actual character, is one of the showrunners. This would also explain one of the weirdest endings in the show's history. The ending of the episode I Had an Accident has a live-action gorilla come out of nowhere. When SpongeBob questions it, the gorilla just yells, "George, they're on to us," and hops onto a live-action quote-unquote zebra and runs away.
What? What's a gorilla doing underwater in the first place?
The scene then fades into a human house with a weirded out family shutting off the TV. In the context of this television theory, this makes perfect sense. The gorilla and zebra are actors put there to make the documentary's episode interesting. And the family, well, they're the viewers. The theory would also explain other things, such as the big live-action hand appearing in certain scenes, and Patchy the Pirate's existence. It would also explain the existence of a sponge commercial for humans in one of the episodes. This theory, in fact, has been confirmed by the show. In the bonus features of one of the early DVDs, a commercial basically confirms that SpongeBob SquarePants is a show within a show. Oh, but there's more. Alex Bale also suggests two other things. One of them is that there are spies hidden within Bikini Bottom. They're put there by the showrunners to either create interesting stories or maintain order for the show. One of these spies is none other than Sandy Cheeks. This is proven in the episode Feral Friends, where we see her directly contacting the French narrator who has a picture of her. The final part of this theory ponders how the show can shoot scenes inside the buildings, since the scuba divers obviously can't go in. This is answered in the episode Truth or Square, where Mr. Krabs is revealed to have put cameras in everyone's house. He also has an entire studio of monitors watching them and a crew recording them even as the episode goes on. This proves that the showrunners paid off Mr. Krabs to spy on his fellow Bottomites and provide the showrunners with the material.
Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy!
The television theory also contained a mini-theory explaining the existence of the two iconic human heroes within a world of fish. Their second episode starts with the narrator describing SpongeBob's day with their brand products. It was made in a way that really seems like product placement for the financial needs of the documentary. This indicates that they're heroes who were sent to live in the sea in their active years so that the showrunners can make a marketable action show around them. And when the time came for their retirement, they were so detached from human society, they used Mermaid Man's shrinking belt to make themselves the same size as fish and then live with them. Mrs. Puff's dark past. Mrs. Puff is one of the most mysterious characters in the show. Multiple allusions have been made to her having a dark and criminal past. She even went insane at some point in her life. But the most important moment is in the episode No Free Rides. She realizes the ramifications of giving SpongeBob a fake driver's license. She goes on to say that she'll have to start over in a new city and open a new boarding school with a new name. She then pauses, whispering, "No, not again."
I'll have to move to a new city, start a new boating school with a new name.
This scene has spawned countless theories trying to explain what exactly her dark past was, but good ol' Alex Bale has by far the most detailed explanation. And there's even indirect confirmation for his theory from the show itself. His idea is that when Mrs. Puff says, "not again" in that scene, she literally means the same thing happening in the episode had happened before in another city. Mrs. Puff originally had a different name and was a boating teacher in New Kelp City, but at one point she gave a license to a bad student who didn't deserve it because she was tired of having to deal with them. That student ended up causing massive damage in the city, causing her to go insane and fall into a life of crime before coming back to her senses. She changed her identity and moved to a new city to get away from her past. The basic clue behind this idea is the news report Mrs. Puff imagines accusing her about negligently giving out a license. The reporter breaking the news story is the same reporter we see in most episodes. However, unlike with every other appearance of the reporter, he has hair. That indicates that he's younger here than in his present-day appearances. Therefore, Mrs. Puff isn't just imagining what would happen with SpongeBob, but she remembers the news reports of her old incident when the reporter was younger and had hair. But this isn't just a simple assumption. The show actually confirms half of the theory. In the episode Lighthouse Louie, SpongeBob cleans up Mrs. Puff's lighthouse. Among her things, there are a lot of cool Easter eggs, one of which is a New Kelp Post newspaper with the title Deranged Boating Teacher Making Getaway, and a subtitle that she used balloon animals to distract authorities. This is exactly what Mrs. Puff did when she tried to steal SpongeBob's boat in No Free Rides. But more importantly, the photo of the newspaper is the same photo in the news report we discussed before. Finally, in the storyboard of that newspaper, we learn that her original name was Bobby Blowfish. This one clue basically confirms everything Alex Bale theorized about her past. But there is a second part to that theory, the why. Why does she still teach SpongeBob since he puts a strain on her sanity once again and causes her to be stuck in the same place she was in the past? In many episodes, it seems there are vague consequences that will happen to Puff if she ever refuses to teach SpongeBob. The most common assumption is that teaching him until he passes is part of her parole deal. She goes back to prison if she refuses. In a later episode, that parole is also mentioned to explain why she can't leave Bikini Bottom. But how could it be enforced on her? Well, Alex proposes it all has to do with the prison warden. His design is rather unique compared to other fish. In fact, outside of the prison, we've only seen him twice. Once acting as a lawyer who almost caused Mr. Krabs, Puff's boyfriend, to lose his restaurant to Plankton, and there's also another time in New Kelp City. But the most important clue tying him to Mrs. Puff is in her own house. There are quite a few paintings in her house, mostly of her pet snail, or other characters, but there's one picture of a fish we've never seen. A fish that looks suspiciously similar to the prison's warden. The same warden that inexplicably hired SpongeBob as a boating teacher for the prison when she was in. The last piece of the theory is that the fish depicted in her house is the warden's brother, and he's also a victim of her old student, the one she negligently put on the road. After he died, his brother tracked her down and became the warden of the Bikini Bottom prison. He used his power to trap her into an endless loop of being forced to teach SpongeBob and relive her past as revenge. This endless loop is reflected in the infinite loop painting that appears next to her door in the episode No Free Rides. The same painting one of the SpongeBob storyboard artists called the greatest mystery of the entire show. We think all the evidence is more than enough to consider this theory proven. The evolution theory. Alex Bale's fourth theory is his best one. In one theory, he explains where the Bikini Bottomites came from and what happened to Pearl's mother. He even uncovers the secret of the Krabby Patty formula. This will be a somewhat complicated one, so pay close attention. In the episode Feral Friends, we see a peculiar green moon devolving the characters into more primal forms resembling actual fish. The French narrator calls it Neptune's moon, and Neptune is the only character in the show outside of the Flying Dutchman that we've seen having supernatural abilities, and the only immortal one who could have been alive when the more evolved Bikini Bottom fish started to exist. This indicates that Neptune used his divine powers, which were given to him by aliens, to develop his subjects into forms that could worship him better. But we do see unevolved fish in the forms of the jellyfish and pets of Bikini Bottom and the other fish seen in the episode SpongeBob's Big Birthday Blowout and the third movie. This indicates that Neptune didn't evolve all of the ocean fish, rather only a selection of them. But there are also other, darker implications. In the episode Krusty Krab training video, it's mentioned that Mr. Krabs took part in a war before opening his restaurant. A war that put him in a deep depression and was never mentioned in another episode before nor ever since. Looking at the Navy memorabilia in Mr. Krabs' house, we can find proof that this war was actually an evolutionary war for territory between the evolved and the primitive fish. Among his stuff, we see a harpoon and 2 photos of a boat, presumably the one in which Mr. Krabs was serving. He also fought against a giant whale resembling Primal Pearl from Feral Friends. This not only confirms that such a war took place, but also gives a very dark answer to the everlasting question of how can a crab have a whale as a daughter? Well, Mr. Krabs killed Pearl's mother during the war before finding out she had a baby. This is what put him into a depression, and this would explain why he uses the phrase Mother of Pearl whenever something scary or surprising happens.
Mother of Pearl!
But that's not all. The theory also has an even darker answer to the show's other big question. Remember how Mr. Krabs is said to have opened his restaurant after the war, which is what helped him get over his depression? Alex Bale suggests that the reason for that was to hide what he had done. Mr. Krabs is using the dead carcass of Pearl's mother to make Krabby Patties. This theory has more evidence behind it than all the other explanations about the formula. Firstly, it's directly hinted at in the episode Sleepy Time, where Mr. Krabs' dream is fishing for a huge dollar he calls the Moby Dollar. It's a name that directly alludes to Moby Dick, a story about hunting a whale. It's a whale that Krabs' subconscious now sees as just a big money source. But more importantly, that theory explains why Mr. Krabs is so paranoid over the formula, and why he tells so many different, obviously fake stories about it. There is a reason why Plankton believes that just by getting it, he can drive Mr. Krabs out of business. What Mr. Krabs fears isn't losing the formula itself, but the revelation of the secret behind it. And Plankton, who knows Krabs as well as he does, probably suspected this when he saw him return from the war with a whale daughter. Plankton knows that if he can prove it, this could easily drive Krabs out of business for good. So, there you have it. The two biggest questions of the show were finally answered. We don't want to end this video on such a sour note though, so we'll discuss one more theory of our own. Squidward is actually talented. This is a rather light and heartwarming theory. In many episodes, Squidward is portrayed as a bad artist who doesn't have any talent in music nor drawing, no matter how hard he tries. But that is not always the case. In one episode, we see Squidward create a fantastic sculpture without even trying. More importantly, when it comes to his music, in the episode Suction Cup Symphony, he manages to write an entire symphony that gets a standing ovation from the whole of Bikini Bottom. In the episode Best Day Ever, he's even able to perform an entire big concert at the level of one of Squilliam's concerts. More importantly, at the start of the episode Bubble Stand, Squidward is playing his clarinet very badly. Still, after he manages to create a huge bubble and SpongeBob and Patrick cheer him on, he returns to his house and plays brilliantly. We think that Squidward was never really untalented and bad at music. He's actually very good, but he's usually held back because of his performance anxiety and low self-esteem. When he's calm and happy, he shows himself to be a great musician and artist.
If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Okay, time's up.
To the untrained eye, Bikini Bottom looks like a lovely place to live. The worst you'd have to deal with are some mildly annoying neighbors and some more than mildly unhealthy food. Well, and the lack of oxygen outside of Sandy's place, of course. But there are some nasty criminals in the deep blue sea with crimes far worse than stealing a balloon. Today we're sentencing SpongeBob villains for their crimes.
Sure, we're saved. Now give me some pizza!
To clarify, we aren't members of the Bikini Bottom Police, so we don't exactly know all of the ins and outs of the undersea judiciary system. So we can only do our best to uphold justice. Before we begin, there's one SpongeBob antagonist who doesn't really have any crimes under his robe, but Squilliam Fancy Son deserves an honorable mention. He's constantly getting under his old band class rival Squidward's skin, taking every opportunity he can to one-up him and rub in the fact that Squidward is a sad man in a dead-end job while Squilliam is living all his dreams.
I'm waiting.
It's a darn shame we can't give Squilliam a criminal sentence, because we really don't like the guy, but we'll settle by telling him to talk things out with Squidward. Seriously, we don't know if Squidward stole your bike or robbed your house or is your scorned lover. Just work things out and let the squid live his life, man. Now pay attention, everyone. Class is in session for our first criminal villain, Mrs. Puff. She's certainly the least villainous character on our list, as in fact she's actually very pleasant most of the time, but that doesn't mean Mrs. Puff doesn't have her fair share of shady deeds. For one, in No Free Rides, she gives SpongeBob a license knowing full well how bad of a driver he is. Later, when she realizes the danger, she steals his new boatmobile.
A brand new boatmobile!
But while this was pretty bad, she actually did get arrested at the end. In fact, Mrs. Puff gets arrested quite frequently, ever since one of her first appearances in Hall Monitor. But there's one episode that stands out, Demolition Doofus. In this episode, Mrs. Puff is injured by SpongeBob once again and decides to try and get rid of him by entering him into a demolition derby. derby. And yes, that's just as morbid as it sounds. Mrs. Puff is genuinely conspiring to get SpongeBob killed. At the end of the episode, she comes in with her own vehicle, tearing down the stadium and her own school as she chases SpongeBob down. This attempted murder is by far her worst crime. And given how familiar Mrs. Puff is with prison, we don't imagine the officers would object to locking her up once again. But honestly, given Mrs. Puff's horrible luck, we'd say her sentence would more likely be teaching SpongeBob for life. Sorry, Puff Mama. The slammer's sounding pretty good now, huh? Speaking of things that sound good, anyone for some Krabby Patties? Bubble Bass sure is, but make sure you don't forget the pickles. Bubble Bass is one of the most iconic one-off characters in classic SpongeBob. Even though he returns in later seasons as a recurring character, Bubble Bass appears seldom in the first 3 seasons, with his only major role being in the episode Pickles. In this episode, we see Bubble Bass trying to scam the Krusty Krab into giving him a free sandwich by demanding a refund from Mr. Krabs.
I'll take a double triple bossy deluxe on a raft.
Claiming that SpongeBob forgot the pickles on his burger, but the whole time he was hiding them under his tongue. He also apparently stole a woman's car keys, which escalates this from regular scamming to theft. In the episode FUN, he makes a cameo appearance in which he squishes Plankton with his massive butt. The guy's bad news all around. And while he's not an irredeemable monster, he's a huge jerk who isn't above stealing from and scamming people. Still, given the smaller scale of his crimes, we'll give Bubble Bass a light sentence of 6 months in prison. Oh, and of course, Mr. Krabs is gonna need that $2 back. Up next, we have a character who's a little bit more threatening than everyone's favorite underwater neckbeard. He's a vicious, cold-blooded predator. He's Dennis. Let's just say this guy would have no problem getting into the salty spittoon. He's the aforementioned bounty hunter hired by Plankton with the intent of getting SpongeBob and Patrick out of the picture. Even Plankton himself describes Dennis as a vicious, cold-blooded predator. Finally. He's a brutal bounty hunter with a gigantic spiked boot to execute his enemies, and he himself assures his victims that it's gonna hurt a lot. Dennis is certainly one of the more dangerous threats to underwater safety, but with that being said, we've seen how the Bikini Bottom police dealt with the Tattletale Strangler. Even with a ridiculous amount of handcuffs, he still managed to escape against all odds, rather easily too. We'll say that, for how dangerous he is, Dennis will get 20 years in prison, but he'll probably escape within 3 days by intimidating the officers. Okay, it's time to get to the character with the smallest stature but the biggest list of crimes, Sheldon J. Plankton. He's Bikini Bottom's most notorious criminal, and he's been stealing the Krabby Patty formula since 1999, and it doesn't seem like he'll be stopping anytime soon. But theft isn't the only dirty deed under Plankton's belt. He's guilty of attempted murder, kidnapping, assault, blackmail, psychological manipulation, enslaving the entire population of Bikini Bottom. You name it, he's done it. He's also contracted a bounty hunter, played God by transforming the citizens of Bikini Bottom into babies, and perhaps worst of all is his crime of owning the chum bucket. That might sound like a joke, but chum, by definition, is chopped up animal or vegetable product used to lure fish. This animal product can in fact include fish guts, so yeah, he's basically endorsing cannibalism. He's certainly the most dangerous creature in Bikini Bottom, which would usually make a life sentence certain. The issue, of course, is that Plankton is, well, microscopic. The guy's not exactly going to be held by your typical jail cell.
Well, this stinks.
Even after being arrested at the end of the SpongeBob movie, Plankton apparently got out since he's, you know, out after the movie. Given all of Plankton's history, we'll sentence him to jail time until he escapes. Once that happens, we'll just wait on the next patty napping and continue the cycle. But honestly, maybe his notoriously unsuccessful reputation is his punishment. Besides, it's not like his thievery is likely to result in legal action, considering Mr. Krabs is far from an innocent man himself. Mr. Krabs is sometimes a heroic character and a caring father figure to SpongeBob, but that doesn't excuse him from his heinous deeds. Apart from the more eccentric deeds like selling SpongeBob's soul to the Flying Dutchman, which we're not really sure how to even analyze as a crime.
You think I could have gotten more?
Mr. Krabs is constantly violating his workers' rights. He charges them for breathing, lollygagging, and even existing, not to mention severely underpaying them. In Bummer Vacation, it's revealed that SpongeBob had worked so often that he had to take a vacation day, otherwise Krabs would have to pay a fine. Speaking of, that fine was a quarter, which SpongeBob states is more than he makes in a year. The episode Big Pink Loser reveals that SpongeBob had to pay Mr. Krabs $100 per hour to work at the Krusty Krab. We're not exactly sure how money works in Bikini Bottom, but there's no way that's okay. If that's not bad enough, the episode Life of Crime reveals Mr. Krabs' habit of stealing, borrowing items from Bikini Bottom citizens without their knowledge. In Out of the Picture, he tries to murder Squidward. In One Course Meal, he harasses and psychologically torments Plankton. Okay, honestly, Plankton's got some competition. As much as we all love the greedy guy, the amount of crimes he's committed is actually ridiculous. As far as sentencing goes, we're reminded of the episode Patty Caper, in which Mr. Krabs is punished for stealing his own formula by being forced to sell his Krabby Patties for free for an entire day. This was essentially torture for Mr. Krabs, but honestly, if he's gonna be rehabilitated, he's got a lot of debt to repay. Our sentence for Mr. Krabs is giving away 1 million free Krabby Patties. And some free glasses of water to wash it all down, of course. Man, these sentences are really getting complicated. Maybe it would help to call Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. They've done well to protect the sea from the Dirty Bubble. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy's arch nemesis, the Dirty Bubble, is SpongeBob's favorite supervillain. He also seems to be one of the most durable, even after being popped by SpongeBob in his debut appearance. He comes back rather frequently. Given his penchant for filth and frequent attempts to capture Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, kidnapping and assault are the Dirty Bubble's most notorious crimes. During his time with Evil, he joins Barnacle Man and Man Ray to harass the town with pranks. But there's one episode that paints this nasty bubble in a more sympathetic light. In the episode Dirty Bubble Returns, the Dirty Bubble turns into the Clean Bubble and actually tries hard to clean up his act. It turns out that when he's not covered in grime, he's able to be friendly and peaceful, even taking on a job at the Krusty Krab alongside SpongeBob. It's only when he gives in to the temptation to dirty himself up again that he becomes his old, villainous self once more. It's entirely likely that the Dirty Bubble has an addiction to grime, and, like with many addictions, it's what caused his life to spiral downhill. This doesn't really excuse the Dirty Bubble's misdeeds, however, so we'll give him 5 years in prison plus mandatory addiction counseling. When he starts making progress, we'll offer him some parole, but maybe we also need to keep him from the Krusty Krab, and Neptune forbid the chum bucket. While the Dirty Bubble is the arch nemesis to Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, Man Ray is arguably the most iconic. In the episode Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 3, he's unwittingly released from his frozen tartar sauce prison and allowed to run wild in Bikini Bottom once more. He attempts to rob a bank and would have gone through with it were it not for SpongeBob's rehabilitation through his tickle belt. While he seems to have lost the urge to do bad in this episode, he's rather inconsistent. While he's sometimes a peaceful, ordinary citizen like in shuffleboarding, other times he's back to his old ways, like his time with Evil, or his past of attempted world domination. Still, if SpongeBob and Patrick's time with him in his debut appearance was any indication, he's actually perfectly capable of being reformed. Our sentence for Man Ray is the tickle belt, and a parole officer to activate it whenever he acts up. Not to torture the guy, just to make sure he's staying on the straight and narrow.
That would be fantastic!
In other words, please don't give this responsibility to Patrick. These two may have Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy to keep the citizens of Bikini Bottom safe, but y'all best beware of the ominous flying Dutchman, and may Neptune have mercy on the souls who dare disturb him.
Dutchman's residence.
So, as I was saying, you and me gotta hang out more.
Excluding King Neptune, he's quite possibly the most powerful villain in all of Bikini Bottom, able to move with great speed, turn others into ghosts, and even grant wishes. The Flying Dutchman has few limits to what he can do. He also seems to be Bikini Bottom's Grim Reaper, taking the souls of fish and other sea creatures to Davy Jones's locker. It may be a bit more likely that he acts as a reaper for the more vile citizens of Bikini Bottom, which begs the question, does the Flying Dutchman count as a citizen of Bikini Bottom? He seems more like a supernatural figure than anything else, so it's honestly questionable whether he's subject to its laws. Besides, it's not as though locking the Dutchman up is gonna do anything, since he's a ghost. We don't know how to sentence the Dutchman, so we'll just keep our distance and make sure we don't shave off his beard by accident. King Neptune was on the table for this list, but since he's Bikini Bottom's king, we're not really sure how he could be sentenced. So we're giving mention to King Poseidon, king of the lost city of Atlantic City.
Let the proceedings begin!
He's the main antagonist for Sponge on the Run. For one thing, he's certainly guilty of animal abuse, using the slime of snails to keep up his flawless skin's appearance. When they're used up, he discards them to be used as slaves in his dungeon. He also attempted to execute SpongeBob when he came by to get Gary back. Like Neptune, he's an abuser of his power, and if he were tried by the Bikini Bottomites, it's safe to say they wouldn't be too happy with him trying to kill one of their most beloved citizens. That said, he does seem remorseful by the movie's end, so we'll sentence King Poseidon to a $1 million fine for mass snail napping, and of course, stripping him of that crown. There's a reason nobody genuinely wanted to be his friend in the whole city. He's an awful ruler, to be frank. He can keep the casino, though. And there's one last villain to go, as far as the movies are concerned, the notorious pirate Burger Beard. He falls into the category of crimes we aren't even sure how to categorize. It's not every day you see someone literally rewriting the fabric of reality so he can get rich. That's at least mass theft. Tacking on assault when the heroes of Bikini Bottom arrive to get the formula back, extortion for him threatening his adorable singing seagulls to keep them working for him, and that's all without considering the whole rewriting the fabric of reality thing. The man is simply too dangerous to be kept on the streets in any capacity. He's buried in the sand at the end of the movie, but we'll say that whenever he gets out, he's going to be buried in prison for life. We will allow his birds to stay with him, however. That ought to teach him. We're nearing the end of today's video, and we've saved the most utterly despicable villain for last. He's the most cold, heartless monster in the series history. And oh brother, this guy stinks! That's right, it's the pizza delivery customer. Everyone knows the classic episode Pizza Delivery, where SpongeBob and Squidward work to get a Krabby Patty pizza over to a customer. When SpongeBob finally reaches his door, the customer callously throws the pizza back in his face, accusing him of forgetting his Diet Dr. Kelp.
Where's my drink?
You know, a drink he didn't order. Thankfully, Squidward comes around to give the guy a taste of his own medicine. Now, technically the pizza customer didn't commit any crimes here, but are we just gonna wait around until he does? Okay, maybe we can't arrest the guy, but we're still gonna give him the penalty of a mandatory handwritten apology to SpongeBob, or else we're sending Squidward back to his house to deal with him.
SpongeBob?
SpongeBob SquarePants needs no introduction. Whether it's jellyfishing with Patrick, karate with Sandy, cooking with Mr. Krabs, or restraining orders with Squidward, he's like family. But it's easy to forget that SpongeBob has his own, apart from us and his buddies. The SquarePants family line goes deep as we take a trip through SpongeBob's family tree. Are you ready, kids? And ancestors? Okay. That's right, with 13 seasons to flesh out the lore of SpongeBob's increasingly weird world, we have to go all the way back to prehistoric times. And who else to start with but Primitive Sponge? If you were on the internet at any point in 2016, I'm willing to bet actual money you recognize this frame. This fine specimen is the legendary Primitive Sponge, debuting in the Season 1 episode SB-129. Doing justice to his name, Primitive Sponge is essentially SpongeBob with all the intelligence and grace of a monkey with mad snail disease. He'll attack indiscriminately if he feels threatened and learns much like a young child, having no issue using Squidward's arm as a sensory toy. There's not much else to say, other than the fact that he's apparently very polite, considering he wears at least 2 loincloths at all times, just in case. Next, we have Spongegar. Spongegar is a descendant of Primitive Sponge. He's only capable of few words and minimal intelligence.
Spongegar ready! Spongegar!
In his era, he and his neighbors at least had prehistoric versions of their homes, showing that they likely came along a good bit after. There's not much else to say, save for his role in discovering fire, which is even more impressive considering they live underwater. Now we have SpongeBob SquarePants. Before there was Bikini Bottom, there was Bikini Gulch. Likewise, before there was SpongeBob, there was SpongeBuck, a hero who rode into town and became the sheriff.
Give me a shot of milk.
Ultimately, he saves everyone from the evil Deadeye Plankton, resulting in a solid gold statue built in his honor. Side note, the fact that it stood so long when Mr. Krabs is in town is nothing short of a miracle. One interesting note about SpongeBob's story is that he shows up first as an outsider, which suggests that SpongeBob's ancestry migrated to the Bikini Bottom area after the other residents of the town, like Squidward or Patrick. While I'd like to think there wasn't some severe falling out between SpongeBob and Paytar or Squog, it's little details like this that really do make you wonder. But for now, let's drop it to talk about someone who's a little more recent. SpongeBob's great-great-great-great-great-grandson, Grandpa SquarePants. He's actually one of the first members of SpongeBob's family to be referenced in the Season 1 episode, Rock Bottom, where SpongeBob recalls his advice to never chase a bus, especially one that's going up at a 90-degree angle. Presumably dead before its events, his only other appearance is in another piece of memorable advice in The Sponge Who Could Fly, trying to tell his naive grandson that if he were meant to fly, he'd have propellers on his head or jet engines on his back. Aside from giving advice, he also seems to have the ability to remain consciously aware of the events going on around him, as shown by Patrick having a similar flashback where Grandpa SquarePants pokes him in the head, reminding him he's not his grandfather. Who's to say what other powers Grandpa SquarePants holds from beyond the grave? Those powers may be sweet, but I doubt they're as sweet as the cookies you can get from Grandma SquarePants. And while yes, I know what it looks like, she's not a cookie herself, just a more circular sponge. Grandma SquarePants has a few episodes where she's a major character. The most notable is Grandma's Kisses, which demonstrates her character perfectly. She's caring and compassionate, spoiling SpongeBob with cookies, storybooks, hugs, and kisses anytime he comes over, even though SpongeBob's an adult. She also respects his wishes when he temporarily wants to be a grown-up, only to go back on it a few hours later when he becomes jealous of Patrick's attention from her. Man, that I don't want to grow up tantrum hits a lot harder now, huh? Next is Harold SquarePants. Harold is the polite, straight-laced father of SpongeBob. He's a very supportive dad and is always there when he's needed. He helps arrange a surprise party for Mrs. Puff after SpongeBob passes his driving test, and afterwards reveals that he's bought him a brand new boatmobile. The storybook Hooray for Dads also suggests he taught SpongeBob everything he knows about jellyfishing. It's easy to see why SpongeBob is so confident and happy. Harold was a really good role model and a healthy father figure. He may not have a ton of screen time, but you won't find a lot of Nicktoon dads better than him. And now we have Margaret SquarePants. Like Harold, she's very supportive of SpongeBob and her spouse. There isn't really too much to say about her that can't be said about Harold. Both are decent people who love and care about their son. And that said, it is very interesting to note that Mrs. SquarePants was apparently pregnant with SpongeBob, as proven in the episode Truth or Square. SpongeBob is known to be asexual and can reproduce by budding. So, is pregnancy just the way female sponges reproduce by budding? Or do male sponges have to get pregnant too? Is every one of their holes a birth canal? Should we move on before this discussion goes way too far? Yeah, we should. So let's talk about the first of SpongeBob's two known uncles, Uncle Captain Blue. This retired police captain is one of many relatives SpongeBob runs to for help when facing his brute cousin, Blackjack. Since he only appears in the one episode, there's not too much to say about him, save for the fact that he's rather lazy and has a habit of mishearing SpongeBob due to his tendency to have constant loud noises in his garage. And for a retired cop, he's pretty cowardly, given his lack of courage to help SpongeBob face Blackjack. And then we have Uncle Sherm. Uncle Sherm has never made an actual episode appearance outside of cameos, but he's been mentioned rather consistently in several forms of media in the series. Most memorably, he's the father of Stanley S. SquarePants, who we'll get to later, and he can fit an entire watermelon up his nose. I mean, it's worth some credit, right? Next, we have SpongeBob's cousin, Todd. Here we have our first family member sourced from media outside of the cartoon. He only appears in the story reader book, The Never-Ending Stay. He looks identical to SpongeBob, if SpongeBob got hit with a truck full of cheap party store costume supplies. Todd is like a freeloader, staying over at SpongeBob's place and making a total mess of things, taking advantage of our poor, too nice to say no Sponge. Our next entry goes to Cousin Larry, not to be confused with Larry the Lobster or Larry the Rebound Snail. Cousin Larry is, he's mentioned one time. SpongeBob mentions him in the PC game Operation Krabby Patty when he misinterprets Plankton telling him he's kidnapped Gary. SpongeBob mistakenly thinks he's kidnapped his cousin named Larry.
You hid my cousin Larry?
Which is quite literally the extent of what we know about him. Hell, he wasn't even mentioned in one of the good SpongeBob games. Now we have Blackjack. Feared by the majority of his family, especially SpongeBob, Blackjack is SpongeBob's cousin, and the last one with an unknown father. He was shown in a flashback to constantly bully SpongeBob in their childhood due to his own massive size, and when released from jail, he threatened SpongeBob's parents and even grandmother to goad him into fighting, or at least SpongeBob thought it was a threat. In actuality, the guy was literally just visiting his uncle and aunt, but the cleverly laid out letters did get SpongeBob to show retaliation against his cousin. Finally, thankfully, Mr. Two Marshmallows is too heavy, doesn't have to fight Blackjack after all, given that he's literally the size of his big toe.
Prepare to relive your past in the present.
Either Blackjack was shrunken in prison as punishment for littering, or maybe SpongeBob just grew a lot. We may never know. Next is SpongeBob's most memorable cousin, Stanley SquarePants. Sent by his father Sherm to SpongeBob's house out of desperation to straighten him out, Stanley's a guy who quite literally ruins everything he touches. This aside, SpongeBob and him actually get along well, with SpongeBob doing his best to work with him and encourage him to find his place in the world.
I'll bet Patrick can help ya. He's a genius.
Last we saw him, Stanley was working a new job at the Chum Bucket, and of course, he blew it up in seconds. Sadly, this was the last time we've seen Stanley or even heard any mention of him. It'd be nice to see Stanley get some help and find a place where he can live a happy, fulfilling life. He's a nice guy. He's just destructive and annoying enough to set even SpongeBob off. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? That's right, we finally reached SpongeBob SquarePants. And honestly, what can we say about SpongeBob? We've talked more about him than practically anyone else during the course of this channel. He's the best friend anyone under the sea could ask for, even the most morally depraved. Since we already know SpongeBob, who else lives in a pineapple under the sea? A little sea snail named Gerald Wilson Jr. Come on, adopted pet or not, did you really expect us to leave Gary out of the family tree? And before anyone asks, yes, Gerald Wilson Jr. is in fact his real name. Watch the episode Treats if you don't believe me.
Gary Wilson Jr.
SpongeBob treats Gary better than many people treat their kids. He's one of his best friends, to the point where SpongeBob will do anything to make him happy and protect him, even if that means searching the entire globe to find discounted snail treats for him. What's more, whenever SpongeBob and Gary are separated, SpongeBob is devastated. We all know the Gary Come Home song by heart, I guarantee it. If dogs are man's best friend, then snails must be Sponge's best friend. Now we have Patrick Star. SpongeBob's idiot best friend is actually a first cousin of Gary's, according to a family tree shown in the episode Rule of Dumb, which would technically make Patrick an adoptive nephew of SpongeBob's, I think, at least. Look, even we have our limits when it comes to overthinking the logistics of these things. Next is Doodlebob. Think about it. SpongeBob literally drew this man and brought him into existence. It got to the point where Doodlebob got his hands on the magic pencil used to create him, trying his hardest to alter the reality of things around him. He ultimately had to be imprisoned in a piece of paper to be subdued. Hey, at least things ended better for SpongeBob playing God than for Dr. Frankenstein. We've only got a few more millenniums to cover, but don't click off. They can be covered in just 2 entries, the first being SpongeBob's grandson. At the end of The Great Patty Caper, we get a flash forward of 75 years to an elderly SpongeBob talking to a younger Sponge playing a video game. He tells him of the exciting train mystery special, to which he replies with absolutely no interest. I don't blame him, it was a season 7 episode. It's interesting to know that SpongeBob apparently reproduced by budding pretty early in life though. Maybe one day we'll see a flash forward of his unnamed child too. Also notable, look at the game he's playing. Do Game Boys come back in 75 years? I'm holding you to that, SpongeBob. And for the grand finale, we go a mere 1,925 more years into the future to talk about the eventual creation of Spongetron. And of course, Spongetron's X, Y, and Z, and the 486 other Spongetron clones. They're basically identical to SpongeBob. Absorbent, yellow, square, friendly, working in a restaurant. The main difference is that they're also highly advanced robots who have access to both a time machine and a can opener room. To this day, I have to wonder what purpose that can opener room serves, and also why exactly there are so many clones of SpongeBob. Is SpongeBob some kind of Ned Flanders-esque dictator in the future? Is he just that well liked? Is it a reference to the popularity SpongeBob will inevitably hold by then, when we as a society communicate solely in SpongeBob quotes? Only time will tell, but one thing's for sure, I really want that laser hammer.
This isn't your average everyday darkness. This is advanced darkness.
SpongeBob is synonymous with a generation of childhood comfort cartoons. That being said, it's not always comfortable in the deep blue sea. We've talked about SpongeBob's dark moments before, but trust us when we say there's still more. Hey guys, I'm Brad with Wicked Bench, and these are the darkest SpongeBob SquarePants moments.
Don't worry, it grows back.
First, not every dark moment is familiar to the masses. These are some infamous deleted scenes that were either taken off the air or didn't air. One example of the latter was a scene from Just One Bite, in which Squidward walks into the Krusty Krab after hours to soothe his intense Krabby Patty cravings.
I have got to get my hands on a Krabby Patty, and no one's gonna stop me!
A bucket of water on the door is the extent of security measures, except it isn't water, it's gas, which Squiddy finds out the hard way after a match falls falls onto it. There's nothing particularly dark about the scene compared to anything else. Heck, it's not even close to the first time Squidward has spontaneously exploded, but its timing on the episode's initial air date, roughly just 1 month after 9/11, made the decision to delete it seem sensible to the writers, which actually is really weird considering Squidward explodes at the end of the episode anyway. There's also an unused close-up of SpongeBob's exposed brain in Scaredy Pants. This deletion is somehow even more reasonable, as even though they show it in that hand-drawn Season 1 style anyway, this painted still may have been a bit of a jump scare for the kids, especially if the Flying Dutchman was freaked out. Next is the Flying Dutchman's transformation. The ominous Flying Dutchman falls into that really cool category of characters that are synonymous with a good episode. In the episode Ghost Host, we learn that even the scariest ghost pirates have their rough patches. The Flying Dutchman has a ghastly good time scaring SpongeBob until even SquarePants himself gets too used to his moves to be affected anymore.
Why aren't you freaking out, lad? Well, you've been here a while.
This results in a gruesome scene where the Flying Dutchman transforms into various creatures with surprisingly graphic detail and a latch-ditch effort to scare SpongeBob. While the monsters aren't that much scarier than something you might see in, say, Scooby-Doo, it's still a lot rougher on the eyes than SpongeBob's usual fare. Now we have Wormy. As sea creatures, it's only reasonable that SpongeBob and Patrick have no clue about the anatomy of a caterpillar or a butterfly. So when Wormy goes through metamorphosis while they're gone overnight, they assume the worst.
Let's not panic. We just have to stick together. Remember, it's 2 against 1.
This monstrous butterfly has gone full-on Morpho Night on their dear friend Wormy, and it's only a matter of time before the rest of Bikini Bottom follows suit. If you think they're being unreasonable, the lovely close-up of an angry horsefly, spread throughout the episode several times, gives a nice jump scare to justify how horrified they are. If you got a fear of bugs, this episode is probably to blame. Now we have the checkered past and present of Mrs. Puff. Sometimes the most unsettling moments are the ones you only ever see the tiniest glimpses of. No character in the Deep Blue Sea embodies this principle like Mrs. Puff. Beneath her soft-spoken voice and gentle demeanor lies a woman who's ready to snap at any moment.
I got caught in traffic on the way in here when that whole "I'm going to be doing this for the rest of my life" thing reared its ugly head, and
It's hard to blame her, to be fair. Squidward has a sad life, sure, but Puff Mama makes his look like a day at the carnival. Her husband's corpse has been turned into a lamp, she's been sent to prison and the hospital due to SpongeBob's negligence more times than anyone can count, including nearly being killed by him on multiple occasions. In one episode, she even implies that she's not only not from Bikini Bottom, but that Mrs. Puff isn't even her real name, which begs even further questions of what the heck she was up to wherever she was before her time as SpongeBob's unfortunate instructor, and, back to the quote from earlier, what she did in that traffic to make her late. It's easy to feel for her, but that said, this doesn't really justify Puff becoming a boatjacker, attempting to get SpongeBob killed in a demolition derby, etc., etc. What I learned in boating school is get a therapist. Okay, we all knew it was coming. Let's get the toenail scene over with. If you're not familiar with what we're talking about, you're blessed, and honestly should just skip to the next entry. But for those among us already cursed with the knowledge of the episode House Fancy, let's help Squiddy move his couch real quick.
Ow, SpongeBob! I told you not to move it till I said
What the barnacles are we even supposed to say here? Like, yeah, it's legitimate body horror. It's wild that so many people had to write, draw, voice, approve, and air this scene, and nobody questioned whether it was maybe a little too dark for this innocent happy kid show. Don't worry though, it's not even close to the worst thing Squiddy's gonna go through on this list. Now we have the third act of One Course Meal. Whatever your opinion on old versus new SpongeBob, few would disagree that anything is better than whatever happened from seasons 6 through 8. One Course Meal is one of the most hated episodes of the entire series, and with good reason. The episode consists of Mr. Krabs dressing as his own teenage daughter to psychologically torture Plankton.
I can't risk stepping into the light. The whale might see me.
The episode is notorious for 2 reasons. First of all, Mr. Krabs' cruelty feels sincerely out of character, an impressive feat for a character who's already supposed to be the furthest thing from a saint. But second, and more infamously, is a legitimate suicide attempt by Plankton, followed by Mr. Krabs laughing at the news.
I can't take it.
Look, I get it. You guys are rivals and you hate each other, but there's no convincing us that Mr. Krabs is enough of a sadist to laugh at the idea of his former best friend attempting to get hit by a bus. fuss. This episode is unsettling because it doesn't seem like it's trying to be funny. It's closer to horror than comedy, honestly. Next is Are You Happy Now? This is one of those episodes that always made us feel weirdly uncomfortable growing up. Being older, it's easy to see why. This episode is Squidward having a full-on bout of depression over not having a happiest memory. This crisis comes with not one, but two low-key suicide jokes, as if we weren't worried enough about him already. Remember when Squidward was just this grouchy, exhausted guy? He didn't entirely hate his life, or even SpongeBob for that matter. He was just frustrated with them, to various degrees, depending on the episode.
I can't seem to get happy.
Here, we see how much of a toll things have taken on his mental health in the later seasons. For all his best efforts, SpongeBob isn't able to bring Squidward out of his funk until the end of the episode, where Squidward goes full-on Texas Chainsaw Massacre on a party full of papier-mâché SpongeBobs. This isn't really a happy ending though, it just feels like the climax of the poor guy's mental breakdown. Believe it or not, it gets even more on the nose with a direct reference to an infamous creepypasta. One of the most iconic creepypasta stories of all time, Squidward's suicide, is the story of a cursed episode of SpongeBob that never aired. As for the plot, well, we'll let you figure that one out. All you need to know is that audiences were jump scared by a hand-drawn still image of the infamous red mist frame from the creepypasta. Sadly, subsequent airings replaced it with a baby Squidward pooping himself. Thanks, Nick, that's just the episode we wanted to remember. Next is Patrick's Ink Lemonade business. While the latest seasons of SpongeBob have been divisive among fans, few on either side disagree that Ink Lemonade is one of the series' worst.
Lemonade for sale!
This episode is 11 minutes of Patrick violating Squidward for his ink to make the beverage. He does this by continually terrifying Squidward and forcing him to spray ink, an act which clearly causes him great pain and anxiety, only to then pass it out to the people of Bikini Bottom to drink. He doesn't seem to have a reason for it, this is just fun for Pat. We could highlight him ripping his own skin off, which surprisingly isn't the only time the series has done this, since it happened in sandcastles on the sand too. But arguably even more disturbing is that Patrick is both taking a person's bodily fluids without their consent and feeding those bodily fluids to others without their consent. The fact that the spider egg-filled cookies are the more pleasant part of the equation here should say it all, really. This episode does a great job making Patrick feel like a horror movie villain, so if that was their angle, they actually did pretty good. Would you believe us if we said Squidward is the object of other horror-adjacent episodes?
Never mind.
Of course you would. SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob has always been fond of Squidward. As irritating as he can be to Squidward, and as rude as Squidward can be to SpongeBob, they had a genuine bond. Then the show reached season 6 and SpongeBob became Squidward's legitimate nightmare. In the episode Squid's Visit, we find out that SpongeBob is willing to steal from Squidward's house, only to force him to come over for a visit.
Oh, P.S.
This is already creepy, but if that's not enough for you, SpongeBob has meticulously recreated every last detail of Squidward's house. From the inscriptions on his mother's handmade pillow, even to his rash cream, this understandably horrifies Squidward and ultimately leads him into a mental breakdown. Add on the other times SpongeBob has engaged in some weirdly creepy behavior towards his next-door neighbor, and it's nothing short of a mystery how it took the latter 8 seasons to consider a restraining order. Next is the Health Inspector. Every SpongeBob fan remembers the iconic Nasty Patty episode, where SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs work together to make the most disgusting Krabby Patty possible to poison the fake health inspector. It doesn't seem right,
but it feels so good.
But when this patty knocks out the health inspector and that inspector turns out to be legitimate, they believe they killed a man. The remainder of the episode consists of a panicked, ruthless Krabs and a panicked, horrified SpongeBob working together to bury the body and hide it from the police. This is definitely one of the most iconic and hilarious episodes of the series, which is really the only reason it isn't higher. It's well regarded for blending the comedy of SpongeBob with the darkness of a body-bearing story effectively, and for that reason, we're only going to call it the third darkest moment of the series run. Now we got Spongehenge. In this season 5 episode, SpongeBob is driven out of Bikini Bottom due to a windstorm, making him an involuntary musical instrument, and by extension, a jellyfish magnet unable to perform his usual duties. Eventually, he comes up with a solution. He built a circle of gigantic stone SpongeBobs to attract the jellyfish instead of him, but in the end, as he gleefully returns to Bikini Bottom, he's met with a harrowing sight, the Krusty Krab buried in sand, a reference to the end of the classic movie, Planet of the Apes. As for why we consider it so dark, well, here's the thing. This episode is incredibly different in tone from any other episode, and for this ending to be the last we see of SpongeBob in the episode is extremely unsettling. It falls into the one-course meal category of episodes that aren't even trying to be funny, except with an even more bleak ending. This episode doesn't have the series' usual humor, and that makes the dark subject matter leave an even creepier mark on the audience. Finishing off this list, we have Squidward's therapy session. The episode, SpongeBob SquigglePants, has Squidward nightmarishly fused with SpongeBob due to a malfunction in Sandy's machine. They have to cope with their new status as conjoined neighbors to great difficulty on both ends. While this plot is a little unsettling,
I gotta lay off the hot sauce.
It doesn't go into full-on terrifying until the ending scene. When Squidward's audience at a clarinet recital is actually impressed by him being a freaky fusion with SpongeBob, they're naturally disappointed when he's turned back to normal. So, naturally, he tries his darndest to reverse the effects of Sandy's ray gun that fixed him in the first place, resulting in this.
It all started when I was born.
Jump scare? Check. Psychological horror? Check. All of SpongeBob and his buddies having horrifically disfigured, agonized faces of pure torment? Very much in check. Maybe I'm biased because this scene genuinely traumatized me as a kid, but sweet Neptune, this just has no business being in a show as usually chill as SpongeBob. Other entries on this list are either humorously dark, or they're so out of place that they somehow revert to being funny, and even the darkest moments were usually from already unsettling episodes. Despite the plot, this episode was pretty in line with SpongeBob's usual brand of comedy, so to have this display of legitimate body horror easily earns this therapy session the gold medal. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna follow suit.
Thanks! 12 inches of deliciousness!
We're not sure how much of the audience will agree, but I'm of the opinion that the classic run of SpongeBob SquarePants is, at least currently, the most timeless kids cartoon series of all time. You can go back to watching it as an adult and get just as much, if not more, enjoyment than you did in childhood for at least for the first 3 or 4 seasons. But that's not the only reason SpongeBob is timeless. In addition to having a great sense of humor, there is no shortage of clever gags snuck in for the older audience members, from pop culture references to weirdly dark subject matters to jokes so filthy that they would make Dirty Dan himself shudder. Practically everything Squidward says. This might not count as a typical definition of adult jokes, but it's worth mentioning. I don't like the notion that everyone becomes a Squidward as they enter adulthood, but I do love, and completely agree with, the idea that we only fully understand Squidward as we get older. Whether it's his mourning of his dead hopes and dreams, or his frustration with the world refusing to give him any R&R, Squidward is a mood sometimes. Coming to bed, honey? Staying on a similar subject, when SpongeBob and Patrick try and break Mrs. Puff out of prison, SpongeBob recalls how wonderful adult life is on the outside. The traffic, the meaningless work, the failing, loveless marriages. Man, when did this show get so existential?
Coming to bed, honey?
Yes, dear.
Shout out to SpongeBob for staying so dang positive, somehow. Square pattern baldness. Okay, I want to start this off by saying that in The Sponge Who Could Fly, SpongeBob is confirmed to have hair, and by extension, insanely precise hairstyling skills. But when SpongeBob leaves Sandy's dome with the excuse of needing a haircut, Sandy isn't sure of whether or not he's got hair, and if he does, just where is it exactly? Krusty Dogs. The entire episode of Krusty Dogs is really just an excuse to have the character say wiener over and over.
Hey, I'd like to request a wiener.
Not limited to Squidward's line of hoping Mr. Krabs' whole wiener thing will blow up in his face.
Just make the wieners.
Wieners?
Whether kids or adults, one thing is for sure, they know their audience.
Wieners! Wieners! Wieners!
Patrick, your genius is showing. We briefly discussed this one in our 90s Nicktoons adult jokes video, but in the episode Texas, SpongeBob praises Patrick's idea to bring Texas to Bikini Bottom by telling him his genius is showing, to which Patrick covers his crotch and asks, where? I'll ask the same question. Does Patrick just genuinely not know where his penis is? Nancy's pencil organization tips. SpongeBob's OCD kicks in during one morning of boating school, and he overthinks how to organize his pencils and notebooks. Thankfully, Nancy's kind enough to give him some advice when prompted.
Think it goes stuck inside your...
Suggesting that one of the pencils belongs shoved up his Squidward's making waffles. Squidward is a great character, but you won't hear us denying that he can be a jackass sometimes. In Fools in April, when he attempts to apologize to SpongeBob for his cruel prank, he can't help but have his head transmutated into a sea donkey's and wait, what? And again in Christmas Who, when he realizes how much of an absolute jerk he's been to SpongeBob. Despite his lovingly handmade gift, he feels like a hee-haw, big jerk. By Squidward. SpongeBob and Patrick are tasked with delivering Krabby Patties in a little submarine to the good people of Bikini Bottom. Upon being commissioned, SpongeBob says his goodbyes to Squidward, then to Mr. Krabs, then really says his goodbyes to Squidward, if you know what I'm saying.
Bye, Squidward.
For a guy who's asexual, SpongeBob has a weird way of making relatively normal comments sound strangely suggestive. Do you want it to hurt me, Kevin? Case in point, his encounter with Kevin C. Cucumber, his now former jellyfishing hero.
The coolest jellyfish enthusiast ever.
SpongeBob will do anything for Kevin. Like anything. He's more than willing to punch himself with a metal spiked boxing glove for the pleasure of this cucumber-shaped neckbeard.
Do you want it to hurt me, Kevin?
I'll stick to Jeffrey Jellyfish, thank you very much. The Balloon. Not to be confused with the Great Balloon Theft of 2001, SpongeBob presumably didn't borrow this balloon. He paid for it fair and square, but I'd say he really shouldn't be blowing his money on it. Get it? It's funny because it looks like we're not gonna say it. There's a concerning amount of things in this series that look like this object. Sandy Cheeks and Bikini Bottom. Most of these jokes aren't too meta, but when you've got a town called Bikini Bottom and a character named Sandy Cheeks, and if we want to reach a little further, another character named Mr. Krabs, you can't expect us not to fill in the blanks. There's also that joke theory that SpongeBob is a tampon, but even I'm not buying that one. Bubble Bass's ad. In one of the newest SpongeBob episodes, Hot Cross Nuts, Bubble Bass advertises Sandy's barbecue nuts on his butt. Oh my god, there's no way to say that normally. The Yellowfish's line, "This guy's butt loves those nuts," does not help.
This guy's butt loves those nuts!
Sailor Mouth. While it's not even remotely subtle, the episode Sailor Mouth is quite literally about SpongeBob and Patrick learning a swear word from dumpster graffiti.
Dumpster writing, the voice of the people.
It's unsure which word this is, but it's a fun rewatch since there's no concrete answer. They could be saying literally anything behind those dolphin chirps, and furthermore, this episode has more replay value than a AAA platformer. The good reasons to run around in colored undies. When SpongeBob and friends team up with Mermaid Man to bring the IJLSA back into action and stop evil, Mermaid Man reveals that superpowers are actually stored in their costumes. After all, why else would we run around in colored undies? Well, Squidward assures us that he has 3 good reasons for it.
I can think of 3 good reasons.
And frankly, that makes it a bit disappointing that he doesn't at least have the consideration to tell us even one of those reasons. Also notable is his reminiscence on his time at Makeout Reef. How much you guys want to bet he made a few visits there with Squilliam? Extra goofy goobers. The older we get, the more often we seem convinced that the characters in SpongeBob's world are mostly either stoned out of their minds or deeply mentally disturbed. In the SpongeBob movie, at least one of these theories is confirmed when SpongeBob and Patrick go on an ice cream binge at Goofy Goober's ice cream party vote.
Why do I always get the nuts?
When SpongeBob wakes up, he's stumbling with a rough hangover to the Krusty Krab to call out Mr. Krabs for not giving him the promotion he deserves. Go off, little square dude, but maybe shower first next time. And now for the chaser. When Mr. Krabs flushes Plankton after yet another failed attempt to get his stubby little paws in the secret formula, he laughs heartily before claiming, "And now for the chaser."
And now for the chaser.
It's suggesting that Mr. Krabs is about to take a dump, which isn't that mature in and of itself, but there was recently the discovery of some lost media called Behind Closed Doors, consisting of vile drawings depicting SpongeBob characters. One example is the storyboard of the Now for the Chaser scene, in which Mr. Krabs actually took a violent on-screen dump. Really glad they cut that scene, personally. No, Mr. Krabs, it's that time of the month. A giant red blimp arrives at the Krusty Krab, the shadow of which makes Mr. Krabs question his old eyes. Squidward assures him that it's just that time of the month, ladies.
It's that time of the month.
You know what he's talking about. Does it really look like a gigantic blimp though? Nasty Patty. This is as good a time as any to talk about the classic SpongeBob episode that was about SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs trying to hide what they fully believed was an innocent man's dead body from the police by burying it. Honorable mention to the later episode, Out of the Picture, which sees Mr. Krabs repeatedly attempting murder on Squidward to sell his art for ludicrous prices. The mystery of the coin coin slot. SpongeBob's brief time with Mystery, the seahorse, led to her tied up on the bike rack outside of the Krusty Krab. Scooter mistakes her for a kiddie ride, somehow, and looks for the coin slot, only finding it off-screen and promptly being kicked away. Guess Bubble Buddy wasn't the only one to make him experience high tide. And why aren't you in uniform? SpongeBob is too sweet to say no when Squidward is staying over during his time being fired from the Krusty Krab. He's even willing to play along when Squidward demands him to dress as a maid while bringing him food and drinks.
And why aren't you in uniform?
He's not even doing it for laughs. He's just doing it to humiliate SpongeBob. Is this some weird kink of Squidward's? The world may never know. And honestly, I don't want to. Did you want to? Patrick having a crush on Mindy in the SpongeBob movie is innocent. The same cannot be said of his reaction when Mindy walks up to the pair while his pants are down.
Did you see my underwear?
No, Patrick.
Did you want to?
If nothing else, it's great that Patrick had both kindness to offer and the consideration to ask before flashing her. What a king. Now you get behind her and I'll push. The inner machinations of Patrick's mind truly must be an enigma to advise SpongeBob to get behind his grandmother while he pushes, when that was nowhere in his plan to prove to her that he's a grown-up.
And then you get behind her and I'll push.
The best interpretation of this is that Patrick had the urge to cripple an old woman, which really calls the big guy's morals into question a little bit. Sexy crab car wash. No explanation needed. Just soak this one in. Really let it marinate in your brain. Acknowledge that this is a canonical scene in SpongeBob and that Mr. Krabs does this. Side note, how often does Mr. Krabs borrow Pearl's clothes? Well, at least it's underwire. Pretty often, I guess. Or he's borrowing someone's.
You're gonna miss the panty raid.
In the alternate universe where he's Bikini Bottom's main panty stealer. Not the way I use them. Eat barnacle chips, they're delicious. They are most certainly not delicious. Not the way I use them. Patrick, sincere question. How do you use them? How do you use them? There's like 1,000 ways I can interpret this. And the longer you leave me to my own devices, the worse they get. Please give us the answer. The world is begging for it. The incomplete snow mermaid. Man, for a couple of kids, these little guys have some skilled artistic talent, huh? They sculpted this mermaid statue on their own. All that's left is 2 more big, round, voluptuous snowballs. Who knows where they'll end up? A 7-mile spanking machine. SpongeBob's butt has been broken, and he's got to be extra careful. That means no football with Percy, who seems to be having a great time. It also means no participating in the 7-mile spanking machine.
7-mile spanking machine! Ouch!
Thankfully, Squidward has no such injuries to worry over. Is this where the line starts? Apparently, early series Squidward was a freak.
Is this where the line starts?
The Squidward's ending it reference. In SpongeBob in Random Land, there's a blink and you miss it reference to the infamous Squidward's ending it creepypasta. Oh, and not a one-off line or something in the background. They actually decided to flash a picture of the infamous Red Mist picture on screen. There's no telling how many children they traumatized with this, and there's no telling how many more they did when they replaced it with this. It's just a prank, bro. Mr. Krabs manages to wash the invisible spray off of SpongeBob and Patrick after they go around pranking Bikini Bottom.
Toast.
Go!
Call it sheer dirty-mindedness, but this screenshot really emphasizes just how low-paying the Krusty Krab must be. Model Sponge. When Sponge thinks Mr. Krabs is firing him,
Yep, he's gonna have to what?
He searches for a new job and starts an acting career for a Sponge commercial. SpongeBob's shocked expression upon hearing lose the pants really tells you all that you need to know. At least buy him a drink first, jeez. The Sports Channel. I remember this one going over my head as a kid. In Your Shoes Untied, SpongeBob is watching a dancing sea anemone on TV, only to quickly switch to the Sports Channel when Gary walks in. I was always wondering why SpongeBob was so fearful of Gary's potential wrath over missing the big game, but it's clear now that SpongeBob was watching some naughty content. Absorbent, yellow, and apparently horny. Z Tickler. Would you believe me if I said a one-time joke character in Karate Island is a metaphor for a condom? By this point, yeah, you probably would. Sandy has to fight the Tickler, a karate master who happens to be French.
Tickler and my iron finger style.
Yes, the French Tickler, also the name of a type of condom that basically turns your pee-pee into a poom-poom. It's even weirder when you consider that his defeat comes by Sandy chucking a tray of phallic jelly-filled donuts into his mouth until he can't hold anymore.
How did you know they were my weakness?
Sorry about the scabies. Wow, this bakery had a cake specifically for apologizing for scabies, an infestation of flesh-feeding bugs that can be transmitted as an STI. This reveals that STDs are apparently enough of an issue in Bikini Bottom for a bakery to just happen to have a cake apologizing for transmitting them. Also note that the same bakery didn't have a happy birthday cake.
Do you want it or not?
Don't drop them. Every SpongeBob fan knows that Gary takes a bath is peak fiction. One reason being the brilliant scheme of a pirate treasure hunt to get Gary in the bathtub. 2 pink, soapy doubloons are his reward, and SpongeBob warns him not to drop them.
Don't drop them.
Somebody gotta check on him. Someone check on him. Check on him.
Looks delicious.
Squid Baby. Okay. I can't avoid talking about this episode for the grand finale.
72 hours later.
The episode, Squid Baby, is about SpongeBob and Patrick babysitting Squidward, who believes he himself is a baby due to a head injury. It's clear from the adult diapers, poop jokes, and just everything that this has got to be some creepy, barely disguised fetish.
Where are your manners?
It's not even a funny episode, it's just weird. It's the epitome of that era of SpongeBob that just didn't care at all anymore. I wouldn't be surprised if they just copy-pasted some creepy fan fiction for the script.
Why don't we just destroy him and get it over with? Here.
Are you ready to be psychologically analyzed against your will, kids? I can't hear you! Okay, I'm just gonna take that silence as a yes. SpongeBob SquarePants. There's no cartoon like it, nor will there ever be. The little square dude has had more impact on the sense of humor and meme culture for an entire generation than probably any other property on the planet. So, suffice to say, the show had no shortage of influence. Like a sponge, our brain soaked up the series, and it became part of our identity. Which begs the question we answer in today's video. Hey guys, I'm Brad with Wicked Binge, and this is what your favorite SpongeBob character says about you. Alright, no more dilly-dallying. We've got some characters to get to, so let's get started with SpongeBob SquarePants. The jolly good rookie himself is a man of many talents. He's skilled at fry cooking, jellyfishing, raising pet snails, and even karate. Whatever's going on, SpongeBob is always both unapologetically and eternally optimistic.
It will bring the whole world together.
In the best of ways, he's just a big kid. As we grow up, we slowly but surely realize the world is an unfair and oftentimes downright cruel place. We all grow to understand Squidward, basically, but we don't have to become a Squidward. I believe we have 2 baseline choices for the paths we take in life. Let's call them the Sponge Pill and the Squid Pill. We'll get to the latter in a bit, but let's talk about the Sponge Pill first. It means keeping that optimistic, curious, childlike view of the world. If SpongeBob's your favorite, you are, like Breaking Bad creator Vince Gilligan described him, courageously nice. And I'll tack on courageously optimistic as well. Where others see setbacks, you see opportunities. No matter your phase of life, you do your best to have fun and make sure everyone else is too. Your high energy might sometimes overwhelm others, as may your seemingly eternal happiness. But if there's any point you annoy others, you more than make up for it by being considerate and sweet towards everyone around you. In short, the world needs more people like you, now more than ever. But whoa there, Eager McBeaver, you gotta talk about the other side of this coin too, Squidward tentacles. Few would argue the point that Squidward is the most important character to SpongeBob as a series.
Fascinating.
Next to SpongeBob himself, like literally any adult, I can relate to Squidward on some levels, but those levels of relatability vary from person to person. If you're squid-pilled, which might be the worst phrase we've ever come up with, honestly, you've ignored the advice of Doug Lawrence and have indeed become a Squidward. In opposition to the SpongeBobs of the world, you're more pessimistic and cynical of the world. That said, in moderation, this isn't a bad thing. Every imaginative SpongeBob needs a stick-in-the-sand squid to keep them in check after all, and one to call out the unfair practices of the Eugene Krabses of the world.
I'm getting paid overtime for this, right, Mr. Krabs?
You might act like you have no soul left in the void you call a body, but we all know that's not true. At the end of the day, you'll still stick up for your friends whenever it comes down to it, no matter how much they annoy you in the process. But SpongeBob and Squidward aren't the only iconic duo under the sea. Up next, let's talk about the greatest heroes in the ocean blue, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. Yeah, I decided to rank these 2 together. You really can't have one without the other. Mermaid Man is borderline senile, forgetful, but always kind to his fans, whereas Barnacle Boy is a bit more of a straight man.
I want an adult-sized Krabby Patty.
Who just wants to enjoy his retirement in peace, and be respected as an adult, of course. If these guys are your favorite, you're not alone. The moment they show up, you just know it's gonna be a good episode. You might like them because you enjoy superhero superhero comic books and cartoons in general, so you can enjoy the bit of parody they provide for that genre. Or perhaps you're just really dang cool, and you don't need a character to appear every other episode to appreciate them, in which case, you're a bit like the cool uncle of the friend group. May both these legends and their voices, Ernest Borgnine and Tim Conway, rest in peace. Now, who's next? Oh, well, I guess I'll talk about Patrick Star until I remember. If SpongeBob represents optimism and kindness, and Squidward, pessimism and cynicism, Patrick represents pure, unadulterated chaos in a lovable pink package.
Oh boy, 3 a.m.
I'd have to say that those who like Patrick best probably fall into a chaotic good personality area.
Is this the Krusty Krab?
No, this is Patrick.
You absolutely love surprises, illustrating why you would enjoy Patrick so much. You never know what you're gonna get with Patrick. One episode he's SpongeBob's best friend, the next he's a menace. One minute he's so stupid, the next he actually offers solid comfort and advice.
I have an idea.
One thing's for sure though, friendship always trumps knowledge as far as you're concerned, and good on you for that. Still wish I could remember what character is next though. Alright, let's move on to Bubble Bass, a regular at the Krusty Krab. Honestly, he's pretty impressive for a side character. He literally only appeared in 3 episodes in season 1, and then disappeared from the show for like 8 seasons, then showed up again like nothing happened, and became comic book guy from The Simpsons. Yet even before that, he was a pretty iconic character, and one people always seem to consider prominent in the series. Bubble Bass fans enjoy some good satire for sure. I've never actually seen anyone call him their favorite, but I wouldn't be surprised. Who doesn't like making fun of annoying customers or neckbeards and all that?
We serve food here, sir.
And sometimes you just gotta vent about it. Bubble Bass offers a great outlet for precisely that, and if you're a big fan of his, you got a solid sense of humor. Be proud of it, but maybe not too proud. If you think Bubble Bass could drive you crazy, you don't know the half of it. Just take a look at the life of Mrs. Puff. Take a dash of Squidward's pessimism, a sprinkle of SpongeBob's kindness, and a whole lot of anxiety, and you've got Mrs. Poppy Puff. Wow, that is a really unfortunate name actually. Mrs. Puff, for all her good intentions and patience, can be best described as an extremely exhausted teacher who just wants her problem student to succeed, more so for her own sanity than anything else. Puff Mama fans, you're pretty darn determined, even if that determination leads to your very existence being absolute torture sometimes. You're always willing to help others, and you take your job very seriously. But at any given moment, you are very close to snapping.
What could possibly go wrong?
So it might be good to seek some outside support before you too become Mrs. Pop. Alright buckos, it's time to finally get to me own favorite SpongeBob character, Mr. Eugene Krabs. If there's anyone in SpongeBob who hits the love or hate archetype perfectly, it's Old Man Krabs. He's a satire on the typical scumbag boss, akin to Mr. Burns, but with one important difference: a few moments of kindness. His business practices can be nasty, and he is really greedy.
Breathe on your own time.
But at the end of the day, he's a good man deep down. Like very, very deep down. Like I'm talking at the absolute last possible moment he'll do the right thing.
Blah, 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 blah.
And he'll certainly protect the people he cares about. If you're a fan of Mr. Krabs, you've probably got a dark sense of humor, but a heart of gold. Sure, you'll joke about being greedy, and maybe even ruthless, as is common in dark humor meme culture, but deep down, you're a better person than you give yourself credit for, even if you can be pretty darn miserly from time to time. From the tree to the apple, we got Pearl Krabs. A fan favorite? She is not, but Pearl nonetheless has her own cult following just like anyone else. If Pearl is your favorite character, you're willing to put aside the incredibly burning question of how Mr. Krabs brought a whale into the world, thereby respecting Steven Hillenburg's wishes to enjoy Pearl's character for who she is, a somewhat spoiled teenage girl who, like her dad, does have a heart of gold.
Thanks, Dad.
Pearl fans probably find it easy to relate to either being spoiled or having a parent who cares more about money than spending on them, really depending on what portion of the series you're looking at. In any case, you're a confident person who knows what you want and exactly how and when you want it. And you're not the only ones we can say that about. Take Sheldon J. Plankton, for example. He's simple. He wants the Krabby Patty secret formula. And let's be honest, if you're a Plankton fan, you want him to get it too.
I never thought I'd get this far.
Or pure curiosity over what the formula is, you're rooting for the little guy. Quite literally. Which brings me to the next point, an undeniable facet of Plankton's character. I am small.
Stop it! I'm an adult!
Diabolical genius he may be, Plankton is an underdog. If he's your favorite, you aren't necessarily evil, you just want to see the little guy win for once. You're also blessed with loving one of the only characters who didn't go insanely downhill in later seasons of the show. He even has a pet now, and a computer wife, Karen Plankton. She's been described as one of the only respectable Karens out there.
Why aren't you laughing?
I've heard this joke before.
Due to the insanely rough reputation the name has gained in recent years. Sorry for any of our viewers named Karen. I'm not honestly sure what to say about Karen fans though. You're probably a feminist at the very least. Plankton does treat her pretty awful after all, so it's always nice to see her whip out that death ray for some payback. If Plankton fans are underdog supporters, then you guys are probably like advanced underdog supporters. You also might just be a tech guru, enjoying all the tech-related jokes relying on her existence as a character. Either way, you definitely made a unique choice, as Karen gets nowhere near the respect she deserves from Plankton or the fandom. But for a select few, those two don't quite do it as far as villains. Sure, they're great, but you want someone spookier, right? Alright, we got the Flying Dutchman. Let me guess, your favorite holiday is Halloween, your favorite movie genre is horror, and your favorite SpongeBob episodes are any ones where Dutchie makes an appearance. Whether he's cursing SpongeBob and Patrick to make them into ghosts as revenge for shaving his beard, or taking Con Street hostage on his ghostly ship, it's always a treat when Bikini Bottom's scariest villain shows up. You always have an eye for unique aesthetics, which I say because the Dutchman has by far one of the coolest character designs in SpongeBob. Oh, and your favorite video game of all time? SpongeBob SquarePants Revenge of the Flying Dutchman, as it should be. But perhaps you ain't afraid no ghost. In fact, maybe you're not scared of nothing, in which case your favorite character just might be Sandy Cheeks. She's the roughest, toughest critter in Bikini Bottom. Unless you're just a fan of cute, fuzzy animals, which is totally valid, Sandy is probably your favorite because you're a person of action. You live in the moment and take every opportunity that comes your way by the bullhorns. And may Texas help anyone who gets in your way. You don't take kindly to people who keep you from your goals. You do, however, take kindly to the ones who support you, and you'll support them to the ends of the earth if need be. There's nobody better to have as a friend, and nobody more terrifying to have as an enemy. In short, you just built different. But while you may be the strongest critter in Bikini Bottom, you're not the only one who can do some heavy lifting. Enter Larry the Lobster. What you see is what you get with Larry. He's a nice dude, really just wants to lift some weights and have a good time. And if you're a fan of Larry, I've got some good news for you. You're an absolute Chad. A bit more of a surface level one than Sandy, sure.
I love protein shakes.
Rather than being intensely determined to work towards your goals, you're more apt to just live however you want. Self-gratification comes first for you.
Observe.
You live by your own set of rules, no matter what sort of weight that burden may carry. Live like Larry is your mantra in life.
By living like Larry.
But there's one character who's on a simply unrivaled level of chadhood that even Larry himself can't compete with. To end our video, we talk about perhaps the most legendary of all SpongeBob SquarePants characters, Gerald Wilson Jr., or just Gary. You're a simple person. You see something cute and endearing, you like it. You're the type who would call Pikachu your favorite Pokemon, even if you never played a single game. You're the type who absolutely loves kittens, even though you're totally allergic to them. If you have a pet, you dote on them. And if you don't, you dote on whoever you can dote on. But one thing's for sure, you have impeccable taste, and have chosen the SpongeBob character who is objectively the best. While every other character in the series could be said to have some level of flaws, this is simply not true of Gary. You know, he's scientifically proven to be the perfect animated character. Don't ask me for sources. And for this reason, both he and his fans reign supreme. There's a reason he's the rightful king of Bikini Bottom, after all. Mr. Krabs is the definition of a love-to-hate character. While he's one of the most iconic and beloved characters in SpongeBob, he's done his fair share of nasty deeds. But while he's not the most generous crab in the sea, he's certainly not all bad. This is Mr. Krabs' deeds, good to evil.
That sounds like me money dropping.
These here be the good deeds. The first deed is his first purchase. While we know Mr. Krabs as the cheapest crab in the deep blue sea, he wasn't always that way. Having grown up in poverty, he was first introduced to money at a carnival in his childhood with his best friend at the time, Plankton. His first ever penny would open his lifelong lust for money, but at this moment, he uses it to buy a balloon for Plankton. It's a minor deed, but it's such a stark contrast to the all-consuming greed that Mr. Krabs would possess later in life. It's really sweet, but it's a shame these two weren't friends longer. Next is Mr. Krabs helped SpongeBob regain his confidence. One of the missed aspects of Mr. Krabs' character in the early seasons of SpongeBob is his relationship to SpongeBob. They had a sort of father-son-esque bond portrayed in many episodes, especially throughout Season 1. In the episode Pickles, SpongeBob loses confidence in his cooking skills after being tricked into thinking he messed up Bubble Bass's order.
The pickles should be right where they always are.
In response, Mr. Krabs comes to his house and sits with him for days, waiting for him to recall how to properly make a Krabby Patty on his own. While yeah, Mr. Krabs did this in part to start making money again, the fact that he sat with SpongeBob for a long time shows that he did care for his employees' well-being. High school proms are a big deal. Oh, okay, not really. But Mr. Krabs finding Pearl a prom date was. Mr. Krabs may be cheap, but he also loves his daughter. In The Chaperone, when Pearl's prom date stands her up, he does everything he can to find her a new one.
No, baby, no more crying. We'll get you a date.
He asks all the customers in his restaurant, offers to go with her himself, and ultimately offers his employees to go with her. This results in SpongeBob and Pearl doing the sponge and having a great time at the prom. He might not be the best person, but Mr. Krabs, honestly, isn't a bad dad. He loves Pearl, and while he does spoil her, his determination to protect her and her happiness is evident in moments like these. Now we have Employee Brotherhood Day. This is easy to overlook, but it's a rare example of Mr. Krabs showing care for his employees. That's right, we said employees, as in plural. It's no secret that Mr. Krabs cares for SpongeBob, but Squidward, that's a rare treat. In Dying for Pie, it's revealed that Mr. Krabs has a mandatory policy for his employees to give each other gifts on Employee Brotherhood Day.
After you present your brotherhood gift.
This isn't done for profit, or out of some strange Bikini Bottom legality. It seems to be a well-intentioned activity for employee morale. When Squidward and Krabs believe SpongeBob has eaten an explosive pie, Mr. Krabs encourages Squidward to make what they believe to be his final hours a fun time. It's touching to know that Mr. Krabs at least cares about his employees' happiness, even if his greed makes that easy to forget. While Mr. Krabs has changed over the years, he certainly has his moments in the later seasons too, like teaching SpongeBob to drive. When SpongeBob fails his driver's test again, shocking, I know, Mr. Krabs offers to give him some driving lessons when his sadness starts to affect his work. The reason we mention this is his determination and patience in regards to teaching SpongeBob. Despite all the damage done repeatedly to the Krusty Krab by SpongeBob's reckless driving, resulting in a lot of expensive repair bills, he continues to teach SpongeBob to the best of his ability.
Oh, broken wool. That's about 15,000.
Remarkably, he doesn't even lose his patience, which again is incredible considering the amount of money he had to spend on repairs. Next, we have Mr. Krabs' relationship with Mrs. Puff. In the episode Krusty Love, Mr. Krabs falls in love with Mrs. Puff at first sight. He wrestles with the concept of spending ludicrous amounts of money on Mrs. Puff, believing that it's the only way to stay with her. Thankfully, Mrs. Puff pitches the idea of going Dutch, and this seems to have been successful, as the Season 10 episode, Whirly Brains, it's revealed that they're still dating.
Mrs. Puff, we've been dating for 16 years now, so...
It took many years for the series to acknowledge that their relationship was still a thing, but hey, they seem happy together. Saving the Krusty Krab from Carl and Howard Blandley was not only hilarious satire on mega corporations, it was also a pretty cool move. When Mr. Krabs sells the Krusty Krab to a larger corporation, he enjoys the excessive wealth and freedom he has, until he gets bored. Upon coming back to work at the Krusty Krab, he's outraged by the brainwashing of his employees and the fake processed patties that have replaced SpongeBob's lovingly cooked masterpieces.
That's because they don't know what they're eating.
So he totally wrecks the Krabby-O Mondays. Yeah, that's what they called it. Upon having it utterly destroyed, buys it back at full price. He was willing to give up his newfound wealth to restore the integrity of his restaurant and give the people of Bikini Bottom real food. It's still kinda driven by money, but he's got some dignity, and you gotta respect that. Next is saving the Bikini Bottom Mint from a robbery. Mr. Krabs' love of money took him and his daughter to the Bikini Bottom Mint on vacation. While this was admittedly a little selfish of him, he definitely redeemed himself by the end of the episode. When the mint is robbed by two criminals who plan to take care of the tourist, Mr. Krabs jumps in the line of fire to fight them off, with SpongeBob's help, of course. Though he may be greedy, Mr. Krabs is willing to protect the innocent when the need arises, and he didn't even ask for a reward beyond a couple of bucks. hooks, which is incredibly noble by his standards. Mr. Krab stealing food for Pearl was surprisingly touching. In the episode Growth Spurt, Pearl is going through, you guessed it, a growth spurt. Being a whale, that means she needs a lot of food. With the house cleaned out and all the stores in Bikini Bottom being closed, Mr. Krabs has to steal food from all over Bikini Bottom. Well, yeah, it's basically a crime spree. If you look at the context, this is a clear example that at the end of the day, Mr. Krabs will do anything for his daughter. And even if it involves crimes, loving your kids is never a bad deed. Though, robbery is, so it is dropped a few spots. Protecting the formula from Plankton is one of Mr. Krabs' most frequent good deeds, and the example we're going to give today is in the episode Fun, where Plankton manipulates SpongeBob by befriending him to gain his trust and steal a Krabby Patty. Of course, Mr. Krabs sees this for the load of barnacles that it is, but sweet naive SpongeBob wants to believe that Plankton has turned over a new leaf. By following them to a theater, Mr. Krabs is able to expose Plankton as a liar and also makes him smash himself into a concrete wall as a bonus. This is only one of many moments where Krabs outwits Plankton, but we think it's one of the best examples of his intention to protect not only the formula, but to protect his employee from unnecessary heartbreak. Finishing off the category, we have warning Bikini Bottom about the hooks. When a range of fishing hooks land in Bikini Bottom, Mr. Krabs frantically warns the Krusty Krab patrons. He shows concern for SpongeBob, clearly illustrating his fatherly side.
What did I tell you about those hooks, boy?
When he finds out that Patrick has peer-pressured SpongeBob into playing on the hooks, Mr. Krabs reinforces the rule, even going as far as to have Squidward lure him onto a hook, believing that he'd been caught for a moment. It's like a scared straight moment, but Mr. Krabs came up with a plan to make sure SpongeBob would never play on the hooks again. Considering the fact that, for sea creatures, being caught on one of those hooks would lead to fates worse than death, Mr. Krabs' attempts to protect SpongeBob and the rest of Bikini Bottom from them has to be his most good deed. Unfortunately, these claws ain't just for doing good. We've explored Mr. Krabs' good side, but now it's time to get into the bad deed. Forgetting Pearl's 16th birthday was a more minor occurrence, but still one of the relatively few times Mr. Krabs fell flat as a loving father. He ruins all of Pearl's birthdays with his incredible cheapness, and this isn't a case of a struggling dad trying his best, but an incredibly wealthy man avoiding any dollar he doesn't have to spend. Despite Pearl's pleading, Mr. Krabs plans Pearl's party, using the absolute cheapest resources at his disposal. From using stale popcorn instead of popcorn, dishwater instead of punch, and worst of all, Squidward instead of Boys Who Cry, Mr. Krabs would have ruined Pearl's 16th birthday had it not been for the happy little accident of giving SpongeBob his credit card. He got lucky, but his cheapness stuck out pretty bad. Don't worry, it gets worse. Up next is his attempt to sabotage SpongeBob. Fun fact, Mr. Krabs was technically the first SpongeBob antagonist. In the pilot episode, he sabotaged SpongeBob's application to the Krusty Krab by sending him on a wild goose chase for a spatula he didn't believe to exist.
We'll never see that lubber again.
In his defense, he at least wasn't directly harming anyone, just listening to Squidward's advice not to hire him, but it's still mean. Thankfully, he would end up hiring and befriending SpongeBob, so surely this is the last time we'll see him mistreating the poor guy, right? Well, next is the time he betrayed SpongeBob and company in the sled race. The Frozen Face-Off special was a dangerous adventure for SpongeBob and company, but the important thing was that the friends had each other, or maybe not. Mr. Krabs abandoned the group to cross the finish line alone and claim the cash prize for himself. Again, he wasn't directly hurting anyone, but he showed here that he'd rather leave his friends behind than even share his cash prize with them. Now we have using SpongeBob and Squidward as live bait. When Mr. Krabs loses his millionth dollar to a giant clam, he goes off the deep end. Like Davy Jones's locker deep. This culminates in him using SpongeBob and Squidward as bait to lure the clam to their fishing boat so he can regain his dollar.
Live bait.
This should, under normal circumstances, be much higher on the list, but that being said, we wanted to give Mr. Krabs a bit of leeway for two reasons. First and foremost, it was very clear that Mr. Krabs had lost his marbles by this point, and secondly, he didn't actually intend to let SpongeBob and Squidward be eaten, jumping at the clam as soon as it jumped up to chomp them. It was still a risky and selfish thing to do, and the worst case scenario would have resulted in the pair hanging there forever. But if nothing else, as bad as this was, we can at least say that Krabs wasn't quite himself here. And circling back to the mistreatment of SpongeBob is the shopping list. From the episode Shopping List. In this episode, Mr. Krab sends SpongeBob and Sandy on a hunt for the ingredients to the Krabby Patty. This leads to them, SpongeBob especially, being endangered constantly, having close encounters with fang-toothed fish, yeti crabs, and even the Flying Dutchman. Upon their return, however, Mr. Krabs reveals that the shopping list was a wild goose chase meant to keep Plankton occupied, while Mr. Krabs ordered the real ingredients from the bargain mart.
I couldn't afford to have Plankton following me while I was getting the real ingredients at the bargain mart.
We get the real plan, but dude, why not make the wild goose chase less dangerous? While he didn't mean any direct harm, Mr. Krabs put SpongeBob in harm's way when it very easily could have been avoided. In all honesty, he deserved the Texas whipping he got from Sandy. Now we have his workers' rights violations. It's no secret that Mr. Krabs isn't the best boss in the world, but the more attention you pay to details, the more clear it is that it goes much deeper than expected. Here are just a few examples. In Squid on Strike, he tries to charge his employees for lollygagging, breathing, and even existing. In Big Pink Loser, SpongeBob reveals that he had to pay Mr. Krabs $100 an hour to work for him at first.
When I started working here, I had to pay Mr. Krabs $100 an hour.
In Bummer Vacation, Mr. Krabs not only forces SpongeBob to go on mandatory vacation, because he'd be fine if he went any longer without one, but when he earns a bonus of 1/4, SpongeBob claims it's more than he makes in a year. These are just a few examples, but you get the idea. In the real world, Mr. Krabs would be arrested in seconds. Now it's time for one of his most infamous deeds, selling SpongeBob's soul to the Flying Dutchman. It might be shocking that this isn't higher, but hear us out. In Born Again Krabs, the Flying Dutchman gives Mr. Krabs a chance to redeem himself for his greed after a near-death experience. When he falls back into his greedy ways, the Dutchman gives him an ultimatum to either save SpongeBob from being taken to Davy Jones's locker or take all the money in his pocket.
That depends. How much money are we talking about?
Naturally, Mr. Krab chooses the latter, a lofty sum of 62 cents. This is so vile that even Squidward, who blatantly dislikes SpongeBob, calls him out on it. This would be much higher were it not for Krabs' immediate remorse, throwing the money to the ground and crying for SpongeBob, who thankfully annoyed the Dutchman enough to bring him back. It was still awful, but at least he went back on it. Next is he killed the health inspector. Okay, not really, but he came pretty darn close. When he suspects that the health inspector visiting the Krusty Krab is actually a scam artist trying to get free food, he purposefully makes the most disgusting Krabby Patty possible, forcing SpongeBob to help him. When the inspector passes out, they believe he's dead, and subsequently try to cover their tracks and hide it from the police.
Now get digging!
Easily one of the darkest episodes in the whole series, and at the end, he even tries to blame the whole ordeal on SpongeBob. To his credit, he never meant to actually kill the guy, and he did believe him to be a scammer, but there were definitely better ways to handle that whole situation. Next is trying to steal Plankton's customer. In Plankton's regular, Plankton finally has a customer who enjoys his food. Upon realizing this, Mr. Krabs goes ballistic and goes out of his way to steal his only customer.
You gotta get that guy back on our side.
Yeah, his only customer. What makes this act so despicable is that this wasn't a matter of Mr. Krabs protecting his formula from Plankton. It was just Mr. Krabs going out of his way to bully Plankton. It's mean and unnecessary. Don't get too comfortable though. The relationship between them gets a lot worse. Now we have Mr. Krabs turning SpongeBob and Patrick into wrestlers. When the grand prize for defeating 2 champion wrestlers is announced at $1 million, Mr. Krabs jumps at the opportunity, until he sees how strong they are. Naturally, he tricks SpongeBob and Patrick into going into the ring instead, convincing them that it's only pretend wrestling.
What? Those two? They're harmless.
SpongeBob and Patrick thankfully win by luck and the power of iron buns, but Mr. Krabs gravely endangered their lives. At least he didn't end up getting the cash prize. But hey, cheer up Krabs, you still get to go to wrestle camp. Animal abuse is a nasty crime, and abusing jellyfish is no different. In the episode Jellyfish Hunter, Mr. Krabs discovers that the Krusty Krab's customers love SpongeBob's new creation of Krabby Patties with jellyfish jelly. He not only forces SpongeBob to catch all the jellyfish in jellyfish fields, but he then puts them in a factory to mass-produce jelly.
I'm gonna need more than that, boy!
This causes them great pain and exhaustion, and would have continued to do so had SpongeBob not set them free. And the worst part is that this isn't even the only instance of animal abuse under his belt. In The Scent of Money, he also also abuses Gary. In this episode, Gary has eaten a magnet and gained the ability to attract coins to his shell. Mr. Krabs takes advantage of this by using him as a metal detector. Despite knowing this causes Gary pain, he goes above and beyond to abuse this newfound talent. We think that this is even worse than his abuse of the jellyfish population, because in this case, he's not just abusing wild animals, he's abusing the beloved pet of his trusted employee. Not to downplay the former, but the latter sticks out even sorer. The next moment is pretty greedy, firing SpongeBob for a nickel. Remember the episode Welcome to the Chum Bucket? The one with that tear-jerking musical number about Mr. Krabs would rather trade everything in the Krusty Krab away to get SpongeBob back? Well, the special episode, SpongeBob You're Fired, did not. Mr. Krabs discovers he can save one nickel by firing SpongeBob. Not only is this the dumbest decision Krabs has ever made, considering SpongeBob is the main reason the Krusty Krab is beloved, but it's also a heartbreaking betrayal of their bond. SpongeBob might just be Mr. Krabs' most trustworthy associate, so to cast him aside over a nickel, a single nickel, goes beyond ruthless, even by his standards. He only hires SpongeBob back, not out of remorse, but because, surprise, the Krusty Krab falls into chaos after he's gone. Poor SpongeBob. Should have just gone back to selling pretty patties at this point. Mutiny on the Krusty is next. Yeah, we're giving a whole spot to a full-on episode of the show. Mr. Krabs is a pretty typical tyrant, refusing to pay his employees, forcing customers to spend all their money in his restaurant, etc. When a rip current takes the Krusty Krab into the air, he's blown out after being stuck in a barrel, and when he comes back, he's basically a stubborn child. His worst deed has to be his refusal to save the restaurant from a giant monster threatening to eat it, unless the customers all agree to make him their captain and spend all their money there.
But you gotta promise to spend all of your money right here.
What's more, he only even compromised this far when SpongeBob threatened to spend his first dime, truly a fate worse than death. But if nothing else, he did save them at least, and he did show appreciation towards SpongeBob for believing in him. It's also at least a little understandable that he's stubborn, considering the customers let him fly out into the rip current. Credit where it's due, I guess. Still, the best we can say is that the deeds below it are worse. He also tried to frame SpongeBob, again. While maybe not quite as cheap as firing him over a nickel, this episode was an even more grave betrayal on Krabs' part. In Patty Caper, Mr. Krabs tasked SpongeBob with finding the secret formula, having been stolen from the heavy security team that ships it to the Krusty Krab. This turns out to be a scam, however, with the ultimate goal being to frame SpongeBob for stealing it. It turns out that Krabs himself stole the formula. Much worse than this, he was willing to allow his most valuable and trusted employee to not only believe it was his fault, but to let him go to prison, or maybe even worse. All so he can avoid paying a shipping fee. This has to be the most awful thing Mr. Krabs has done to SpongeBob. So surely you would believe us when we say that he sinks even lower for Squidward, right? The runner-up for most evil deed goes to his attempts to murder Squidward. Yeah, this really happened. Don't believe us? Check out the episode Out of the Picture. In this episode, Mr. Krabs learns from an art appraiser that art becomes exponentially more valuable once the artist has passed away. He subsequently sends Squidward on a series of dangerous quests to get him out of the picture. This starts out as the usual employee endangerment. Krabs was merely trying to get Squidward away from the restaurant for a long time, so he could trick the appraiser into thinking the art was worth much more. But when Squidward continually returns from these dangerous orders too quickly for Krabs' scheme to work, he starts trying to murder Squidward. There's no other way to spin this. It's not endangerment anymore. It's a showcase of Krabs having devolved into a total psychopath, blatantly aiming to kill his own employee for money. It's hard to imagine a kid's cartoon character getting much worse than that. But here's one particular scene that goes beyond. The gold medal of evil goes to Mr. Krabs' deed of psychologically torturing Plankton. Plankton and Mr. Krabs' rivalry is certainly bitter, that's no secret, but the episode one-course meal takes this way too far. After another one of Plankton's attempts to steal the Krabby Patty formula is thwarted due to being scared off by Pearl due to a chronic fear of whales, Mr. Krabs starts to dress up as her to torment Plankton. Mind you, this isn't a case of Mr. Krabs trying to keep Plankton away from the Krusty Krab and his formula. He's just going out of his way to terrify him, and takes pleasure in Plankton's terrible anxiety and paranoia. This ultimately results in Plankton laying out in the street, waiting for a bus to run him over. Upon being informed of this by SpongeBob, Krabs just laughs.
He's a mess!
What was once a close friendship turned bitter rivalry devolves into a sadist torturing his opponent to the point of self-termination, and he has no sympathy or remorse. This episode had us feeling for Plankton, the main villain of the series, and honestly, sometimes it makes us wonder if he can even be considered the worst of the two. But whatever way you slice it, there's no doubt that this is the furthest Krabs has ever been from his greedy yet fatherly self. We couldn't possibly put anything else at the top.
Did I do that?
Boy, howdy, Wicked Binge viewers. We've got a video zestier than a can of chili peppers dancing at a Texas nightclub. Sandy's always looking out for the citizens of Bikini Bottom, especially SpongeBob and Patrick, and is one of the town's most prominent forces of good. But even the strongest critter in Bikini Bottom has her off days. Hey guys, I'm Brad with Wicked Binge, and this is Sandy Cheek's Deeds, Good to Evil. We'll start out with the time Sandy was sweeter than a pecan pie, with the good deeds. Hopefully we'll scratch her itch right away, with the time Sandy helped SpongeBob take his wig off. When SpongeBob finds a tall powdered wig blown onto his head by the wind, he's totally misled into thinking everyone in town is just laughing at it because they like it so much. What would he do without a friend like Sandy? Naturally, even though she finds the whole thing pretty darn funny herself, Sandy's sharp enough to sense that something is off with SpongeBob's new do. After all, he doesn't have hair, or does he? In any case, she goes to check on SpongeBob and try to talk some sense into him, not wanting him to keep being the laughing stock of the town.
It's time to be strong.
Sure, she laughed as well, but at least someone was nice enough to keep SpongeBob from repeatedly making a fool of himself. But she's just as willing to stand up for herself when the situation calls for it. Take her educating SpongeBob about his squirrel jokes. In an episode that's aged like a fine wine, SpongeBob starts to use hurtful and racist jokes about squirrels and how darn stupid they are.
Because they're so darn stupid!
Sandy nicely asks SpongeBob to stop being hurt by his jokes. She even relents for a while, until the other townspeople start to insult her on a regular basis. SpongeBob doesn't stop despite Sandy's pleas, resulting in her actually pretending to be as stupid as SpongeBob's jokes say she is, overfilling him with water straight from the hose. While the means were perhaps a little violent, teaching someone not to use hurtful jokes, or at least to insult everyone equally, is valid, and the fact that Sandy was willing to compromise with SpongeBob's jokes while not compromising her self-worth is respectable. You know what else is respectable? Having the generosity to give away free food to your community. Like, really? In this economy? Nutty Butter is truly one of Sandy's greatest feats of altruism. I know that sounds like a joke, but really, it isn't. In the episode Sandy's Nutmare, Sandy starts to use the power of science to make her tree grow exponentially and produce the biggest acorns she's ever seen. Not able to store all of them, she decides to make Nutty Butter. If I had to guess, I'll imagine it as the peanut butter filling in those Nutty Buddy candy bars, which, if correct, is an incredible act of public service on Sandy's part. I'll take your whole stock, and it would be pretty easy to, since Sandy was giving them away to the townspeople for free, not wanting to let any of them down.
I can make some more acorns?
Mr. Krabs better be glad the tree wasn't growing Krabby Patties. Unfortunately, as sweet of a deed as this was, we have to mention her disregard for her oak tree, which she nearly killed through excessive artificial growth serum. She does commit to taking better, more natural care of it from then on, but the initial lack of regard for the environment is a little concerning, even if the environment in this case is just her tree dome. Wait, isn't it about time for hibernation? Sandy's gotta get all her extreme energy out of the way first, with SpongeBob's help. She might put him through a lot, but she'll also do anything to rescue SpongeBob from, well, herself really. When SpongeBob runs away from Sandy and her extreme playtime activities, she shows that the whole repeatedly endangering his life thing was nothing intentional. Immediately, she shows concern for SpongeBob, putting all of her pre-hibernation week activities on hold until he's brought back safe and sound. She recruits a multitude of citizens at the Krusty Krab with Mr. Krabs' help to find SpongeBob, and while she does end up overworking them, just like SpongeBob, it was all out of concern for her friend.
No one's going anywhere till we find SpongeBob.
That may knock this into chaotic good territory, but it's still certainly good. But maybe lighten up on the hay and the needle stack game, Sandy. And if that wasn't enough to convince you that Sandy is always looking out for SpongeBob, don't forget the time she offered to take SpongeBob to the doctor when he came down with a nasty case of the suds. Sickness is no fun, and while normally leaving your fridge open isn't enough to give you the flu, it gives SpongeBob a nasty sickness called the suds. When even Mr. Krabs doesn't want SpongeBob SpongeBob working in this condition, SpongeBob gets the feeling something is serious.
All right, SpongeBob, you're too sick to work.
He calls Sandy to take him to the doctor's office, and Sandy's more than happy to oblige. If only she'd gotten there before Patrick, with his terrifying horror stories about the doctor and his old magazines, and his interesting home remedies. Thankfully, Sandy's ultimately successful, though not before a swollen SpongeBob crushes the Krusty Krab. It might not have all gone to plan, but at least we're reminded how much of an absolute giga-chad Season 1 Mr. Krabs was. Now, we can move on to the more traditionally heroic deeds under Sandy's belt, starting with their Battle on Karate Island. In a parody of martial arts movies, SpongeBob is crowned the King of Karate by Master Udon. Unfortunately, albeit unsurprisingly, SpongeBob is not in fact the greatest karate user around, and when Sandy catches wind of the situation, she catches something fishy.
Something smells like rancid rodeo around here.
Wait, is that racist in this show? Well, in any case, she tags along to check things out. It turns out that Master Udon was running a timeshare pyramid scheme. Truly one of the most evil deeds by anyone in Bikini Bottom. When SpongeBob is kidnapped by him, Sandy goes to the rescue through the 4 floors of fear, defeating 3 master martial artists before facing Udon himself. And as a side note, Sandy is absolutely jacked. All this is done to save SpongeBob, who is honestly being pretty darn arrogant about the whole situation. She might get a little ticked, but Sandy's a friend who will have your back at the end of the day. She's also got the back of the Krabby Patty, and thus Bikini Bottom as a whole, as seen when she becomes the rodent. Like SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Mr. Krabs, and even Plankton, Sandy has her own superhero alter ego in the second SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water. She is the rodent, a gigantic squirrel well-versed in karate. She's also completely nude, which we're gonna do our best not to think about. There's not much to say. We honestly end up talking about this movie a lot in these good to evil deed videos, but just know Sandy's no less heroic than her sea critter buddies here. That said, there are actually some moments where she's even more of a superhero. No realistic CGI squirrels needed. You may not have seen this next entry coming, but believe it or not, the rodent was not Sandy's superhero debut. Enter Miss Appear. John Cena, overdone. Invisible Girl, too plain. Toru Hagakure. There's no way you didn't have to look that one up. When it comes to heroes of the invisible kind, nobody quite beats Miss Appear. Well, unless the opponent is a moving car. But that's not relevant. What is relevant is that when Barnacle Man teams up with the Dirty Bubble and Man Ray to form the evil team of villains known as EVIL, she gladly puts on one of the superpowered costumes found in the Mermalayer to help protect Bikini Bottom from their horrifying ding-dong ditch pranks. Like the last entry, we've mentioned this before, but for Sandy, this deed stands out even more. For SpongeBob and Patrick's part, they're both huge fans of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, and actually know them personally. For Squidward, as unenthusiastic as he was, he changed his tone when Mr. Krabs ordered him to go save the world or be fired. Well, okay, he didn't change his tone, but he did it anyway. Sandy, on the other hand, didn't have any motivation but to stop the dastardly villains terrorizing Bikini Bottom. She's a down-home hero through and through, and here we see that it's not limited to just her friends. But don't go thinking that means her friends don't get to enjoy her good nature. In Sandy's debut appearance, we got a hint of her character when she saved SpongeBob and Patrick's lives. Before SpongeBob and Sandy even knew each other, they were both concerned when they saw the other seemingly attacked by a clam. The key difference is that while clam wrestling is a fun activity for Sandy, it was actually something that had SpongeBob in danger. So Sandy's determination to take the creature down and save the little square dude is pretty admirable. Later into the episode, she manages to save SpongeBob and Patrick's lives when they dry out from lack of water, giving them the water helmets we see them wearing in her dome for the rest of the series. This makes the 3rd time in just one episode where she saves someone's life, and it makes for a great start to their friendship. But we finally reached the gold medal of good, and when it comes to Sandy, it's gotta be an umbrella entry. We're giving the gold to Sandy, saving Bikini Bottom from various monsters and large-scale threats. Being one of Bikini Bottom's strongest, Sandy thankfully uses her abilities for the good of those around her, which often involves helping SpongeBob and company stop whatever threats loom above the city. From discovering the cure to Jerktonium and It's a SpongeBob Christmas to helping SpongeBob save the citizens from aliens and Planet the Jellyfish, Sandy seldom takes a break from using her brawn and brains to protect people, or fish. Perhaps her bravest moment was the defeat of the terrible, mysterious monster who ate Wormy, a creature who never had the courage to terrorize Bikini Bottom again, knowing that Sandy was back in town. What would we do without her? Remember, you can't say nothing bad about Texas, but you can say a couple of bad things about the bad deeds. Sandy's always looking out for SpongeBob and Patrick, but that doesn't mean she always does things right. Take her testing SpongeBob and Patrick's survival skills, for instance. In the episode To Save a Squirrel, Sandy does an elaborate experiment on SpongeBob and Patrick. Feeling they're too fragile and cowardly, Sandy baits them into secretly tagging along on her wilderness survival trip, only to fall out of her truck and end up stranded with her supplies. Dressed as an old hermit in a cave, she encourages SpongeBob and Patrick that the only way for them to survive in the wilderness is to eat or be eaten. Now, to her credit, Sandy knew what she was doing and stopped them once she was sure they were able to fend for themselves, but she also willingly drove her two best friends to the brink of insanity to test their survival skills.
I was just testing your survival skills.
She gets some credit for kind of looking out for them like a big sister figure, but that definitely doesn't excuse dangerous, not to mention non-consensual experimentation like this. Next, we have one of the more lighthearted moments in the series, the time Sandy kicks SpongeBob for seemingly no reason. It's time for the Great Snail Race, and SpongeBob's running Gary through the ringer to make sure he's ready to take home the trophy and rub Squidward's big fat nose in it. One of his methods happens to be, in his own words, calling him a lady to humiliate and demean him.
It's a motivational tool we coaches use.
Okay, little sexist. And maybe if Sandy had walked by at that moment, a swift kick in the butt would have been understandable. But given what we know, all that happened was that Sandy was walking down the street and verbalized her plan to kick SpongeBob's butt tomorrow. She even acknowledges that she has no reason for this. It just feels right. I mean, that could be worse, I guess. Yeah, unethical experiments are bad, and so are threats of violence, but what if we combine both? Enter using SpongeBob and Patrick for experiments. In the episode House Sittin' for Sandy, Sandy leaves for a science convention and commissions SpongeBob to watch the place while she's gone. All's well until Patrick shows up and starts wrecking the place. By the time Sandy returns, her whole place is in ruins, which prompts her to hold SpongeBob and Patrick at gunpoint.
I brought home something real handy.
Yeah, really. The promos really made this scene threatening from what I remember. Thankfully, it's not an actual gun. It's a ray gun that fixes whatever broken objects it's pointed at. Sandy then claims that her intention all along was for them to screw up her place so she can test it out, which begs the question, why didn't she just mess it up herself or just ask SpongeBob and Patrick to? It's like the Wet Painters episode with Sandy and Mr. Krabs' place, and that's not exactly the best mark for your morality. As we enter our top 3, remember that one episode where Sandy was racist? No? Oh, well, let's talk about pressure. What start out as a playful competition between SpongeBob and Sandy ends up as a brutal contest of which is better, sea creatures or land creatures. Sandy lets a few of her cognitive biases shine here. For one, she willingly sabotages SpongeBob in their first mountain climbing race. Throughout the remainder of the episode, she continually asserts that land critters are superior, naming all sorts of activities only they can do, fishing being one of them. Imagine walking up to a friend of yours and just telling them casually, "Yeah, I like hunting your people for sport." That makes us a lot better than you. What's more, she also calls SpongeBob as chum chewer, and given SpongeBob's reaction, one must wonder if that's a slur in sea creature culture.
Chum chewer!
If so, first of all, no wonder nobody goes to the chum bucket. And second of all, this is one of very few truly venomous moments under Sandy's belt. But if nothing else, at least Sandy was kind enough to congratulate the sea critters on their success on dry land, and save their necks from the seagulls attacking them. All's well that ends well, right? We're not done talking about Sandy's competitive nature. Our silver medal of evil goes to Sandy destroying jellyfish fields. Ever wondered why SpongeBob and Patrick never invite Sandy to join them on jellyfishing expeditions? Well, the episode Squirrel Jelly answers that question. When it comes to sports, or really anything that can be competitive, Sandy has a tendency to take stuff way too far.
I'm actually going a little easy on you guys.
For one example, jellyfishing with Sandy is far from the gentle sport of catch and release that SpongeBob, Patrick, and even Plankton that one time have enjoyed. It's a game full of steroids and violence that results in the complete destruction of jellyfish fields. If nothing else, Sandy learns her lesson and even goes fully pacifist temporarily to atone for her sins. That is, until she has to fight a gigantic jellyfish to save SpongeBob and Patrick. But that doesn't change the fact that she caused major damage to their favorite place. The only way it can get worse would be for her to cause that kind of damage to her best friends themselves. And that leads us to Sandy's ugliest deed, trying to wrangle SpongeBob and Patrick. Sandy is a stand-up gal overall. She's kind-hearted, friendly, hospitable, and always there to protect her friends. But let us warn you, all of that flies out the window when you badmouth Texas. In the episode of the same name, Sandy gets so steamed at Patrick calling Texas dumb that she delays her anxious return to her home state just to give him and SpongeBob an earful.
Don't you dare take the the name of Texas in vain.
This prompts them to keep on insulting Texas to keep Sandy from leaving, and it does technically work, but Sandy isn't stopping until she annihilates them. We don't blame her for being angry, but man, did she go overboard. She chops down a tree with one hand, cutting SpongeBob clean in half, yanks Patrick back with enough force to cause a nuclear explosion, and later it's revealed that she hogtied him after beating him senseless, and would have presumably done the same to SpongeBob had she not discovered their surprise party. Everyone's got their bad days and everyone's got their triggers. So if you're looking for a good pound Bikini Bottom, there's probably no better option than Sandy Cheeks. Just do not, I repeat, do not take the name of Texas in vain.
They're back!
Mrs. Puff, it's us.
He lives in a pineapple under the sea and is one of the most lovable characters ever conceived. He's SpongeBob, and you'd be hard-pressed to find a character as kind and well-intentioned as him. But they say the road to the chum bucket is paved with good intentions. So, as nice as SpongeBob is, things can often get destructive. I'm Keefe Nosy with Wicked Binge, and these are SpongeBob's deeds, good to evil. For this video, because SpongeBob is a very nice character, we're starting with the good deeds. That said, he does have a dark and very destructive side, so ending with the evil section will be worth the wait, I think. Alright, call me SpongeBob because I'm ready! These are the good deeds. First up with the lesser of good deeds is SpongeBob becoming a wingman. SpongeBob is that one friend who, despite having no interest at all in romance, can always give you some advice and assistance in your own romantic endeavors. There are several examples of this throughout the series. The most memorable is probably Krusty Love, where SpongeBob helps Mr. Krabs gain the courage to talk to Mrs. Puff, as well as managing his finances when he realizes how much he's been spending on her without realizing it. Even considering how SpongeBob went off on Krabs in the end, it took a lot of patience to help him for as long as he did, given just how much Krabs bounced between wanting to spend everything on Mrs. Puff and wanting to save his money. Of course, blaming SpongeBob all the while. Another example is Love That Squid, where SpongeBob encourages Squidward to ask out another octopus he's attracted to, even dressing up as a woman to go on a practice date with Squidward.
Dinner is served.
He of course drives Squidward crazy in the process, but he meant well, and it did work out for Squidward in the end. We all need a wingman sometimes, so SpongeBob's willingness to be that for his friends is a pattern we like to see, and a good way to kick off the list. On a similar note, let's talk about SpongeBob helping Plankton reconcile with Karen. Plankton is in hot water with Karen, his computer wife. She managed to get the Krabby Patty secret formula as an anniversary gift for him, but until he gives her a proper gift, having forgotten about their anniversary entirely, she won't give it to him. Not knowing the context, SpongeBob, naive and helpful as always, helps Plankton to write Karen a song to win her and his gift over.
Me, 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 me.
The reason this is above the previous entry is that SpongeBob and Plankton aren't even particularly friends. They're more like frenemies at best. So helping him out is even nicer than helping Squidward or Mr. Krabs, people he's already on good terms with, at least in his own eyes. Though I will say that pressing Ctrl-Alt-Delete on Karen was a bit reckless. We get protecting the formula from Plankton, but you actually could have killed a man's wife there, SpongeBob? Still, it was an overall nice gesture. Next is helping Fred protect my leg! His leg. When Fred's leg breaks for the whateverth time, SpongeBob vows to protect it from harm, especially since he'd done his fair share of damage to it over the years.
But you've got to be more careful with your leg!
While SpongeBob does cause his fair share of chaos, he's equally willing to go to dangerous lengths to protect it from harm, even lying face down on hot coals to keep his leg from walking on them. When Fred reveals that he actually enjoys being injured so much, being in love with the nurse at the hospital, SpongeBob turns his matchmaking skills on by setting the two up on a date, is what would have been a reasonable plan, but instead, SpongeBob opts to try and break Fred's leg so that he can go back to the hospital. While SpongeBob's willingness to protect Fred from his running gag injury is admirable, there were definitely better solutions to his love problem here that didn't involve trying to maim him, but you know, that works too, I suppose. Being too accommodating is something many people can relate to, and in the episode Overbooked, we see that trait in our favorite Sponge. When Sandy calls him asking for help with a showcase for her new invention, SpongeBob is more than happy to oblige. Then when Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob that he needs to help assembling a telescope, SpongeBob goes along with that too, because, you know, that's his boss. Then it turns out that Patrick's birthday party is that very same night. Due to SpongeBob's inability to say no to people, he ends up overextending himself, and this leads to chaos, as one might expect.
Things end up working out since Sandy's invention turned out to be a clone machine, but still, SpongeBob needs to learn to say no to people. Well, that did happen once when he got the abrasive side, but that's a separate topic. While this is a deed that shows SpongeBob's generous side, it also shows a side of him that's rather conflict avoidant, so we can't put it very high, despite it being pretty nice. Now, searching for snail treats normally wouldn't be all that impressive of a feat, but when Gary becomes addicted to the new treats, snail bites, SpongeBob is willing to keep them coming. In fact, he's a bit too willing. Unable to say no to Gary, he willingly travels the entire globe to find the bites when they go out of stock.
Well, I just can't say no to my little Gale Bear.
He only even considers saying no to Gary when there's absolute confirmation that snail bites no longer exist. Gary did take it pretty darn well, and while again SpongeBob really needs to be better at saying no, we can't deny how nice it is that he's willing to go so far beyond just to make his pet snail happy. Trying to cheer up Squidward is quite the undertaking. Squidward being depressed isn't exactly a stunning new development, but when SpongeBob learns that Squidward doesn't have a happiest memory, Mr. Tentacles falls lower than usual, so SpongeBob goes above and beyond to try and give him a happy memory.
Oh, you love art. Maybe you'll find a happy memory in here.
He takes Squidward out to places he likes, such as museums and concerts, but nothing works. In the end, he gets him to the Krusty Krab where a gaggle of papier-mâché SpongeBobs are present. This actually works and gives Squidward a happy memory. There's nothing that could make him happier than being surrounded by so many SpongeBobs that he can obliterate. He's so handsome. Krusty Krab! Krusty Krab! Sandy's surprise is at the Krusty Krab and the next spot on our list. While Patrick and Squidward are SpongeBob's best friends, his friendship with Sandy might just be his healthiest. The two consistently support and help each other when the need arises, and this can be seen especially in the episode Texas. When Sandy feels homesick for Texas, SpongeBob uses his limited knowledge, sans context, of Texas to set up a surprise party for her at the Krusty Krab. Things go a bit awry when Sandy considers moving back to Texas, and needing to get her to go to the Krusty Krab to convince her to do otherwise, SpongeBob and Patrick insult Texas.
Yeah, what's so great about dumb old Texas?
Maybe it wasn't the best way to go about it, but it's one of the sweetest moments of their friendship, and it worked, so. Well, more than anything, SpongeBob's friendship was what showed Sandy the Bikini Bottom had become her new home, and that's a sign of a pretty great friend. Helping Patrick win an award is one of the best displays of SpongeBob's loyal friendship to Patrick. When Patrick is saddened by the fact that he's never won a single award, especially after seeing SpongeBob's entire award closet, SpongeBob helps cheer him up by getting him a job at the Krusty Krab in an effort to find something he's good at to win an award. This does backfire eventually when Patrick starts to copy SpongeBob's behavior, but he does end up winning an award for doing absolutely nothing longer than anyone else.
For doing absolutely nothing longer than anyone else, Patrick!
A feat I'm personally jealous of. As understandably irritated as SpongeBob was with the copying, he was fully supportive of Patrick and genuinely happy for him when he finally won his award. Take a penny and some magic, and you may even strike magic down the well. While SpongeBob's childlike optimism can drive those around him crazy, it can also really bring spirits up. When SpongeBob, and accidentally Squidward and Patrick too, are tasked with guarding the Krusty Krab wishing well, SpongeBob is determined to dig deep down the well to strike real magic. He actually succeeds in this, and the wishes of Squidward, Sandy, Mrs. Puff, and Plankton come true as a result. Even Mr. Krabs learns to believe in magic.
I was steamed and served with a side of melted butter.
When his own sarcastic wish to be steamed and served with melted butter is granted. It's juvenile, sure, but as a certain goofy goober once said, it's okay to be a kid. The fact that SpongeBob didn't even want to use any magic on himself shows that he just wanted to make people happy by doing this, and that's about as pure-hearted as it gets. Helping Patrick impress his parents was well-intentioned, at least. A common trend you'll notice with many of SpongeBob's deeds is that, while generally meaning well, he often stretches himself a bit too thin and really lets others mistreat him. One of the earliest examples of this was a season 2 episode, I'm with Stupid, in which SpongeBob agreed to act stupid to help Patrick impress his parents. The idea was that SpongeBob would act so darn stupid that even Patrick would look like a genius in contrast. Unfortunately, Patrick kind of abuses this act of generosity on SpongeBob's part when he and his parents start bonding over their insults towards SpongeBob. What's more, Patrick completely disregards SpongeBob's requests to dial the rudeness back a bit. Despite this, SpongeBob sticks around to help for an impressively long time before eventually bailing, but it was nice of him to keep up the illusion for his buddy, even though Patrick was being a jerk. While it's by no means healthy, being willing to degrade himself to help his friends is one of SpongeBob's most generous character traits. Next up is the time SpongeBob worked hard to find a certain adorable pet, helping Plankton find Spot. Oh, you thought we meant Gary? Well, sure, that was nice too, but while looking for your own lost pet is good, looking for a frenemy's pet is even better.
Plankton, let's find your pet.
SpongeBob's frequent willingness to help Plankton out, despite the two being enemies due to the latter's constant schemes, speaks a lot to how little SpongeBob holds grudges. Here, he gladly helps Plankton find Spot for no reward, and while this was obviously more of a Plankton-centric episode, it goes to show how SpongeBob's always willing to help someone in need, even a frenemy, constantly. There's nothing easy about being a parent, so SpongeBob gets some points for raising Junior. When SpongeBob and Patrick come across a baby scallop in their yard, they decide to take care of it like a child until it's ready to fly on its own. Unsurprisingly, SpongeBob ends up doing pretty much all the work while Patrick goes to work.
You take care of them? My hands are kind of full.
That is, watching TV under his rock. But despite this, SpongeBob never abandons his duties as a surrogate parent to Junior. Until, understandably, he loses his temper on Patrick when he finds out about his work activities. Thankfully, leaving Junior alone turned out okay, since it just so happened that he could fly at that point. But as much as we understand SpongeBob's anger, we have to dock this deed a few points for that little slip-up, since it could have easily turned out bad. When you've got SpongeBob spreading Christmas cheer, it's a safe bet that it's shaping up to be a wonderful holiday. Bikini Bottom's first Christmas came about when Sandy taught SpongeBob about the holiday, being the only one who actually knew about it at the time. In turn, SpongeBob spreads Christmas cheer around Bikini Bottom with shopping, decorating, and plenty of snow. Okay, sorry, that song's just really catchy. Perhaps the nicest thing SpongeBob did was give Squidward a handmade clarinet, complete with some cute little mini Squidwards popping out of it. He did this because Squidward didn't believe in Santa, and SpongeBob didn't want him to feel left out, despite Squidward being mean and discouraging throughout most of the episode. We all need a friend like SpongeBob, even when we feel like we don't deserve one. Befriending people is one of SpongeBob's greatest skills, including and not limited to when it comes to Plankton. When you're as naive and sweet as SpongeBob, you're likely a target for manipulative types like Plankton. So when Plankton feigns depression over being friendless, SpongeBob jumps at the opportunity to be his new best buddy. They go jellyfishing, watch movies, and even sing the fun song. Fun is had by all until Plankton reveals that, as Mr. Krabs suspected, he was only acting to get the formula.
How long were you planning on doing this?
While it was of course naive, the fact that SpongeBob was willing to reach out to who he thought was a friend in need, despite all Plankton had put him through, is quite sweet and shows how good-natured the little square dude can be. SpongeBob is a wildlife advocate too. Take him freeing the jellyfish. Mr. Krabs' greedy schemes often entail SpongeBob's unwitting help. In Jellyfish Hunter, SpongeBob's new jelly patties are a hit at the Krusty Krab, so Krabs starts paying him to catch jellyfish. Thanks to the help of the blue jellyfish, No Name, he finds out that Mr. Krabs has built a factory that forcefully extracts jelly from the poor little guys. SpongeBob goes against his boss, freeing all the jellyfish and releasing them back to their natural habitat, but not before some much-deserved stings for our favorite cheap crustacean. Helping stop Barnacle Man is up next. As a big fan of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, to say the least, it's no surprise that SpongeBob is willing to step up and do some hero work of his own sometimes. When Barnacle Boy goes over to the dark side, thus becoming Barnacle Man, SpongeBob offers his help to Mermaid Man to stop him, thus becoming a crucial part of the International Justice League of Super Acquaintances, the super speedy hero known as the Quickster. He can run to a mountain and back before you can even blink, and he can, get caught on fire. Okay, things didn't turn out that well for the Quickster nor any of the other heroes of the league, but his willingness to become a superhero for the sake of Bikini Bottom is admirable anyway, even if Barnacle Man wasn't really doing anything beyond some pranks. Helping Bikini Bottom is far from an uncommon feat for SpongeBob, but when SpongeBob learns to fly with his inflatable pants, the Bikini Bottomites start to recruit him for every task they can think of. Whether it's massaging a man's scalp, saving a snail caught in a tree, untangling Plankton from some kelp, or even cleaning Mr. Krabs' garage, SpongeBob's there to help. What makes this all the more impressive is the fact that the Bikini Bottomites were pretty darn awful to SpongeBob up until this point.
Come on, Birdman.
They constantly taunted him and discouraged him, saying he'd never be able to fly, and when he proved them wrong, SpongeBob was still willing to help them out. While some might say that being too forgiving isn't good, and that can sometimes be true, overall, we disagree. If the world were as full of people with as much kindness and few grudges as SpongeBob, it'd be a much nicer place. Building Squidward a paradise was a rare moment of SpongeBob being a positive influence on Squidward's life. Though almost entirely well-meaning, SpongeBob tends to constantly pester Squidward, and in Enchanted Tiki Dreams, Squidward finally breaks and cries over not being able to relax. To make up for this, SpongeBob and Patrick build Squidward a tiki paradise, Squidward's tiki land if you will, complete with a lazy river, singing tikis, a juice bar, and an art station. Unfortunately, it does fall apart, literally, when Patrick bumps into a torch and burns the whole paradise down. But to keep Squidward's fun going, SpongeBob and Patrick let Squidward swing in a boat and ram into them repeatedly. A bit sadistic, maybe, but that just shows how darn sweet SpongeBob is. Say what you will about SpongeBob and Squidward's friendship, but you can't deny that SpongeBob at least wants to be a positive influence on his grouchy next-door neighbor. Being assertive isn't for everyone. If you're like SpongeBob, you may prefer being aggressively nice. When Plankton successfully manipulates SpongeBob into being assertive, that is, being a jerk and accidentally running people off the beach, SpongeBob decides to employ his own specialty, being aggressively nice. He proceeds to undo all the harm Plankton manipulated him into causing, returning the hot dogs he stole from the hungry beachgoers, repairing the kites he cut the strings of, and even being a volleyball to replace the one that he broke earlier. He goes beyond this, though. He cleans off a little girl's ice cream cone that was dropped with butterfly kisses and becomes Scooter's surfboard. Sure, Plankton, maybe nice guys do finish last, but SpongeBob's got you cornered here. Aggressively nice guys can't be beat. Hoppin' clams! Literally. Saving Sandy is up next. In the show's third episode, Tea at the Tree Dome, we're introduced to the mainstay, Sandy Cheeks, and so is SpongeBob. Upon seeing her wrestling a giant clam from a distance, SpongeBob suspects that she's in danger and actually rushes in to help her, despite him being pretty physically weak, as we see in episodes like Ripped Pants.
Hold on, little squirrel.
This showed some great, almost uncharacteristic bravery on SpongeBob's part. While it wouldn't necessarily be any less impressive if it were for an already close friend, and ended up being Sandy who saved SpongeBob, in the end, this was before SpongeBob and Sandy even knew each other, so he definitely gets some altruism points there. Pushing the town into helping Squidward led to one of the most iconic moments in SpongeBob history. In the fan-favorite episode Band Geeks, Squidward tries to mentor the Bikini Bottomites in music to perform at the Bubble Bowl to finally get a leg up on his rival, Squilliam Fancy Son. Unfortunately, things fall into chaos, as one might expect, but when Squidward gives up hope, SpongeBob pulls everyone together and encourages them to work together to make Squidward proud.
Now let's make Squidward proud.
In just one day, he manages to lead everyone to give this iconic, sweet victory performance, even Plankton. Honestly, thinking about it, we're not sure how this wasn't Squidward's happiest memory. SpongeBob and company really pulled through for the guy here. What's better than saving just Sandy? Saving Patrick and Sandy. As we just suggested, SpongeBob isn't the bravest guy around. In I Had an Accident, he becomes afraid of going outside after he breaks his butt from a bad sandboarding fall. And by this, we mean he goes full-on shut-in. While his friendships with Penny Chip and Hughes Napkin are very heartwarming, Sandy and Patrick understandably miss their absorbent amigo and come up with plenty of schemes to get him to go outside. Their magnum opus was to convince him that a gorilla was attacking them, so he'd come outside to rescue them. This somehow results in a real gorilla attacking them, and despite his intense fear, SpongeBob jumps into action to save his friends.
And I've got to do the same for them.
He does get ripped in half in the process, but manages to absolutely destroy that gorilla with facts and logic. We not only learn that SpongeBob possesses fourth wall breaking knowledge of gorillas' inability to exist underwater, but we also learn how much fear he's willing to overcome to help his best buddies. Helping out Plankton once again, SpongeBob also saved Karen. In the episode Karen's Virus, Plankton recruits SpongeBob to go on a dangerous quest inside Karen to destroy a virus that could kill her.
Operation Save Karen!
It's nice enough that SpongeBob was willing to do this at all, but the extent of the danger makes it even more impressive. Things got so intense that at one point, even Plankton was worried for SpongeBob and seriously considered pulling him out of the mission. This endeavor took some massive guts and some serious generosity on SpongeBob's part, which earns it a lot of points. Saving jellyfish fields brings SpongeBob's jellyfish rights activism full circle. When Plankton's latest scheme involves steamrolling jellyfish fields to build a highway that leads straight to the chum bucket, great plan by the way, SpongeBob and Patrick take a stand for their favorite play place. Despite the overwhelming majority of the population being in favor of the highway, even downright harassing SpongeBob and Patrick, they're willing to stick up for their beliefs, and in SpongeBob's case, to literally get steamrolled for them at one point. When the jellyfish migrate to Bikini Bottom and cause mass destruction, SpongeBob manages to get all of Bikini Bottom to band together,
take the highway, and push it somewhere else.
Wildlife protection is important, so SpongeBob's hard work and protest to save the jellyfish habitat is admirable, and he even saved Bikini Bottom in the process. Now let's talk about him saving Gary. When Gary is snail-napped by Plankton and surrendered to King Poseidon, SpongeBob and Patrick head over to the lost city of Atlantic City. It's a treacherous journey with a ruler who's known for his penchant for flamboyant executions. Understandably, SpongeBob is terrified, but with Patrick's support, he's willing to go on a dangerous journey where he'll potentially be killed just to save Gary. It might seem odd to say this, but that isn't the highest good deed involving Gary. But protecting Gary is up next. SpongeBob isn't the perfect pet owner by any means, but there's no room for doubt that he loves his pet snail, Gary, Gary. We do too, of course. That's why his protection of Gary in Frozen Face-Off was so heartwarming to us. He stands in front of Gary as a shield when he's being attacked by the giant snow monster, deflecting the icicles being shot towards him, and even offers himself to be eaten by the monster as a sacrifice instead of Gary. There are many examples of SpongeBob and Gary's bond. They may even have the sweetest relationship in the whole show. But this one sticks out particularly as SpongeBob put his life in jeopardy multiple times for the sake of his adorable little mollusk.
I won't make you toe another inch.
We put this one higher than the last because while going to Atlantic City had a risk of SpongeBob being executed, here he straight up offers to be eaten for Gary's sake. In terms of good deeds, it's hard to top being willing to offer your own life for the sake of your pet snail, but nonetheless, we have a couple more good deeds of SpongeBob's that surpass it. The close runner-up for SpongeBob's best deed is saving Bikini Bottom from the Krabby Patty famine. In the second SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water, Bikini Bottom falls into an apocalyptic state when the Krabby Patty formula disappears due to Burger Beard the Pirate's edits to a magical book. Plankton is naturally suspected, but having seen that the formula genuinely disappeared out of thin air, SpongeBob defends him, and the two team up, building a time machine to get the formula back. When they grab the wrong bottle by mistake, SpongeBob offers himself as a sacrifice to appease the sandwich gods.
If a sacrifice is needed to restore Bikini Bottom to...
But he's saved by Mr. Krabs at the last second, who smells Krabby Patties on the surface. With the help of Bubbles, the talking and rapping dolphin, SpongeBob and company become superheroes and fight Burger Beard, reclaiming the formula and saving Bikini Bottom. This feels like a deed that was pretty much designed to get the top spot. But we're giving our gold medal of good deeds to saving Bikini Bottom from Plankton. In the original SpongeBob movie, when Plankton steals King Neptune's crown and frames Mr. Krabs for it, SpongeBob and Patrick offered to go on a dangerous quest to the Forbidden Shell City, a gift shop from which no sea creature has ever returned. They go through numerous trials and overcome many obstacles to get the crown, save the town, and Mr. Krabs! Oh right, Mr. Krabs was frozen solid and scheduled to be executed in 6 days. And even worse, Plankton used his newfound Krabby Patty formula to hand out bucket helmets and enslave Bikini Bottom with them.
All hail Plankton!
You know how it goes. By returning the crown just in time and going full-on Goofy Goober, SpongeBob defeats Plankton, saves Mr. Krabs, and saves the entirety of Bikini Bottom from being enslaved by Plankton, potentially forever. This was, and probably still is, the most dangerous scheme Plankton's ever come up with. It was Plan C after all. So by extension, we have to call stopping it SpongeBob's most heroic and overall good deed. But as much of a stand-up guy as SpongeBob is, he's not exactly perfect. With that said, let's talk about the bad deeds. Some of the best advice we can take from SpongeBob is to never be like the fool who ripped his pants. When SpongeBob accidentally rips his pants at Goo Lagoon, he gets some big laughs, so naturally, he does it again.
Oops! I guess I ripped my pants again!
And again, slowly but surely, it goes from a funny running joke to something that irritates all of the beachgoers, culminating in SpongeBob pretending to drown. This causes great panic on the beach, devastating his audience and even making Sandy cry, who he was trying to impress in the first place. He does learn a valuable lesson from this, illustrated through one of his best musical numbers, to be true to yourself and don't miss your chance. That said, causing panic to impress his friend wasn't cool, even if it was just to get some laughs. Let's go right back to Goo Lagoon for our next entry, pretending to be a lifeguard. When Larry the Lobster mistakes SpongeBob for a lifeguard, SpongeBob goes with it to enjoy the popularity that comes with the title. Unfortunately, when it turns out that being a lifeguard means guarding lives, things go south, and due to SpongeBob's strange trait of not being able to swim, he ties up the beachgoers to keep them from swimming. To his credit, he was ultimately trying to protect them from danger he couldn't save them from, and when Patrick gets cramps while swimming, SpongeBob does risk his life to save him. That said, none of this would have happened if SpongeBob hadn't lied about being a lifeguard for popularity. His ego really does get the best of him sometimes. Case in point, sabotaging Squidward was not a very Employee of the Month worthy act. When Mr. Krabs and Squidward jokingly suggest that Squidward might just beat SpongeBob for the next Employee of the Month award, he takes it a little too seriously and ends up breaking into Squidward's house to destroy his alarm clocks, so he'll end up late to work. The two end up in a grudge match for the title and even destroy the Krusty Krab in the process. When Mr. Krabs ends up being the victim, things have definitely gone too far. When it comes to one-course meal, we have one question for SpongeBob. Whose side are you on? Seriously, when Mr. Krabs torments Plankton using his psychological fear of whales, SpongeBob understandably calls him out for going too far. He tells a forlorn Plankton that Mr. Krabs was the whale the entire time.
For instance, Mr. Krabs' secret fear is...
that he has a secret fear of mimes. On the surface, it seems like this was a good gesture meant to revitalize Plankton and get back at Krabs, but then he uses a projector to trick Plankton into thinking that some whales have arrived, driving him away again, so it was really just a ploy to get back in Mr. Krabs' good graces after accidentally revealing the formula's hiding place? As awful as this is, we actually have to put this one pretty darn low, for as much as we hate this episode, honestly, because while SpongeBob did simultaneously betray Plankton and Mr. Krabs' trust here at different moments, he also technically did prevent a suicide. It's kinda sweet how much Plankton can count on SpongeBob at the end of the day, if only it weren't for the projector. We may have ranked this as a good deed. We expect this much from Mr. Krabs, but come on, you're better than that, SpongeBob. Okay, we said we'd limit accidental deeds, but we just had to mention ripping Squidward's toenail off. While this was a freak accident, it still ought to be mentioned because, come on, this was so preventable. While helping Squidward move a couch, SpongeBob accidentally moves it onto his foot, and despite Squidward screaming in agony, he just keeps on moving it. It's not only an infamously vile scene in a generally wholesome, lighthearted show, but it's just flat out ignorant. And believe us, we'll see more deeds like this. Reckless driving is one of SpongeBob's favorite unintentional hobbies. There's good reason that SpongeBob is Mrs. Puff's most utterly dreaded student. When he's allowed to drive, things go south very quickly, and destruction is sure to follow. Examples include flooding a nursing home with fruit punch and doing time, almost running over a child and Mrs. Puff, you're fired, and of course the numerous instances he's injured Mrs. Puff and also gotten her arrested. We'll get back to that later, but just know this little sponge is not going to be getting any safe driver discounts. Cheer up, SpongeBob, you'll get your license one day, but please stay away from vehicles until then, unless they're also sandwiches. Getting Squidward kicked out of the Cephalopod Lodge is up next. When Squidward commits the unpardonable sin, being happy, SpongeBob and Patrick naturally have to follow him to see what's up. This results in the two getting Squidward kicked out of the Cephalopod Lodge, an exclusive club Squidward is a member of. This club meant a lot to Squidward, and while SpongeBob and Patrick try to cheer him up by making up new clubs and even eventually trying to get him back into the lodge, none of it would have been an issue if they'd just let the poor guy be happy for once. While they weren't ill-intentioned here, as they usually aren't, it was an unnecessary evil nonetheless. Being a bad neighbor doesn't seem like a deed that should come from an episode called Good Neighbors, but SpongeBob, and Patrick too, are pretty darn awful in this one. While most of the time, SpongeBob is simply being friendly around Squidward, here we see him, albeit well-intentioned, ruining the poor guy's Sunday.
Good neighbor doesn't bother me on Sunday!
This isn't even a usual matter of SpongeBob and Patrick goofing off and Squidward getting passively annoyed. It's the two actively harassing Squidward despite him not wanting to be bothered. He ends up injured multiple times, having his foot massage appointment ruined, and then Squidward even ends up with his security system taking over his house and attacking the city. Whew. Sorry, I'm not sure what came over me there. Anyway, yeah, just start taking the hint, SpongeBob. Not everyone's as sociable as you, and that's no excuse to keep pestering them. Pushing Gary too hard is one of the few blots on SpongeBob's pet owner record, but we have to mention it. When the Great Snail Race is coming up, SpongeBob decides to enter Gary when Squidward insults him. While this at least originated as a desire to defend his beloved pet from slander, SpongeBob ends up totally exhausting Gary, and despite Gary's pleas to let up on the training, SpongeBob only realizes this when Gary's already hurt, having multiple blowouts. Thankfully, SpongeBob races onto the track to comfort Gary, disqualifying him from the race, but confirming that he cares much more about Gary than the competition at the end of the day. That said, he did get Gary injured from exhaustion here, so while he did have a nice turnaround, this one is still pretty darn low by his standards. Here, we know SpongeBob was wrong. He ignored Gary, and now he's gone. Upon getting distracted by the Dirty Bubble challenge, SpongeBob totally neglects Gary to the point where he even forgets to feed the poor little guy. Understandably, Gary runs away. To SpongeBob's credit, he goes above and beyond to find Gary. He makes countless flyers and looks absolutely everywhere, even having a heartfelt musical montage we all know and love. Gary, come home.
More than a pet, you're my best friend.
We'll give SpongeBob some slack here since he immediately worked his butt off to find Gary, but neglecting him for so long still wasn't cool. Yeah, notice a trend with these Gary ones? While SpongeBob often messes things up, he always has a good turnaround thanks to his immense love for his little buddy. Remember this for later. Being mean to everyone sounds like one of the least SpongeBob-esque deeds imaginable, but in the episode, Waiting, it's on full display. When SpongeBob is excitedly waiting on a toy to come in the mail from a cereal box prize, he turns into an absolute menace, refusing to leave the mailbox for anything. He puts off feeding Gary, flips Sandy, and slams her on the ground, who, mind you, was literally just asking if he wanted to do some karate, and yelling at Patrick when he broke the toy.
You ruined my free toy!
Thankfully, Squidward shows him that it's just how the toy works. SpongeBob is just uncharacteristically mean here. While he often gets hyper-fixated on whatever he's interested in, it's rare for him to mistreat his friends so badly. Hospitalizing Mrs. Puff isn't a one-time occurrence for SpongeBob, but in Demolition Doofus, it goes to a whole another level. SpongeBob ignores Mrs. Puff's instructions and pleas, crashing into the top of the lighthouse after she's already been puffed up. His ego causes him to keep trying, and this results in Mrs. Puff's inflation sac being ruptured. While SpongeBob does visit her in the hospital, he also makes jokes about her condition. Yes, he near fatally wounded his boating teacher and proceeds to treat it like a joke. Like most of these deeds, he wasn't ill-intentioned, but he is shockingly inconsiderate here, especially by SquarePants standards. Helping Barry the health inspector is up next. While we'll submit that Mr. Krabs is more to blame for this than SpongeBob, it's still worth mentioning. When the two believe that the health inspector is a con artist trying to get free food, they make the titular nasty Patty to teach him a lesson. While SpongeBob is forced to do this under threat of being fired, he still takes an uncomfortable amount of pleasure in watching the man choke. When it turns out that this health inspector is the real deal, the two understandably panic as he's passed out, and they believe he's dead. Fully believing that he has helped kill a man, SpongeBob helps Mr. Krabs cover their tracks and hide the body.
Sorry, Mr. Krabs. I thought he might need some air.
It's one of the darkest deeds the little guy's ever committed, and it would easily be in our top 3, if not the gold medal, were it not for Mr. Krabs more so being the ringleader. Stalking Squidward sounds like a joke. But, well, just watch the episode Squid's Visit. When Squidward refuses to visit SpongeBob at his house, Spongy Boy goes full-on creep mode. After harassing Squidward all day and begging him to come over, SpongeBob borrows his vacuum cleaner so that he'll have to visit to get it back. Squidward finds out that SpongeBob has replicated every last detail of his home. SpongeBob even knows Squidward's exact brand of rash cream. Ew. The one break we can give SpongeBob here is that when Squidward's own house burns down, SpongeBob allows him to sleep under his roof while repairs go on.
Aw, don't worry, Squidward.
But that doesn't really make this any less creepy, and honestly, even if it did, this episode still full-on confirms that SpongeBob is a legitimate stalker to some extent. Jealousy is one of the 7 deadly sins for a reason. Take the episode Breath of Fresh Squidward, for example. When Squidward gets shocked by his new electrical fence, SpongeBob starts to more or less get a taste of his own medicine, with Squidward becoming so aggressively friendly that even SpongeBob gets irritated. This reaches its peak when Mr. Krabs asks Squidward to help SpongeBob in the kitchen, where he's not only good at cooking Krabby Patties, he's good enough to be the new employee of the month. While everyone else is proud and supportive of the new Squidward's success, SpongeBob becomes intensely jealous, even shouting at him and kicking him out of his own party. We've rarely felt so sorry for Squidward, and we've rarely been so darn angry with SpongeBob. Due to the sheer hypocrisy of this and how downright awful SpongeBob is to Squidward, despite his genuine kindness here, we honestly wish we could give this the top spot, but if nothing else, SpongeBob did apologize to Squidward.
I just want to say I'm sorry for being so selfish.
So that's something, and more than we can say for our top pick. The gold medal for worst SpongeBob deed is a pal for Gary. Yes, the entire episode. This may be controversial since SpongeBob's issues in this episode were from ignorance rather than ill will, but while SpongeBob has shown himself to be a downright ignorant listener at times, here he takes it to a whole new level. When he suspects that Gary is lonely at home without him, SpongeBob decides to get Gary a new friend to play with, ignoring the intense warnings of the lady he buys it from. Puffy Fluffy, the new pet, is extremely jealous and hostile around other pets, so SpongeBob's negligence goes even further when he forces Gary to play, and even sleep, with his new friend, Puffy Fluffy, despite Gary being clearly uncomfortable. The poor snail has to fend for himself all night because of SpongeBob, and when SpongeBob wakes up and finds his library utterly destroyed, he immediately blames Gary without even suspecting Fluffy.
Gary, I bet he's jealous about the new friend.
Worse still, when he finally sees Puffy Fluffy transformed into a gigantic monster with Gary in his mouth, no less, he still, somehow, blames Gary. We could give him some slack and chalk this one up to ignorance, but SpongeBob has simply never been this idiotic before. And here, he almost got his own pet snail killed. After SpongeBob himself almost gets eaten, Gary saves his life even after all he's been put through. And SpongeBob is still mad at him, deciding to take him to work as he believes he can't be home alone. What the? SpongeBob has been ignorant and selfish before, albeit rarely, but blaming his pet for being terrified and nearly eaten by a monster, even after having his own life saved by Gary, is so infuriating that it has to be at the top of our list. It's hard to even believe that this is SpongeBob. You deserve better, Gary.
Sounds like another job for Patrick Man!
Knowledge can never replace friendship. We'd prefer to be idiots. That's the mindset of Patrick Star, SpongeBob's ever-loyal best buddy and the cartoon's main comic relief. As genuinely well-meaning and friendly as he is, he's arguably the most inconsistent character in Bikini Bottom. For every time he acts as SpongeBob's greatest support system, there's another time where he causes destruction that would make Man Ray shudder. I'm Kyle with Wicked Binge, and this is Patrick Star's Deeds Good to Evil. Now grab your pet rock and an ice cream cone as we go over Patrick's good deeds. This time we'll be starting with the lesser good deeds and ending with the best. So let's kick things off with becoming SpongeBob's doctor. When SpongeBob gets a bad case of the suds, you'd think going to a doctor would be the logical choice. And you would be right, but Patrick had other plans. It might be surprising, but it turns out a dummy with no medical training does not make a good doctor. Patrick did cause his fair share of harm here, but to his credit, he did believe the doctor's office to be a horrible place. From the terrifying stethoscope to the horrors of reading old magazines, he at the very least meant well. It's one of many situations that makes Patrick out to be a dependable best buddy for SpongeBob, even if he ends up being the antagonist by accident. Patrick may not be much help with curing an illness, but he was pretty good at helping SpongeBob pass his boating test. Despite any of his flaws, Patrick is always supportive of SpongeBob's ambitions. In the episode Boating School, he offers to give SpongeBob the answers to the boating exam via a walkie-talkie in his hand. Although this is technically cheating, neither of the two are even aware of this, so we can chalk this up to Patrick doing a genuine favor to SpongeBob. And since SpongeBob nearly passes, we can tell he's pretty helpful. He does flake on SpongeBob once he realizes it's cheating, but again, the good intentions were there. If only Mrs. Puff had just stayed quiet. SpongeBob really ought to have more confidence in himself when it comes to his driving tests, and Patrick would help when you think about him helping SpongeBob regain his confidence. When the citizens of Bikini Bottom become repulsed by SpongeBob, Patrick suggests it's due to him being ugly.
Maybe it's just because you're ugly.
Not being able to realize that it's because of his terrible breath due to his lack of nose. While this is a bit insensitive, he helps SpongeBob to accept his ugliness, encouraging him to shout that he's ugly and be proud, and accompanying him to the movie theater. When SpongeBob has a total breakdown, Patrick even shouts at the whole theater to look at him.
Look at it! It's ugly, isn't it?
Unfortunately, Patrick, quote, catches the ugly when he eats some of SpongeBob's sundae, resulting in the two realizing their bad breath problem. Because, you know, SpongeBob has a nose. He may have been a bit blunt, but Patrick was really supportive to his buddy, and we'll thankfully see more of that going forward. And that's not the only time Patrick helped SpongeBob get out of the house after being shut in, which leads us to him, getting SpongeBob out of the house. Accidents happen to everyone, but when SpongeBob breaks his butt in a sandboarding accident, he becomes a total shut-in, afraid to go outside. With Sandy's help, Patrick does his best to try and lure SpongeBob out with a bunch of fun activities.
Washing an old person!
The two are ultimately successful, though not without some trouble to say the least, taking a massive beating from an underwater gorilla. To this day, we have to wonder why he was down there. Speaking of unusual underwater creatures, you have to wonder what a squirrel is doing living in the ocean too. But that didn't stop Patrick from being SpongeBob's wingman. You know the words, when in doubt, pinky out. That's the advice Patrick gives SpongeBob to look fancy to impress his new friend Sandy. He hangs around the tree dome encouraging SpongeBob to keep his pinky out and to not lose courage. He ultimately ends up coming in and learning the hard way that the tree dome has no water, but his dedication as a wingman is still commendable, even if it gets him and SpongeBob severely dehydrated. A thought that might make you kinda thirsty. And what better for rehydration than ice cream? Which brings us to getting SpongeBob a free ice cream. Knowing Patrick's love for food, especially ice cream, the fact that he's willing to use his free ice cream coupon to give his best friend an ice cream instead is no small feat. Tack on the fact that he has to resist the urge to trade it with Mr. Krabs for a handshake, go through several trials against the Ice Cream King, and somehow get Mr. Krabs' arm to make up for the fact that the ice cream melted on the way back, and you have a truly thoughtful deed. There's something super wholesome about an entire episode revolving around Patrick doing something sweet for SpongeBob, even though he ruined his original ice cream to make sure he could do something nice for his buddy. What a guy. Getting a gift for your friend is thoughtful, but making one is arguably even more so. This leads us to the time Patrick made a new net for SpongeBob. In the episode The Pink Purloiner, SpongeBob thinks Patrick has stolen his jellyfishing net, reliable. unreliable when it goes missing after a jellyfishing trip. He's not unfounded in thinking this, considering that his net disintegrated after their long day of jellyfishing, and he was seen at night playing with a new one. But it turns out that Patrick had actually made SpongeBob a new net from scratch. Even when SpongeBob disguises himself as a millionaire interested in buying it, Patrick refuses, and is simply excited to give the net to SpongeBob, who actually ends up giving him All Reliable as an apology when it turns out that he left it on the bus. He was equally determined to cheer SpongeBob up with a thoughtful gift, and also keep it a surprise. So you have to respect the dedication. Speaking of dedication, there sure are a lot of dedicated pet owners in Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob has Gary, Plankton has Spot, but if the Great Snail Race was anything to go by, Patrick may be the best of them all. In stark contrast to the intense rivalry between SpongeBob and Squidward in preparation for the race, Patrick is a good pet owner to his lovable pet rock, Rocky, encouraging him to only go when he feels like it. Rocky ends up winning the race, somehow, thanks to Patrick's encouragement. And what makes us place this event high on Patrick's good deed record is his generosity in having the trophy he won engraved to Squidward Tortellini, knowing how much it meant to him. For a guy with relatively few thoughts, Patrick is surprisingly thoughtful sometimes. But the great thing about Patrick's pet ownership is that he's not just biased to Rocky, he's also willing to help SpongeBob find Gary. This has actually been a recurring deed in the series. In Have You Seen the Snail?, Patrick is SpongeBob's #1 support system through the stress of losing Gary. He helps him put up lost snail signs, comforts him through the struggle, and is even the one who checks up on him after he's gone borderline crazy due to the Dirty Bubble Challenge. He does frustratingly miss that Gary is literally right in front of him in the craft shop, but still, there's no doubt that SpongeBob would have had a harder time without his buddy there for him. In the third SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run, Patrick helps him find Gary again and offers him encouragement and support as per usual, showing that he can be counted on when you need him most. But you don't have to be Patrick's best friend for him to help you out. Move over, Mermaid Man. Here comes Patrick Man. In the episode of the same name, Patrick decides it's time to contribute to society, so he becomes Patrick Man, a valiant superhero. It's a fun episode that consists of Patrick running around Bikini Bottom, stopping crimes and doing his best to help make the world a better and safer place. He does cause some trouble in typical Patrick fashion, from getting Mrs. Puff arrested for being locked out of her own car, thinking she was breaking into it, to stopping 2 high school kids from high-fiving, suspecting violence. Nonetheless, a hero is a hero, and Patrick proved himself a worthy one when he defeated the Dirty Bubble and saved the Krusty Krab, as well as a bunch of Bikini Bottomites too. Patrick Man disappeared after this deed, and some say he's still sweeping the Krusty Krab to this day. But we'll never forget him and his valiant efforts. In fact, they're worthy of the Bronze Medal of Good. Keeping on the topic of heroism, Patrick's actually goes beyond his Patrick Man persona, as we're giving the Silver Medal of Good to helping save Bikini Bottom in the first 2 SpongeBob movies. This may seem like it should be our top pick. After all, helping save Mr. Krabs and ultimately Bikini Bottom as a whole in the original SpongeBob movie is no small feat, especially for such a big kid at heart like Patrick. He's also one of the superheroes who stops Burger Beard the pirate in the second movie, and in Sponge Out of Water, he helps make a case for sparing SpongeBob from being executed for his crimes in Atlantic City. These are certainly good deeds on Patrick's end, and he's no less of a hero than SpongeBob and the others who helped out. But we gave the movie's heroic deeds plenty of spotlight in our video on SpongeBob's deeds, and to truly do Patrick's character justice, we want to talk about what specifically makes him special. And what is that exactly? Well, notice the recurring theme of Patrick's loyalty to SpongeBob on this list. Patrick's best deed and quality is being the best friend ever. Let's go back to the pilot episode Help Wanted, when SpongeBob loses courage to apply to work at the Krusty Krab, his dream job. Patrick stops him and encourages him to go in there and get the job, quite literally cheering him on. Anyone who's seen an episode of SpongeBob knows how much his work as a member of the Krusty crew means to him. It's practically his entire world. Patrick shows here that he's incredibly thoughtful and caring when it comes to SpongeBob. And while this is the main deed we're going into detail here, we'd like to use it as an umbrella term to show just how much of a loyal loyal cheerleader he is to SpongeBob. Sure, he's nowhere near perfect, but you'd be quite hard-pressed to find a more loyal friend to have in your corner. From his loyal support and constant encouragement to his questionable but well-meaning advice, Patrick is about as good as it gets as a best friend. So we have to give that characteristic within him the gold medal of good. Now that our good section is wrapped up, we now get into Patrick Star's bad and even evil deeds. Now, we give Patrick a lot of credit for good intentions, but quote, helping SpongeBob get stuck in the ringer is how we're gonna start the bad section. When SpongeBob asks him for help when he gets stuck in his ringer, Patrick decides that gluing him to it with forever glue is the solution, not realizing SpongeBob obviously meant to get unstuck.
Patrick, I wanted to get unstuck, not more stuck.
Patrick can't be counted as malicious here, since he didn't mean any harm and even tried to help SpongeBob cope with his new handicap. For his good intentions, we'll place this as the lowest spot in the bad section. But honestly, this episode is just too infamous not to talk about in terms of Patrick's role. At least in Suds, Patrick had legitimate cause for concern. How on earth could he have thought SpongeBob wanted to be stuck? And being stuck is bad enough, but what about being stuck in suspense? The secret box might seem like an odd choice for an outright bad deed, but looking back at this episode, Patrick was kind of a menace here. He not only tortures SpongeBob with a hilarious secret that he's not allowed to see, but he threatens to completely end his friendship with SpongeBob if he peeks inside.
We won't be friends anymore!
What really cements this as a bad deed is that the secret in question is an embarrassing picture of SpongeBob from a Christmas party. To his credit, at least he's not showing off the picture to others. But while it is just a bit of trolling, still, come on Patrick, you could have shown him the string earlier. Patrick is usually a great friend to SpongeBob, but he does falter in that regard on occasion. Him insulting SpongeBob's intelligence is one such example. In the episode I'm with Stupid, SpongeBob agrees to act like a moron when Patrick's parents come to visit, so he'll look like a genius in comparison. But while that was certainly a very good deed on his part, for Patrick it ended up being a pretty infamous one. As the family makes SpongeBob into a laughingstock, Patrick not only accepts but agitates the behavior, teasing him further despite him asking Patrick to tone it down a little.
If only you could see how stupid you sound right now.
Patrick makes no effort at all to be considerate to his friend, who, remember, is doing something degrading and very generous for him. So his lack of tact stings all the more, and almost feels out of character for him in the classic seasons. We now move from Patrick insulting SpongeBob's intelligence to the writers insulting his. Hogging Patty Pal is a showcase of how infantile Patrick became in that awkward seasons 6 to 9 period. SpongeBob and Patrick were always endearingly childlike characters, but they usually weren't downright babies. In Yours, Mine, and Mine, the two end up fighting over a cheaply made Krabby Patty toy dubbed Patty Pal. Patrick ends up hogging it and refuses to give SpongeBob a turn with it, even downright eating the toy rather than sharing it. At the end of the episode, he steals SpongeBob's wallet to buy 2 more toys, so they don't have to share, proving that he hadn't learned his lesson at all. It's worth noting that Patrick is a literal grown man, and this would be a stretch for a child in most cartoons. Stealing your buddy's toy is one thing, but stealing your buddy's snail is an entirely new level of betrayal. Enter Taking Gary from SpongeBob. In the episode Dumped, Patrick and Gary start to bond, having sleepovers and playtime together. But what starts as a wholesome bond between SpongeBob's 2 best friends ends in Patrick taking Gary away from SpongeBob when he believes Gary likes him more. He shows no pity for SpongeBob's absolute devastation at losing Gary, even rolling his eyes when he foresees SpongeBob having a total breakdown. Thankfully, Gary was ultimately loyal to SpongeBob and only wanted a cookie that was in Patrick's pocket. Honestly, Gary was an absolute savage, but he taught us a valuable lesson. Be careful with who you trust with your pets. On that note, if you're ever leaving town, make sure you don't ask Patrick to watch your snail, as he's guilty of endangering Gary's life. Patrick might be able to keep a pet rock pretty darn effectively, but he's incredibly neglectful and careless with Gary. He proves himself unable to feed Gary, and when he gets the bag open, he eats all the food himself. He also sprays Gary with a high-pressure hose to bathe him, and before this, he chases him with a flamethrower, asking whether he wants water water or fire. Of course, the big guy didn't mean any harm, hence why this deed isn't ranked higher. But this is definitely the absolute worst Patrick's stupidity has gotten, at least in terms of sheer destruction. Or maybe, could this have been revenge for Gary leading him on so severely? But if you absolutely have to trust Patrick as a pet sitter, never ever trust him as a parent. He absolutely bailed on SpongeBob when it came to raising Junior. It doesn't take much to know that parenting is tough and requires a lot of commitment. So when Patrick abandons SpongeBob and leaves him to take care of Junior by himself, it does cut pretty deep. What makes it all worse is that Patrick's work is just sitting in his living room watching TV, which is all he does when he gets home as well.
This is the thanks I get for working overtime.
It's annoying already, but the fact that Patrick could have easily walked over to give SpongeBob a hand, or even babysat Junior while he watched TV, makes it one of Patrick's most infuriatingly selfish roles in the classic seasons. Still, even if he's not a good parental figure at all, Patrick needs love too. But still, was tearing down the carnival really all that necessary? Upon thinking SpongeBob's highly anticipated Valentine's Day gift for his best friend is a handshake, Patrick goes on a destructive rampage at the Bikini Bottom Carnival. He causes insane amounts of destruction, rips a man's clothes off, and perhaps most evilly, breaks a little kid's lollipop. He seemed ready to go ballistic on the entire carnival before Sandy arrived with his real gift, a giant chocolate hot air balloon. We can't blame him for being mad here, but he took things way too far. You didn't have to get me anything, my butt, Patrick. Completely off topic, but did anyone else want to try that chocolate balloon as a kid? Well, that makes it pretty darn clear that as much as Patrick loves SpongeBob, he doesn't take too kindly to being slighted. When he thought their friendship was over, he even tried to make SpongeBob a trophy. This event might have spawned the beloved "I got you now, SpongeBob" meme, but it's also the most terrifying Patrick was in the classic seasons. In the episode Nature Pants, SpongeBob decides to leave civilization to live amongst the jellyfish. Much to Patrick's dismay, Patrick decides that if SpongeBob insists on being a jellyfish, he'd rather catch him as a trophy than let him go away forever. On one hand, it's admittedly kind of touching that Patrick cares so much about SpongeBob, but his desire to capture him and display him in a jar is pretty terrifying. What if we told you one of Patrick's worst deeds involves a card? Hear us out. If you've seen the episode, do we need to say anything more? Patrick has been inconsiderate and foolish plenty, but this episode takes it to the next level. When he gets a super rare Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy trading card, he promises it to SpongeBob, knowing that it means a lot to him. This may seem very sweet, but Patrick is incredibly reckless with the card, and quite deliberately too. He walks through a construction site with it, uses it to pick a lock, scrape his grill, and even floss his teeth. What makes this all the worse are two things. One, Patrick's statement that he's purposefully mixing up his brand of stupidity to keep SpongeBob on his toes. And two, the fact that he had multiple copies of this card and could have just told SpongeBob this at any time. This might not have been downright evil, but the implication that Patrick did all of this on purpose, for seemingly no reason, makes it one of the lowest deeds on the list. Patrick might not be the first character to come to mind in regards to reckless driving, but the episode Driven to Tears reveals that he's just as dangerous as SpongeBob behind the wheel, albeit for different reasons. And this earns the bronze medal of evil. It turns out that Patrick isn't a bad driver per se. He manages to pass Mrs. Puff's driver's test and get his license in just one attempt. That said, with this comes his ego becoming a bit too inflated. He not only rubs his license in SpongeBob's face, but he starts to drive carelessly. Unlike SpongeBob, who's just not good at driving in general, Patrick knows how to drive, but his cockiness leads him to litter, run red lights, go well above the speed limit, and even make an illegal U-turn through an orphanage, showing no concern since, quote, they ran for it in time.
What a genius making illegal U-turn through an orphanage!
He does seem to have learned his lesson when SpongeBob takes his prison sentence in Patrick's place, but this was still seriously messed up. Patrick's driving arc showed that he lets power go to his head way too easily. But if you thought that was bad, the silver medal of evil goes to the time he became the king of Bikini Bottom. The season 4 episode Rule of Dumb sees Patrick being crowned king of Bikini Bottom. Unfortunately, Patrick lets the power go to his head almost immediately. This mostly results in him stealing from everyone in Bikini Bottom, from a friendly nerd's newly complete comic book collection, to a multitude of Krabby Patties from the Krusty Krab, to even a baby's Binky, and he demands more and more.
I thought you said I could have anything I want.
He also nearly kills Squidward by dropping his house into the sand to use as a base for his Ferris wheel. Mind you, Patrick supposedly considers Squidward a good friend. To his credit, he does feel genuinely bad for this, and gives up the crown to Gary the Snail, Bikini Bottom's rightful ruler, once he realizes the monster he's become. But still, what could be worse than becoming a tyrannical ruler? Well, it's one thing to be greedy, mean, thieving, and downright dangerous. Wait, that's 4 things. But none of Patrick's deeds are quite as unsettling as his business selling ink lemonade, a deed which more than earns the gold medal of evil. This is one of the most absolutely infamous SpongeBob episodes out there, and honestly for good reason. Patrick is running a lemonade stand, and upon being frightened by SpongeBob, Squidward inks into the lemonade. He is clearly very upset and embarrassed by this, and Patrick shows absolutely no concern whatsoever. He serves up the lemonade, and as the Bikini Bottomites enjoy it, he continues to psychologically torment Squidward by scaring him with giant spiders, legit body horror, and even a homemade haunted house. Really, this episode is to Patrick what one-course meal was to Mr. Krabs. What makes it such an easy choice is that it feels downright out of character for Patrick, even though Squidward is clearly uncomfortable with inking, and Patrick doesn't even seem to be gaining anything from the business. Patrick keeps on scaring him into excreting it against his will, so others can drink it. It's disgusting, it's creepy, and worst of all, Patrick sees no problem with it, not even apologizing, and later feeding him a cookie with spider eggs in it. Squidward might be mean sometimes, but nobody deserves this level of torture. At least in Rule of Dumb, Patrick learned his lesson and changed back to his old lovable self. We all know you're better than this, Patrick, so we're giving your ink lemonade business the gold medal of evil. Probably one of Nickelodeon's most famous bad guys to date, Plankton is often shown to be a very memorable, albeit not too successful, antagonist. He's mean, crafty, and always thinking of a new scheme to get that formula. But even microscopic organisms can have a heart, and we wanted to touch on the times where Plankton showed he could be a decently good guy, as well as all those times where he was shown to be a true villain through and through. I'm Kyle with Wicked Binge, and these are Plankton Deeds Good to Evil.
Plankton, 1% evil, 99% hot gas.
As usual, we'll be starting with the times where this teeny tiny villain actually showed some goodness deep down. These are Plankton's good deeds, starting out very easily with our most good deed from Plankton. We have the time where he helped SpongeBob defeat Burger Beard. Throughout the second SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water, we get a pretty satisfying arc of Plankton learning to be a team player. Although there are a couple bumps in the road, including Plankton briefly becoming disillusioned with teamwork after his plan with SpongeBob fails.
So you ruined everything with your teamwork!
He ultimately decides to accompany the gang to the surface. Just like when it looks like the superpowered team is defeated, it's Plankton, or rather Plankton, who is able to turn the tides of battle with his newly gained Hulk-like strength. After a bit of taunting and a bubble-powered team move between him and SpongeBob, Plankton captures Burger Beard and gets the formula back. What makes this instance even sweeter is that he returns the formula to Krabs afterwards. No tricks needed. He even acknowledges that keeping the formula for himself would have been selfish. Aw, but you don't need to be a superhero to be a good guy. Sometimes you just need to be kind, just as Plankton is whenever he's shown being a loving pet owner to Spot. For many, Spot is considered to be a true bright spot in the latter half of the show, as he's one of the few characters Plankton will show affection towards with no strings attached. While other cartoons have suffered a dip in quality after adding in a dog character that doesn't really add much. Looking at you, Fairly Odd Parents. The incredibly cute relationship between Spot and Plankton has only added to the show. Although he may sometimes get a bit frustrated with Spot, Plankton has shown time and time again that he loves him and is unable to stay mad at him.
Spot, pretend I'm a burglar. Attack!
He takes care of Spot and is never ever shown neglecting him, always keeping him well fed. You could argue that him using a few of Spot's amoeba puppies to try and get the formula is a bit iffy, but given how eager the pups were to help, we can't say that this is an instance that counts against him. All in all, seeing Plankton be such a great owner to his special little guy has really shined a spotlight on Plankton's softer side. Tying back into Plankton's relationships, let's talk about how he helped SpongeBob save Karen's mind. In Karen's virus, Plankton acts as both mission control and bodyguard as he and SpongeBob go on a mission to try and save Karen from a dangerous virus. Although SpongeBob is the one actually inside her computer mind, Plankton still acts as support and gives him guidance and advice during the mission. Mind you, this is all while he's also trying to keep an eye on a very loopy Karen so she doesn't get hurt. A task that is easier said than done. While this couple has certainly had its ups and downs, and don't worry, we'll get to those, it's nice to see Plankton being so protective of and worried for his wife.
Don't worry, baby. Help is on the way.
Also, while it may not be the real Plankton, we'd also like to give a shout out to virtual Plankton, who also helps a ton in the episode as he's able to use his buff muscles to assist SpongeBob in fighting off the virus. And this wasn't the only time he acted as support for SpongeBob either. He also teamed up with the others to rescue him from Atlantic City. In the third movie, Sponge on the Run, we see another one of Plankton's schemes where he sends SpongeBob away after realizing that SpongeBob is actually responsible for all his previous failures, and not Mr. Krabs.
Bingo!
It's his hope that doing this will give himself a perfect opportunity to steal the secret Krabby Patty formula. But when a distraught Krabs just gives him the formula without a fight, Plankton actually starts to regret his latest scheme. So much so that he teams up with Mr. Krabs, Sandy, and Squidward to save SpongeBob and Patrick from King Poseidon in Atlantic City. Just as we see with the others, Plankton testifies and tries to use his words to save SpongeBob from execution, defending him against the vain king. Regardless of how you feel regarding the summer camp stuff that this movie brought in, it's still nice to see that even after being stopped and defeated by him so many times, Plankton is still willing to stand up for and help save SpongeBob. For our final good deed, we have one that, while a bit controversial, we feel it still counts, and that's the time he saved Bubble Bass's life. In Plankton's good eye, Plankton comes across a burning building and spots Bubble Bass trapped inside. He then attempts to save Bubble Bass, telling him to jump so that he can catch him. Obviously, this doesn't exactly work out for Plankton, leading to him being squished. This is one reason why this good deed may not count as much as the others.
My life of evil is over.
With the second reason being that Plankton was only prompted to help because of the good eye he gave himself using SpongeBob's teardrop. In that sense, it wasn't exactly his choice to help. Still, it was Plankton's encouragement that prompted Bubble Bass to essentially save himself, and we feel like that counts for something. With all these brighter moments out of the way, let's talk about all the best examples of Plankton being a true villain for SpongeBob and the other citizens of Bikini Bottom. For starters, let's talk about all the times that he's manipulated SpongeBob. Now, if we had a nickel for every time Plankton has tried to manipulate or deceive SpongeBob, we'd have, well, certainly a lot more than 2 nickels. In fact, it's easily one of the show's go-to plot points, as well as one of Plankton's defining personality traits. Heck, it's something we see in the first season, both with the birthday lie in his debut episode, and with him pretending to be SpongeBob's friend and giving him a sob story and fun.
SpongeBob, I'll play your little game.
We also can't forget how he manipulated SpongeBob into becoming assertive in the episode Walking Small, using him to drive everyone else at the beach away so that he could build another chum bucket. And again, this is only season 1, and in that sense, only the tip of the iceberg. We should also mention that this manipulation factor isn't just limited to SpongeBob, as we've seen him also try to manipulate Krabs and even characters he rarely interacts with like Squidward and Sandy. We'll mention this again in a couple of our later entries, but Plankton is the type to usually just see others for what they can do for him, and how useful they can be versus actually seeing them as people. But for as bad a friend Plankton can be at times, he can also be a pretty lousy husband, as best seen during the time where he replaced Karen. In the infamous episode Karen 2.0, Plankton decides to upgrade and replace Karen with a Karen 2 model. We should mention right off the bat that this is done for some pretty petty reasons, such as Plankton being mildly annoyed that Karen's memory is full, or her making a simple mistake with dinner. Throughout the episode, Plankton seems to treat her more as an object than as a wife. And even if she is technically an object, it still comes off as incredibly harsh and callous. We also see Plankton having a romantic dinner with the new Karen, which just adds salt to the original Karen's wounds. It all just comes off as a guy who is uninterested and wants to date a younger model, so to speak. What's worse is that Plankton isn't really apologetic for any of this for the most part, only seeing the error of his ways and going back to the original Karen, after Karen 2 is shown not really caring about him.
Come on, let's go home to the chum bucket, honey.
He does promise not to take her kindness for granted anymore, but after all that, well, it really comes off as more hollow than sweet. With how unlikable Plankton can be, it may not be too surprising just how often he's been caught stealing the identities of various characters. Throughout the course of the show, Plankton has stolen the identities of Mr. Krabs, Sandy, Gary, and even his own grandmother, all in the hopes of finally stealing the Krabby Patty secret formula. Obviously, identity theft is not a joke, Jim, and what makes it worse is that Plankton doesn't care about how his impersonations of others impact their reputations or well-being. Of course, this is best shown in the instances with Krabs and Sandy, where the former is covered in tartar sauce and nearly gets eaten by Hans, while the latter is arrested for public nudity.
No reason to be suspicious in any way, y'all.
Overall, while each of these instances is shown in a pretty silly manner, with the episodes themselves often feeling like a farce, we still feel like it's serious enough to mention. Now, stealing identities is one thing, but what about trying to steal an entire holiday? Yeah, it's time to talk about the time Plankton tried to ruin Christmas. In the stop-motion special, It's a SpongeBob Christmas, Plankton's latest plan to steal the formula involves him trying to make the entirety of Bikini Bottom be even naughtier than him, allowing him to then look nice by comparison and earn his Christmas wish. To do this, Plankton bakes up some jerktonium-laced fruitcakes, and after thinking that jerktonium didn't work, accidentally leads SpongeBob to unknowingly transform everyone in Bikini Bottom into jerks. If not for SpongeBob realizing what happened, the entire holiday would have been ruined for everyone. We also see Plankton send out an evil wind-up robot version of SpongeBob to commit naughty deeds and cause trouble, all in an attempt to frame the real SpongeBob. This is yet another example of him temporarily ruining someone's reputation for his own gain. And while all this may just be par for the course for someone as villainous as Plankton, the fact that he did all this on Christmas and didn't care about all those who would lose out on presents just makes it even worse. But at the very least, people can survive not getting presents. We know very well, however, that Plankton is still willing to put people in danger, which he did so blatantly when he framed Mr. Krabs. Okay, seriously, between the disguises, robot impersonators, and now fake notes combined with even faker phone calls, Plankton either has a real talent for ruining people's reputations, or he just has a really bad habit that he needs to break. Anyway, with this particular instance, Plankton's framing of Mr. Krabs wasn't just an attempt to steal the formula, but was also very much him trying to get Krabs out of the picture for good, using King Neptune's fiery rage as the perfect means to eliminate his foe. Even after Krabs is given some more time, Plankton refuses to come clean and actively revels in the idea of Krabs being destroyed, not once regretting it or having any second thoughts.
Oh, yes, well done.
Compared to the other two movies where Plankton shows at least a little bit of humanity, even for the characters who he claims to hate, this is certainly Plankton at his most heartless and unsympathetic. If you're enjoying this video and you want to do us a huge favor, hit that subscribe button and notification bell. Of course, we now know that framing Mr. Krabs was just one part of Plankton's big two-part scheme. Obviously, this latter part, enslaving the citizens of Bikini Bottom, was easily the worst thing that Plankton has ever done. No, it wasn't enough for him to have wealth and fame through the Chum Bucket, becoming the new home of the Krabby Patty. Instead, Plankton's real goal all along was to eventually brainwash and enslave everyone in town, using them as his servants and forcing them to build Planktopolis. Through these actions, we see just how little Plankton cares about Bikini Bottom's citizens, truly only seeing them as tools for his own goals and desires, and giving no thought whatsoever to their well-being.
And what's that supposed to mean?
As seen when he's shown whipping them and shouting, "No resting." With how powerful Plankton's helmets were and how effective the Bikini Bottomites were as an army, it's not too far-fetched to think that he wouldn't eventually try to take over other cities, maybe even the entire ocean. Simply put, there's a reason why this is Plankton's most memorable evil deed, and maybe it's good that the other movies have him in a bit more of a redeemable role, as we're unsure how he could ever top this specific scheme. He lives in a pineapple under the sea, and he's gone on some of the most epic adventures in cartoon history. And although you may think that a simple show about Krabby Patties, having fun, and jellyfishing isn't complicated enough to have an actual timeline, well, you'd be wrong. In fact, there is an ironed-out canonical order to the events that have happened in Bikini Bottom. And luckily, we have the technology to unravel that history. I'm Kyle with Wicked Binge, and this is the SpongeBob SquarePants timeline from the past to the future. Now, full disclosure, we did everything we could to piece this timeline together. We gathered data from various sources, but in many cases, exact dates are merely speculation. We decided that the air dates for present-day episodes are the dates that things take place, and thus reverse-engineered references to the past to determine when historical events took place. With that said, are you ready to get started?
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Our timeline starts when the Atlanteans arrive, circa 23,000 BC. After traveling billions of light years, the Atlanteans arrived to colonize this undersea world, bringing with them the oldest living bubble, the Atlanteans' people most beloved and treasured ancient relic, one that is over 1 million years old. From what we know, the Atlanteans were incredibly high-tech creatures accomplished in science, technology, and government. The prehistoric era. Squidward invents jellyfishing, circa 8000 BC. Way back during a more primitive and uncivilized time, long before the advent of time record-keeping, Squidward arrives in the distant past using a time machine. Happy to finally find some peace and quiet, he stumbles upon the primitive sponge and prehistoric starfish, the ancestors of SpongeBob and Patrick. Annoyed with their constant need to torture themselves with jellyfish, he teaches them how to catch them instead, ironically making himself the inventor of the activity he dislikes so much.
It's called jellyfishing.
When he finally has the opportunity to play his clarinet, the sound of his instrument enrages the two primitive creatures, and they chase him back to his time machine, which he uses to leave the era. Bubbles begins his watch, circa 7985 BC. Bubbles the dolphin begins to look over the cosmos. Known as the One Who Watches, Bubbles spends at least the next 10,000 years watching over the Earth and protecting it from various disasters. The Advanced Prehistoric Era, the dawn of SpongeGar, circa 6000 BC. As the prehistoric era continues, an unknown number of years pass, and we see some very slightly more recent descendants of the primitive sponge and prehistoric starfish in the episode Ugh. These characters are SpongeGar and Patar, as well as a prehistoric descendant of Squidward, Squawk. Now, we know that this happens later than the original events that included the primitive sponge and prehistoric starfish. The evidence includes the fact that SpongeGar and Patar have regular teeth as opposed to fangs, showing us that they did evolve from their ancestors. Their way of life is also noticeably more civilized, with much of their day-to-day emulating the day-to-day lives of present-day SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward. And based on the cave drawing in SpongeGar's primitive pineapple, they have already discovered jellyfishing. One day, lightning strikes, resulting in their log that they use to blow bubbles being set on fire. The three cavemen experiment with the flames, burning themselves in the process. Soon, SpongeGar realizes that it can be used to cook food, and the three begin cooking. They also encounter prehistoric versions of Mr. Krabs. When all is said and done, SpongeGar and friends have discovered fire. The trio begin to fight over the fire, but Squawk blames them for it being put out. Before he can strike them over the head, lightning strikes him and the two other cavemen cook marshmallows over his charred body. Atlantean growth. Distant past. The Atlanteans spend centuries building the most advanced weaponry in order to defend themselves against invaders. They eventually give up on warfare and lock their weaponry behind a giant locked door. An example of what must be done if one wants to live in harmony with all creatures. The death of the Dutchman. Before 3000 BC. The Flying Dutchman claims that he hasn't had to wear shoes in over 5,000 years because he's a ghost. This comment tells us that he died over 5,000 years ago.
I haven't worn shoes for over 5,000 years!
Even though pirates of his variety did not exist during this era, but we'll take his word for it because we don't want to end up in Davy Jones' locker. He haunts the seas because his body was used as a window display and never was put to rest. The birth of King Neptune, circa 2990 BC. 5,000 years before the episode The Clash of Triton, King Neptune was born. Later, when his father would die, he would become the Roman god of the sea. We know his age because the episode aired in 2010 and involves Neptune celebrating his 5,000th birthday. In 2983 BC, Neptune's moon and Neptune's sun rise for the first time and then die down for 100 years. They will continue to rise every 100 years on October 7th. The Middle Ages, circa 905 to 1304 AD. Many millenniums have passed, and Bikini Bottom has developed into a much more civilized and advanced place. It's called Bikini Bottom Shire. The totalitarian tyrant, Planktonomore, ruled for a brief period until SpongeBob and Patrick were sent by King Krabs to rescue Princess Pearl. They ultimately slayed the dragon jellyfish. During this era, there were many noteworthy places. King Krab's castle was a massive estate equipped with a guillotine and a dungeon. Squidly lived there briefly, and it's suggested that this may be the medieval Krusty Krab. Planktonomore's tower was implied to be the medieval Chum Bucket, and also home to Glassball Karen. We also see the village where most of the commoners lived, filled with establishments that included an armory and the ye olde bowling alley. In 1199, the two chosen ones, along with King Krabs, invented Krabby Patties. In 1701 AD, the Star family takes control of Bikini Bottom. Ancestors of Patrick Star, it would ultimately be revealed that the true present-day royal lineage would be Gary. Neptune's son, circa 1010 AD. King Neptune turns 4,000 years old and locks his son, Triton, up in a magical shrinking cage, locking him away until he learns how to be a proper god like his father. Atlantis disappears, circa 1201 AD. At some point during this time period, Atlantis sinks. The Neptune dynasty, circa 1804 AD. The Star family loses power, and ultimately the Neptune dynasty takes the throne in Bikini Bottom. The quest for the banana peel, circa 1889 AD. The chimps, who would eventually become the beneficiaries of Sandy's undersea treedom, begin their 117-year search for a banana peeler.
This is where our research money went?
The Western Era, early 1892 to 1895. During the Western Era, Bikini Bottom was called Deadeye Gulch, or Bikini Gulch, in which Deadeye Plankton ruled the entire town with the exception of the Krusty Cantina, which was owned by William Krabs. SpongeBuck defeats Deadeye Plankton in a duel by stepping on him. The townspeople memorialize SpongeBuck with a golden statue. Patrick Revere warns people that man-eating mollusks were coming.
The mollusks are coming! The mollusks are coming! The mollusks are coming!
The Pirate Era, circa 1897. Redbeard Krabs assembles a pirate crew. Redbeard Krabs lives to be well over 100, as he's later seen visiting his grandson, Mr. Krabs, over 100 years later. First annual snail race, circa 1902. The first annual Great Snail Race occurs.
Hey SpongeBob, check out my new snail!
The winner is ultimately Lightning Larry Luciano. This event would quickly become a prestigious annual tradition. Heroes are born, circa late 1800s to 1900s. Sometime around the turn of the century, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy are born. Mermaid Man first uses his utility belt sometime around 1937, which he reveals in the episode Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 4, when it's stated that he's worn the belt for 65 years.
To the meatloaf!
The rivalry continues, circa 1942 to 1951. Eugene Krabs and Sheldon Plankton, descendants of King Krabs and Planktonomore, are born. The two are best friends from birth, and the two eventually go into the restaurant business together until they accidentally kill Old Man Jenkins and have a falling out. During the conflict, a shelf is knocked over, dumping various ingredients into the patty batter and recreating the Krabby Patty formula, which Mr. Krabs is left with. Mr. Krabs' Krabby Patty restaurant is well loved by customers, while Plankton's Chum Burger is terrible. The sea monster falls asleep, circa 1928. The sea monster falls asleep 79 years before SpongeBob and Patrick awaken it and sell it Krabby Patties.
I've been asleep for 79 years.
Man Ray attacks, circa 1954. A young Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy dump tartar sauce on Man Ray, trapping him and saving Bikini Bottom. Mr. Krabs' early endeavors, circa 1950s to 1960s. A war occurs sometime in the 1950s. It's stated that Mr. Krabs serves in the Navy sometime in this era, and at some point, Mr. Krabs assembles a sea crew and searches for treasure. He ultimately goes bankrupt and sells the ship.
So I fired me crew and sold me ship.
Eugene Krabs falls into a deep depression until he decides to purchase a bankrupt retirement home called the Rusty Krab. He converts it into a restaurant he calls the Krusty Krab. He paints the K onto the sign himself. The Krusty Krab also endures the chum famine of '59. 1959 also marks the final year that anyone would take a break at the Krusty Krab. In 1960, Mr. Krabs installs the giant tartar sauce bin in the kitchen of the Krusty Krab.
This can has been here for 50 years!
It is full until the opening of the Krusty Krab time capsule 50 years later. In 1979, Plankton would make his first attempt at stealing the Krabby Patty formula. The birth of Squidward Tentacles, October 9th, 1977. The date everyone's favorite squid is born, destined for a lifetime of being annoyed by SpongeBob. The annual Fry Cook Games begin, circa 1980, a series of events in the fast food coliseum. Mr. Krabs and Plankton would compete against one another for years to come. Mr. Krabs won a medal one year for lifting 2 barrels of pickles. The birth of Larry the Lobster, January 8th, 1984. The lovable lobster is born. He would go on to be one of the most well-liked residents of Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob's first Krabby Patty, circa 1985. SpongeBob has his first Krabby Patty inside his mother's womb. Friends are born, 1986 to 1987. On January 14th, 1986, SpongeBob is born. On February 26, 1986, Patrick is born. The two would become lifelong best friends. On November 17, 1987, Sandy and Randy Cheeks are born in Texas, United States. SpongeBob's early childhood, circa 1990 to 1992. SpongeBob receives Gary as a pet and Patrick as a friend. Friendships that would last a lifetime. SpongeBob would have Mrs. Shell as a kindergarten teacher. Patrick wrote a poem in gym class, so the kids threw balls at him. The birth of Pearl Krabs, May 12, 1990. Mr. Krabs' daughter, a whale, is born. Nobody knows exactly how that works, but we don't question it. Krusty Krab's new hires, 1995 to 1999. Around 1995, Squidward joins the Krusty crew. In 1996, after teaching SpongeBob how to be a good fry cook, Jim quits the Krusty Krab and not SpongeBob got hired. Finally, on May 1st, 1999, SpongeBob joins the Krusty crew, the Tree Dome, circa 1998 to 1999. Sandy Cheeks arrives in Bikini Bottom with the intent on conducting science experiments in her Tree Dome. On May 2nd, 1999, Sandy meets SpongeBob and the two become fast friends. Sometime in 1999, Tree Dome Enterprises Limited is founded. The saga begins, circa 2000 to 2001. February 14th, 2000, SpongeBob and Sandy try to give Patrick the best Valentine's Day present ever. Jealous of all the gifts SpongeBob receives, Patrick wreaks havoc across a carnival.
You must think I'm pretty dumb, huh?
Yes!
February 15th, 2000 is Annoy Squidward Day, an actual day that SpongeBob has marked on his calendar. On September 28th, 2000, the annual Fry Cook Games celebrates a 20-year milestone. On Halloween 2000, the Flying Dutchman appears to tell everyone how offensive it is that everyone dresses up like him on Halloween. On December 23rd, 2000, Sandy brings Christmas to Bikini Bottom.
Christmas who?
On September 28th, 2001, the 21st annual Fry Cook Games takes place. Mr. Krabs and Plankton are represented by SpongeBob and Patrick for the first time. The two friends clash in bun wrestling, but ultimately learn to cherish their friendship once again before breaking the tie. Life in Bikini Bottom, circa 2002 to 2017. Sometime in 2002, Mr. Krabs earns his $1 millionth. Mr. Krabs also opens Krabby Land. In 2003, the 102nd running of the Snails occurred. Lightning Larry Luciano, still alive, lit the torch for the games. Rocky was crowned winner over both Gary and Snelly. In 2004, Mr. Krabs and Plankton celebrate their 25 years of rivalry. In 2005, the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy movie is made. In 2007, SpongeBob and the crew go to Atlantis. On April 17, 2009, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, and Mr. Krabs are lost and have to get back home by riding a wave called the Big One. November 6, 2009, the 50th anniversary of the Krusty Krab. May 1, 2010, SpongeBob finds the tartar sauce bin empty and opens the Krusty Krab time capsule. A time capsule spectacular is held at the Krusty Krab. June 5, 2010. King Neptune has his 5,000th birthday at the Krusty Krab. He is sad that his son Triton isn't there. SpongeBob frees Triton and causes havoc in Bikini Bottom. This makes Neptune happy to see that he's able to use his powers and thanks him for the best birthday present ever. July 15th, 2011. A race through a winter wonderland is held with $1 million prize, but it ends up being a trap. April 8th, 2012. Glove World is destroyed and replaced with Glove Universe. SB 129, 2017. Squidward gets stuck in the Krusty Krab freezer and is frozen for 2,000 years. The SpongeBob Movie, 2034. In 2034, the Krusty Krab 2 opens. Mr. Krabs promotes Squidward to manager, believing that SpongeBob is too immature.
I'm not mature?
The reason this takes place in 2034 is because SpongeBob states that he has received the Employee of the Month award 374 times in a row. That's 31 years and 2 months. But in the episodes Employee of the Month and Breath of Fresh Squid, SpongeBob doesn't get the award. Because those 2 episodes are 2 years apart, that adds an additional 4 years. So, 1999 plus 31 years and 4 months equals 2034. Plankton steals Neptune's crown and frames Mr. Krabs. King Neptune threatens Mr. Krabs for the alleged thievery. SpongeBob promises to retrieve the crown, and thanks to Neptune's daughter Mindy, he agrees with the proposal.
Thanks, Mindy!
SpongeBob and Patrick leave for Shell City. Meanwhile, Plankton steals the Krabby Patty formula and enslaves citizens with mind control. SpongeBob and Patrick are pursued by Dennis, who is ultimately stepped on by a Cyclops, who takes SpongeBob and Patrick to his beachside store. They find the crown and defeat the Cyclops by setting off the sprinkler system and ultimately get a ride home from David Hasselhoff. They return the crown before Neptune can execute Mr. Krabs, performing the hard rock ballad Goofy Goober Rock. Saved, Mr. Krabs promotes SpongeBob to manager of the Krusty Krab 2. Time capsule, 2060 to 2085. In 1960, the Krusty Krab capsule is opened for future Bikini Bottom to see. In 2085, SpongeBob tells his grandson about the Great Train Caper. The future, 4017 AD. Squidward is unfrozen from the Krusty Krab freezer. He meets Spongetron, a descendant of SpongeBob, and quickly learns that the future is not for him. Everything is chrome, and there is a SpongeBob for every letter of the alphabet, all 487 letters. He immediately leaves the future. Spongehenge, circa 5007. Aliens discover the SpongeBob stones. 8 stone replicas of SpongeBob in jellyfish fields. Nothing. Unknown. The realm of nothingness is created, or has always existed, and Squidward arrives from his time travel journey. He admits that he misses everything from his old life. Yes, even SpongeBob. He makes it back to the time machine. Wow, millennia of SpongeBob. What a legacy.
Let's go for a walk, pal.
F is for friends who do stuff together, and there are plenty of friends in the world of Bikini Bottom. Naturally, some of these friendships are stronger than others, and some of these relationships would probably be better off separated. But which of these relationships are the healthiest under the sea? And which ones are about as toxic as a burger from the chum bucket? I'm Kyle with Wicked Binge, and these are SpongeBob relationships healthy to toxic. As always, we'll be starting with our strongest and healthiest relationship and working our way down to the most toxic. These relationships are the healthy. Our gold medal of healthiness has to go to Sandy and SpongeBob. When it comes to all of SpongeBob's friends, Sandy is probably the one who has given him the least amount of grief and frustration. Whenever the two of them have any conflict, they usually tend to communicate their concerns in an honest way. And even when the other person doesn't listen at first, like SpongeBob with his squirrel jokes, or Sandy with some of her specific goals whenever she's hyper-focusing on them, they usually get it and apologize or make up for it eventually, as they tend to care a lot about what the other thinks. They're also usually willing to help each other out, and are very protective of each other. And of course, they also enjoy doing karate together. It's not a flawless friendship, as they both have strong personalities that can sometimes clash, but their tendencies to work it out in the end more than earn them the gold medal of healthy. Taking our silver medal of healthiness is a newer relationship in the show, and a bit of a surprising one: Plankton and Spot. First appearing in Plankton's Pet, Spot proved to be the perfect amoeba for Plankton from the very start. While Plankton was a bit out of his depth as a pet owner, he still cared about treating Spot well. never only seeing him as a tool that could help him get the Krabby Patty secret formula. Even when Plankton is frustrated with Spot and tries to scold him, he just can't be mean to him. In turn, Spot is incredibly loyal and affectionate towards Plankton, protecting him from danger and showing him tons of love. It's quite adorable, and we're happy to have it as one of the main elements in the modern day seasons. Moving on to our bronze medal of healthiness, we have the Girls' Night trio of Sandy, Mrs. Puff, and Karen. It is nice to see a good trio of gal pals, and to be honest, it's a wonder these three weren't paired up sooner, as the episode Girls' Night Out shows them getting along really well. Of course, the three of them have fun together, blowing off steam and playing pranks, but they also listen to each other vent and offer each other sympathy and support when it comes to their respective stressful lives. Admittedly, you could argue that the group does sort of bring the worst out of them, given some of the pranks they pull, but in the end, we're just happy seeing them enjoying themselves and each other. We're going to be ranking the dynamic duo of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy next. It may be a bit contentious to put this relationship so high up, given the episode where Barnacle Boy briefly becomes a villain, or even all the times where Barnacle Boy is just annoyed by Mermaid Man. But in all honesty, for the most part, it's just mild annoyance at best, and even that could be attributed to their age. In terms of actual interactions, the two of them still managed to work together well and have each other's backs. And even when Barnacle Boy became evil, he only did so to send a message. Once it was clear that he just wanted some respect, Mermaid Man was more than happy to give it, and the two became friends again. It's not the happiest relationship around, but it's stable and they truly feel like two old friends who always drift back towards each other. Next, we have the adorable pet and owner relationship between SpongeBob and Gary. A dog may be man's best friend, but a snail is clearly a sponge's best friend. While Gary may sometimes be exasperated by his owner's various shenanigans, it's obvious that he cares about SpongeBob's well-being just as much as SpongeBob cares about his. There have been brief lapses of judgment on SpongeBob's part, like when he was too focused on his paddleball challenge to feed Gary, or when he tried to push Gary into things he didn't want to do. But in all of these instances, SpongeBob was immediately remorseful once he realized what he had done and promised to do better. Gary can also be a bit bratty, like when he doesn't want to take a bath or when he wants extra treats. But again, these are only brief instances that don't overshadow all the positive and loving parts of their relationship. Following them, we have Pearl and SpongeBob. Although maybe not the most expected friendship, and certainly not one that gets a ton of focus, SpongeBob and Pearl still manage to be good friends. It may be a bit one-sided, as SpongeBob is usually the one helping Pearl, either by showing her a good time at the prom, helping her quit her job, or buying her a ton of birthday presents. But at the very least, Pearl always appreciates his efforts. She's sometimes a bit mean and distant with him in her attempts to be seen as cool, but she always makes her gratitude clear in the end, and even comforts him when things don't work out, like in the prom episode. Add in the fact that SpongeBob seems to care more about her than Mr. Krabs does at times, and you've got yourself a pretty positive relationship in spite of how rarely they interact. And wrapping up the good section, we're giving a shout out to SpongeBob and Larry. Originally, it almost seemed like SpongeBob and Larry were going to be rivals, given how SpongeBob seemed somewhat jealous of Larry in episodes like Ripped Pants and Muscle Bob Buff Pants. Thankfully, the show never went down that route, and Larry ends up being another friend for SpongeBob. They may not always see eye to eye given their differences in personality, and Larry can sometimes be a bit blunt, but whether it's being lifeguards together, running Larry's gym together, or Larry helping out the Krusty crew, the two of them are shown to get along pretty well. It's not the closest relationship, but it is a relationship that has very little friction for the most part. And with our good relationships wrapped up, we now move into more neutral territory. These are the relationships that have some merit and their own positives, but they also have a couple of concerning flaws. Welcome to the gray area. Starting this tier off are BFFs SpongeBob and Patrick. Now, on the one hand, these two are a pretty iconic bromance. They play together, support and help each other out, and have gone on some pretty amazing adventures together. What's more, they understand each other better than anyone else in Bikini Bottom. But, on the other hand, Patrick's tendency to lean towards selfishness and gluttony in his worst moments make their friendship seem just a bit one-sided and toxic at times.
You stole my candy bar!
No, I didn't.
For as much as they clearly love each other and will always come back together in the end, it can't be denied that Patrick makes SpongeBob's life a lot harder. not being nearly as loyal towards SpongeBob as SpongeBob is to him, and he isn't always apologetic about it. Thankfully, newer episodes like Goodbye Krabby Patty have begun to rectify some of the worst parts of their dynamic that were seen in the middle seasons of the show. Finishing off the Conch Street trio, we have Squidward and SpongeBob. Their relationship is, in a word, complicated. For the most part, the status quo is that while SpongeBob sees him as one of his best friends, Squidward can hardly stand to be near him. Not that we can necessarily blame Squidward, since SpongeBob can be annoying, as well as very clingy and even downright stalkerish at times. But for as much as Squidward yells and insults him, SpongeBob is always willing to help him out, only wanting him to be happy. This leads to the rare moments where Squidward will either defend SpongeBob, like in Pizza Delivery or Born Again Krabs, or will do something truly nice for him, like in Christmas Who and Dying for Pie. We've seen several times that when Squidward gets wrapped up in the shenanigans, he and SpongeBob are able to work together very well, even having fun and bonding with one another. Squidward has even admitted that he secretly likes SpongeBob, and that he'd rather live and work with him than without him, as shown in Squidville and SpongeBob You're Fired.
Please come back and be the fry cook again.
Unfortunately, these positive moments are still on the somewhat rare side of things, hence why we can't rank this dynamic any higher. Next, let's take a look at Plankton and SpongeBob. Even though they may technically be enemies, which prevents them from having a true friendship. But hey, you can't blame a sponge for reaching out in the hopes of bringing Plankton to the good side. Of course, Plankton rarely ever takes SpongeBob up on that offer, caring more about the secret formula. Every once in a while though, the two of them are able to genuinely get along. Plankton may not understand SpongeBob, or kindness in general, but he does seem to secretly enjoy how SpongeBob is able to help him. The second movie is a pretty great example of this, and even if things don't quite end up happily ever after, it's obvious that these frenemies are perfectly capable of being actual friends. From Chum Bucket to boating school, next we have SpongeBob and Mrs. Puff. When it comes to teachers, Mrs. Puff tends to be average at best. She tries, sure, but she does tend to go to extremes when pushed to her limit, regarding either stress or anger. She once tried to kill SpongeBob in a demolition derby, and we certainly can't forget all the lying in Grand Theft Auto from No Free Rides. But while SpongeBob certainly doesn't deserve to be murdered, his carelessness behind the wheel, especially in the modern episodes, has begun to feel less naive and innocent and more just cruel, even if it's not on purpose. SpongeBob may care about and respect his teacher, but if he really cared about her, maybe he would just finally drop out of boating school. And wrapping up our gray area is one of the show's few romantic relationships, Mr. Krabs and Mrs. Puff. Originally just an admittedly sweet one-shot idea, the modern-day crew of SpongeBob decided to bring this pairing back, and for what it's worth, they do manage to have a couple more cute and flirty moments. However, there have also been plenty of moments where Krabs' obsession with either money or Plankton have ruined an interaction between them, making Puff feel more like a secondary importance to him. It's still a bit too soon to say if this relationship will last, but for as much as we may hope for the best, we can't say that we see a Krabs-Puff wedding in the near future. And we've finally arrived at the more troubling relationships on this side of the ocean. These relationships are the toxic. Just outside the podium of toxicity is SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs. Probably the best example of a toxic professional relationship. There is very little positive when it comes to Krabs and SpongeBob. At best, Krabs is like a surrogate father to him, but at worst, he only cares about getting as much work and money out of SpongeBob as possible. He's constantly pulling SpongeBob into his get-rich-quick schemes, not caring about his physical well-being or moral concerns. It's only when SpongeBob starts cutting into Krabs' bottom line that he actually bothers trying to figure out what's wrong with him. It's a classic case of a greedy boss taking advantage of their loyal employee, and while Krabs does have his kinder moments, he still doesn't deserve a hard worker like SpongeBob as far as we're concerned. Earning our bronze medal of toxicity is the romance between Plankton and Karen. It's a shame that we have to rank these two so low on our list. as there have been plenty of moments where Plankton and Karen show that they love and care about each other, to the point of even having date nights. But for the most part, Plankton just takes Karen for granted, while Karen is known for being fairly unsupportive, and surely with her comments. At worst, Karen will outright attack Plankton, while Plankton has had a couple occasions where he's technically cheated on her. First by pursuing Krab's mother, and then by replacing her with Karen 2.0. It's truly hard to appreciate the sweeter moments from this couple when you remember just how dysfunctional and occasionally loveless their marriage is. For our silver medal of toxicity, we're giving it to Mr. Krabs and Pearl. So much for being Daddy's little girl. To Krabs' credit, he does love Pearl and wants her to be happy. He just happens to love his money a lot more, to the point where he serves stale popcorn and cardboard cake at her Sweet 16. In that sense, you can't exactly blame Pearl for having such little respect for her dad, not wanting to hang out with him and only interacting with him when she wants money to go shopping. Thankfully, as bad as their relationship is, the earlier seasons do have Krabs being fairly loving, such as when he gives her control of the Krusty Krab, or when he makes sure that she has a date for prom. He certainly has the capacity to care, and when compared to other Nickelodeon parents, isn't nearly as neglectful as he could be, but that doesn't stop his greed from often overshadowing his fatherly love. And finally, our gold medal of toxicity is going to the forever rivalry between Plankton and Mr. Krabs. Out of all of the SpongeBob relationships, this one is the most destructive as well as the most codependent. Simply put, Krabs and Plankton depend on each other and the rivalry. Whenever one of them tries to find peace or make a truce or move on with their life, they end up falling back into their unending game, all because their rivalry seemingly gives them purpose. It's a fight they're destined to have forever, and it's almost tragic in a way. What's more is that their rivalry just brings out the absolute worst in them. From Krabs scaring Plankton into ending himself once he finds out Plankton's fear of whales, to Plankton disguising himself as a lady made out of cash and tricking Krabs into marriage, not caring if he breaks his heart. While they may technically give each other a purpose and can even work together on a rare occasion, there's very little positive to this relationship between this pair of enemies.